Hello and welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series. It's European Regional number 3. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs, Shogun, and Johnny. It is time for our first Super Week, 4 days in a row of European Rocket League, which means Johnny Boy and Shogun, you got a lot of Rocket League to watch. You guys ready?
We will figure it out. What I have noticed, Leaf, is that production has put me like a step closer to you compared to the last
I didn't even notice this. Oh, no.
I'm edging closer and closer, lads.
Gibbs, keep him away from me. Help me.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see by the end of the show where Leaf is, okay? We'll wait and see.
But again, we have a lot to talk about today. But before we jump into what's coming this week, let's take a look back. It's been a while since, of course, the last European Regional, the Regional number 2. So let's recap just a little bit. We're not going to recap the whole thing. There are a lot of games then. So let's just take a look at that playoff bracket. What happened at the end? Of course, we always start with 32 teams. We drop our way down through Swiss system into top 8 single elim bracket. And Shogun, there's a lot of teams. We'll talk about BDS in a second here, but some of these teams we didn't maybe even expect to get to this point. So let's just talk about them for a minute.
I think the first one we have to really talk about here would be Guild when it comes to that. They had drama when it comes to their, their performance during the last regional, but for some reason that drama might have actually been the best thing for them because it seems to have caused almost a push forward in their mentality, and they must have aired out quite a bit of grievances because they almost managed to take down BDS. They managed to get to this stage, and we've also seen them perform much better in the last few weeks of the grid, which we'll get to later on. But for me, Gil have been fantastic. The other one, though, that is going to be sticking out like a sore thumb is Barrage, my favorite team, Stumpy's favorite team, making it all the way through to top 8. We get one of these every single time we do these sort of open brackets, Leaf. DreamHacks, RLCS X, there's always that one team that makes the Cinderella run.
Yeah, but unfortunately it didn't, go much further than the beginning there for them. And we do got to talk about that double win there for BDS. Let's look at the end, and it was in style too, Johnny. Against the Giants, BDS took their second regional title.
Yeah, just unbelievable. These guys are, without question, the team to beat at the moment. And with Space Station's failure to double up in North America, they're the only team to win 2 back-to-back regionals as of yet. And yeah, like I said, with a sweep, no less, just an unreal performance from these guys. It wasn't one of those sweeps where there were games going like really, really close. It did really just look like BDS were the better team, and could be the experience they've got now from playing in the previous final. Where I don't think they looked anywhere near this consistent. And Giants have to go along that same path that they have now if they're going to be able to continue to compete with teams like BDS at that top level.
So game 1 and game 2, 2 close games, but 2 overtime wins for BDS. After that, Vodafone Giants, it just seemed like they didn't have a chance. And the Giants have been really peaking as of late. Like, a lot of people would easily consider them like in that top 4 race, but BDS, man, they've just been on another level. And all 3 players, Monkey Moon, incredible stats in regional too. Then extra, like in their wins in the grid, he pops off. Marked by 8, back in regional 1 was popping off. So all 3 of these players are really stepping up, and it's gonna be a tall order to see who can take down BDS, because in this last grid they destroyed as well.
We're going to do some grid talk in just a few here, but of course, in case anybody is joining in really late to the season here and still a little bit confused, we have some Gibbs talk. He's just going to break down everything we're going to see, what the season's like, and of course, what Swiss is all about.
So we are on our 3rd regional of Split 1. This is the very last regional, and a lot of people consider this the most important because now you're trying to make it to the majors, and that is the most important part because majors double the points. Normally these would be international. Right now we cannot do that. So for now, like, it'll be in all like inter-region matchups there. So double the points for the majors. That's what everyone's competing for today. They're obviously competing for points across every regional they play in. So there's 9 regionals total, 3 majors in 3 different splits, which will have different formats. And that all leads to a world championship, $1 million on the line there. That's where all these points will add up, and you try and advance to the world championship.
But today, in these regionals, it's the same as the last 2. It's all Swiss, Gibbs.
Yep, all Swiss once again. 3 wins and you make it through to the next day. 3 losses and you are out. It's pretty much that simple. When you play against teams, you will always play against a team that is the same as you. So 1-0 or 2-0s will battle versus one another, and we'll just continue to go through. So The one thing that happens in Swiss is you can't back into the playoffs. You have to win to make it there. Like, it's not like a round robin group where, like, if you go up early 2-0, then you can still make the playoffs anyway. So that is the most important feature. We've seen tons of teams, they go 2-0 and then they lose 3 in a row to be bounced out.
Yeah, it's a resilience test to, you know, mentally too. Being going down 2 in the early day still also doesn't mean you're out. You still have that chance to get in. So it definitely is a test of endurance and resilience for a lot of these teams. But let's talk about these teams. Today and tomorrow we'll be doing stage number 1, which is our first rounds of Swiss. Today is all about Group A. So looking at these teams, Shogun, how do you feel about this group? Just looking at these teams stacked up here.
I think BDS will be looking at this and rubbing their hands together, thinking, well, it's our time to go in for another 3-0. It's pretty top-heavy, realistically. BDS, top Blokes are looking really solid. Monkey and Guild, however, over the past few weeks, they have started to wake up a little bit. Both teams that have been on the outskirts, have been on the fridge. It feels like Guild have almost overperformed during both the regionals so far, because what we've got from them in terms of regional results and what we've had from them week to week have been completely different things. As for the rest of the bracket, though, is going to be that big fight in that 2-2 sort of bracket once we get towards the end of the stream, because there's a lot of teams there that sort of seem like they're in relatively the same spot, but this is the important one. You've got to make it through today, otherwise you are kissing goodbye to your chances at making it to that major.
Now, this is just Group A. There is another group tomorrow. We're not going to look at that now, but if you did look at both of those online, you notice there are some teams missing. Let's talk about some of those notable no-shows here. Of course, right off the bat, Minx is the first one, but one I want to dive into really is Magnifico. This is a team that all the casting crew's been behind, a lot of the fans have been behind, and they didn't qualify for this. They're in a good spot for points right now, but this still is obviously not a thing you want to miss out on. The question is this a bad sign from them, or maybe just a small hiccup, Johnny?
Oh, it's a pretty bad sign. You know, trying to read between the lines, you know, with this team and just knowing the players and how last minute this team was coming together. Yeah, not ideal to fail to make top 32 after finishing top 4 in regional number 1. That's a real blow to the confidence. You know, Atomic and Dementor are both still brand new to the competitive scene at this level. And although Greasy's got years of experience behind him, yeah, you do wonder like what's gonna rest in store for this team when the major rolls around.
Yeah, Magnifico, again, a team that we've all been behind. Gibbs, I know you've been on them for quite a bit here. Are you worried at all about this?
Absolutely. They were top 5 in points right now, and sure, they'll still make to the major where they can play for double the points and maybe make another magical run, but they're not getting anything here, so everyone else will catch up to them here. That is a bad sign for them because, again, you want to make the World Championship. And this team, obviously, a lot of people did not predict that to happen. But right now, they would be in one of those spots. So even if they had another run where they make top 16, they probably would have been in that top 8 still. Now, who knows? Maybe they fall to 10th through 14th or somewhere around there. And now when they go to that major, it's a harder road for them as well.
Shogun, do you think this is going to mentally hurt? You know, obviously, we've seen Greasy, you know, he's been through this a lot in the past year, but for these players that have a little less experience, do you think this is going to hurt them mentally going forward? Always having it back in the mind that, okay, maybe this is a bit harder than we thought, and that could maybe hinder them in further qualification spots.
Well, this is the part of the season that they get really tested. It's very easy to be very happy, very chummy, and very positive when you are winning. I'm sure they were all completely fine. There was no talks that needed to be had coming out of Regional 1, but now the results are starting to drop off a little bit, and they are in that position where these players, as Johnny mentioned, who are newer to a competitive scene, have got to figure out how they want to deal with losing. And, you know, it's a long season. You know, we've seen teams that have been scrabbled together at the last possible moment, and they've been good to go for a 5-week season like we had a couple of seasons back. They ain't got that anymore. You get one roster move across an entire year. You can't afford just to, you know, snap your fingers and instantly go for it. You've got to work through the issues. And the question is, can they do it?
Well, we're going to have to find out in the future because they're not here right now. Let's talk, though, just because we do have a basis of what the teams are looking at. Well, the grid. We've had a few weeks pass now since we've seen Europe hit the regionals. Let's dive into this. Johnny, right off the bat, you were mentioning before that you noticed a bit of a trend here. Sweeps all over the place.
Yeah, it's very interesting as the quality rises to the highest level of competition in Europe and North America, that actually a lot of series are turning out to be very one-sided. We saw NRG's dominance in the last regional event for RLCS X. We've seen BDS just sweep the playoff bracket in the most recent grid run for Europe, and that wasn't just sweeps over teams that they're expected to sweep. It was over Vitality, Giants, and Guild. So very interesting to note that, you know, the momentum seems to be very much on the side of teams who are going 1 or even 2 games ahead. You know, it could just be the daunting thought of having to win 4 games in a row, or, you know, at least 4 games out of the next 5 in a best of 7 that's causing that. I think it definitely is a much taller task to mentally get ready for a reverse sweep in a best of 7 compared to trying to get ready for a reverse sweep in a best of 5. Best of 5, if somebody in comms says, hey, we're down 2-0, let's just win 3 games, I think people it's easier to believe that. You know, it's easier to think, yeah, we can win 3 games. Best of 7, you're like, oh man, 4 games in a row, that's a much taller order.
Now, the crazy thing is BDS, they sweep the playoff bracket in this last grid. They also won 2 weeks prior to that. And right in between that, they came in last. We're not going to talk about that too much. They played Vitality like in the lower bracket. It wasn't their week. But the weird thing is they went to Game 5 versus Dignitas right before they swept the entire playoff bracket. So sometimes, like, I think that momentum can swing against you. But when you're playing a team that you think that you can beat, that's where we'll get those series that go to 5 that can trade that momentum back in their favor. And BDS is one of those teams, obviously. They've won 2 regionals. They know how to play when it matters most. But that playoff bracket, to go 12-0, that's scary to come into this weekend now. And everyone already knew BDS was the best. But now to do it just 2 days prior, everyone's like, oh boy, it's going to be really hard to take this team down.
Now, I want to talk about BDS in a second here, because obviously they're the hot topic right now. But while we're here and we got Shogun, I just want to check in with Guild. How have things been looking the past 2 weeks?
Okay, so we know how my experience with Guild has gone so far. First off, love my co-commentator. Ian Chambers is amazing to be around. Very goofy, but we all know that is my preferred personality style. Guild at the start were miserable. We were going in and we were talking like, oh man, how much fun would this be if we got to the playoffs? And for the last few weeks, we actually got to the playoffs a couple of times. They made playoffs 2 times in a row. They got themselves to that quarterfinals. And admittedly, draws for Guild have not been that much fun. They have been taking on Ureno Vitalities. I think they've played them 5 times already. 5 times in the grid. They've taken on Team BDS, who is their kryptonite team. And this week, at long last, we got to see the changes from Guild that we want to see for the longest time. They've had this thing for the longest time where they would force a challenge in the final third, and we'd wait for a challenge from another player from Guild, and then we'd wait for a challenge from a player from Guild, and we're still waiting for the challenge from another player from Guild, but they figure it out now. They were talking to us about how we've got our boost management a lot more sorted. It means that we now have the confidence to go in for that follow-up challenge. And it showed in their results. No, they couldn't take down BDS. Oh no, nobody can take down BDS anymore. So for Guild, they are peaking at the right time and they're showing a consistency level that hasn't been there before.
Well, combining all these talks together, we're speaking of sweeps, we're speaking of Guild, and now we're talking about BDS. That's exactly what they did through that final grid. There was Renault Vitality down 4-0, Giants down 4-0, Guild down 4-0. I feel, Gibbs, like right now, BDS is set for that 3-peat for the 3rd regional.
You have to believe it, right? Like at some point, because even when we look at Regional 1 and Regional 2, there could have been an excuse of like, maybe they didn't get Vitality like in their playoff brackets. They beat them in both brackets there. So you can't even say like the final boss of Europe was any test for BDS because they've already taken them down twice. Now with this grid result, it's going to be hard to take them down, but we saw it last week. We talked about G2 back-to-back wins in the grid, and then they didn't make it through. So it's still incredibly difficult to win anything in Europe. So, like, I'm still putting BDS at, like, a 40% chance to win it all. Like, I won't pick them versus the entire field just yet.
Okay, I'm curious to get your percentages then too, guys. Johnny and then Shogun. What is the chance that you guys think BDS is taking the 3-peat?
It's 50. They either win or they don't.
Great math. Wow. You know your caster win.
You know what?
He's not taking any chances there, has he? I'm actually going to go with 50 as well for Johnny on this one because I don't see them dropping down in a Swiss stage. There's no way you are beating this team 3 times in a row in one day. But one thing that BDS has shown to us is that they start slowly. We had it during this last week in the grid where they looked rough in the group stage. They, had a couple more issues against Dignitas, and we saw it during the last regional, during the quarterfinals against Guild, where they got taken to game number 5. That quarterfinal, I feel, is their most likely chance to get caught than any other start in the rest of the tournament. Semi-final, they'll be warmed up. Final, they just brutalize every team that they come up against. That quarterfinal is the only chance they have of going out.
Something you mentioned before too, Gibbs, and I want to challenge you on this just before we move on here. For BDS, you mentioned briefly there that Vitality is that European final boss. Sure. I feel at this point we can change titles here and move
absolutely.
the crown over.
Yeah, we definitely can. BDS is that #1 team now for Europe. But it was the thing of like, what if they didn't play Vitality? Vitality had a bad series versus, a Guild or something like that. But that was not the case. BDS obviously took them out in both regionals. They're definitely the top dogs. But Vitality, when we look at the grid for weeklies, they're #1 team. So I think Vitality, they still have a small argument, but BDS is #1 right now.
Well, let's just get a better idea of the landscape after 2 regionals down. We have a lot of points on the leaderboard. Let's take a look at those teams that are sitting on the bubble and look at the points right now from our 1 through 32 here. A couple teams, Gibbs, are locked in here. Some of them, a lot of them aren't yet, and they're still fighting for those qualification spots.
Here we see top 16. That would make the major right now. Now, it could be top 15 if Oxygen has a miracle run for the last week of grid, and then they get that wildcard spot. But they have to pass Vitality, which is very unlikely. So we're looking at probably top 16. Now, here, I would say for the bubble, I think Dignitas and Endpoint are probably okay at 170 because they're guaranteed at least 10 points here. So I think 180, you're pretty safe to make the major. Now, there is no guarantees. The only guarantees are all the way up by Magnifico at 300. They would need everything to go their way the wrong way and a 0.0005% chance that they don't make the major. So those teams are relatively safe. I think when we get down to it, you got Triple Trouble, you have Libertas and Train Hard. They have to hold off the rest of the field that we'll see here in a second with the rest of the points. We see Team Singularity. They're right there. They've been a team that's been competing rather well. And obviously 2 teams that everyone is looking at, Team Liquid and Oxygen. For the case of Oxygen, 2 times did not make top 16. They basically need to make bracket to have a good chance at it. They could squeak in with maybe a 9th place finish, but they need at least that. So that is what they're looking at. Team Liquid is about the same. They're only 20 points up, so they also need probably at least a 9th. And as long as they make bracket, they are very likely to make it in.
So looking at these right now, I'm going to start with you, Shogun, and get some picks from Johnny here. It is still up in there. Gibbs mentioned, for Magnifico, it's everything would have to go very, very wrong for them to not make it in. But looking at some of these other teams, that 16 to 32 spot around that bubble area, the 7s to 19s. What teams do you think is okay, sure, they're on the cusp, but they have a great chance of making it? Any of those teams that you think are on the cusp that will make it through here?
I'm not allowed to bag as a Liquid or Oxygen here, am I?
Yeah. Well, let's keep out
not yet. We'll save those tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go for TLR here. They are a team that constantly seem to be. Every time we look at it, it's okay, final round here. What have we got? Oh, okay, TLR in this one. I think today might be their day. We'll see more of that when we chat later on, Leaf. But they're a team that give me good vibes at the moment. Singularity obviously will be expecting better from themselves. Everything else I think is a little bit more out there. But it is tough, for a lot of these teams. Today is the big day. They have got to make it through this. Otherwise, not only are they limiting their points, but they could drop out to a team who are in direct competition with them to get that major spot.
And
Team Singularity, Leaf, I think that you have to put them as the favorite, I guess, to make it through, just because, well, they are the closest to that top 16 already. But also, they swept Triple Trouble this week in the grid. Yeah, they got swept by Dignitas, but they also took Oxygen to 5 games. So they're playing at a reasonable level, clearly. And they've definitely got the potential to do that. My only other pick other than that would be Rick's GG, who haven't started off well today, but I still think that team's got some good potential. They have, clutched it against Oxygen in the first regional event, so they know how to play under pressure. They know how to bounce back, and they are definitely a fan favorite team there. Out of the bubble crew?
Those boys of Rick's. I was going to be all on them today. I was going to be predicting them 3-2, and then they get swept by Barrage. So things aren't looking good for Rick's, but I think they still have a chance. They made top 16 in Regional 1, didn't qualify for Regional 2. So if they can get back to a top 16, then they have a chance. But all those teams on the bubble, you need to at least make top 16 because you never know what can happen. Because also, we could have a brand new team make the bracket and somehow make top 4, and then they just leapfrog over everyone. And we've seen it before. And we'll see it again.
Well, that's what I want to bring it the other way then. If there's any of these teams that, are expected to make it to major to secure their spots here, are there any spots? Obviously, again, most of them look pretty okay here, but any teams that you think might slip away and might drop down? Gibbs, I'm going to start with you here on any teams you think that are expected that might not make it.
Triple Trouble might be one of those teams for me. Okay. I feel like they've been a little bit sketchy these last few weeks. Even Regional 2, they barely scrape by when a lot of people thought they wouldn't. So I think there's a chance that if they start losing, they could tilt out and not make top 16 and then get past. So I'm going to go with Triple Trouble.
All right, let's go down the line here. Shogun, scratch that beard. Figure it out here because, again, we say most of these teams should make it, really, right? But now you got to pick, okay, if someone's going to slip up, who's it going to be?
Libertas are also one of those teams that are quite far down there. I came into the season actually, quite interested in how Libertas are going to do because I thought that they were going to be one of the shock teams to maybe be closer to the top 10 rather than be barely holding on in 15th. They have been more cold than hot over the majority of this season. I think if a team is going to get caught out, they might be out again here.
Johnny.
I would have to go for Train Hard. They're probably the team whose spots at highest risk to the the Oxygens, the Team Liquids, and the other teams, Team Singularity, who are trying to get up into that top 16. If somebody's going to drop out, it would probably be them. Although they did get a good start today with a free win. So they're already off to a decent run, but when they actually place in top competition, it's going to be hard for them to hold on to that spot.
But is that one of the teams you would have expected to make it in the first place? That's an easy out. No. Give me another one of those top dogs or old top dogs of Europe.
I don't know if there are any.
Throw away Barrage.
You can say that.
I don't think there are any really. In that top 16. Well, I'm confident enough in every other team that I don't think that I would put them at risk. Really, I think they're very limited spots here for teams to play for. Maybe I think just those three at the bottom. It really is that simple. Now, Triple Trouble, Libertas, Trainhard. They're the three who are for me at risk. I'd be surprised if the other teams above them slip up.
So one team I think that could slip up but still make the major, but needs a result here, have to go with Dignitas. They haven't done anything for the past 2 months. So I think they need something positive to go into the major to start catching up.
Well, go back and watch last week. Honestly, they made changes that make me a little more confident. I have firsthand experience with them watching their grid, and I would say, given the first few weeks, you're absolutely right. But I'm actually pleasantly surprised with what it looked like last week. And just because Gibbs said it, I'm going to say Magnifico doesn't make it. Just because Gibbs said everything has to go wrong.
There's no way.
Okay.
That would be magic the other way that they don't want.
That's true. Well, we got to look forward, of course. Round 1 has been playing while we're doing this. We just got the results in for round 1 as it just finished up here. Let's take a look and see if there's any crazy upsets or anything weird going on here. Gibbs, does it look any weird to you?
A lot of it looks weird because I have to look for the results. I don't have them ready, Leaf. There's too much going on.
All of the top
here's a new one. Here we go. Okay.
All sweeps, man. It's just all sweeps, really.
Yeah,
well, actually, only one wasn't a sweep, if I'm not mistaken. That was Solary, who were able to take it in Game 5 over the last resort, but every other top team won with a sweep. Well, Solary got the 3-2. Trainhard got the forfeit win over Esports Bargain. Every other team has gone 3-0.
It's going to be interesting because I want to see more Train Hard. We haven't seen them today yet because obviously they got the forfeit win. But Barrage, man, they got a big win versus Rick. So that one's huge because I think a lot of people might have flipped that result as the one underdog to take it. But all the favorites taking it.
Sorry, I want to quickly point out here to go against my BDS or a slow starting team argument. 3-0, 8-1, 5-1. That is, thanks for turning up, I suppose. Ouch. Stay fresh. I'm sorry that you got that, lads.
Hey, it's round one. That tends to happen. They got that bounce back potential. You can make it through after playing 5 different rounds, right? So there's still potential. But that brings me to my next thing. Let's get some predictions. Let's talk about who we think is going to make it through to stage number 2 that will happen on later this week on Saturday. Yeah. And there's multiple ways you can make it. You can make it 3-0, you can make it 3-1, you can make it 3-2. I want to look at the short, I don't want to look at the long. Who gets out early and gets to take a break? Who has to work hard to the very end here? Shogun, I'm going to start with you. Give me your 3-2s and your 3-0s.
I'm going super safe today. Okay?
You're going with the Gibbs picks.
I tried going on the outside. I got no predictions right. Last week, I went with the grain. I got the perfect grand final. Got that completely right. So today, BDS going 3-0. Nailed it. As for the 3-2, I'll split between 2 different minds here, but I'm going to go for Barrage on that one. The only reason why I'd be a little bit afraid about that is I could also see them going 3-1. So a little iffy there.
Is this because you believe in them, or is this just to shout out Stumpy?
Oh no, it's despite Stumpy, if anything.
Okay.
So
all right, that's fair. I like it. I like to see it. Johnny, give me your 3-0s and your 3-2s.
Well, since Shogun's still in BDS, I'll go with Monkeys for 3-0. You know, it's they're recently acquired by Galaxy Racers, so look out for them running under that name these days. But yeah, they've hit a run of form at the perfect time, so I think it's very possible that they make it out with a sweep here, given how top heavy this group is. And then 3-2, I'm gonna go Endpoint. It's again tougher to go, I think, to predict the 3-2 on this one, but yeah, Endpoint. They're just the team that have just done enough, I guess, this entire split. That's how I would describe them. They're doing enough to just be in the safe spot, but nothing more than that.
So I want to point out with that Endpoint pick, I had to go back and look at the group. I'm like, are they in this group? That's how forgettable they are to me. So I can see a 3-2 for Endpoint for sure. But to me, I like that Monkeys pick because we talked about Guild and their recent turn of form for the grids. Well, the first 5 weeks of Grid, Monkeys, now Galaxy Racer, they didn't make any brackets. Then they've made 3 brackets back to back with the grand finals in there as well. So they're looking pretty good. But I'm going to go top Blokes. Last time I picked them to go 3-2. And that worked out, but I think they're back in form, and I think they'll be consistent enough to get the 3-0. And then Ricks.GG, they did lose their first series pretty badly, but apparently Jack's birthday was, 2 days ago? And we've had a lot of birthday weekends go pretty right for players, so I am going to go with Ricks to barely scrape by with the 3-2.
Okay, that's fair. Some out there picks, in all honesty, not exactly the picks. I mean, Shogun's are exactly the picks I would expect, but I like everyone else's picks. Everyone else.
Wow. Wow. Hey. So I did have one name that hasn't come up from any of us here, and I do agree with it, though, is the lack of Guild. Guild is obviously a team that I've been impressed with lately, but the teams that have actually in this bracket are all teams that they have historically struggled with. BDS just continued to beat them. Top Blokes are another one of those huge issue teams. The only other team that they would not want to run into here is Triple Trouble. So 2/3 of the kryptonite for Guild means that I don't think it's possible to pick them at 3-0.
I think y'all sleeping on Train Hard Esports right now. They've been training hard. They're going to work it right to the end. But
forfeits all the way through.
Yep.
That's brilliant. We got to talk. Our first match, though, kickoff is about ready. Since we just finished round 1, we're getting round 2 set up. We're going to be covering just one from this next round to keep things moving here, and it's going to be Solary versus BDS. So let's talk about this match. Solary versus BDS. This is probably, Johnny, not the match that Solary wanted coming into round 2 here.
Well, they've got to look on the bright side. You're just getting it out of the way early, and maybe you've got a chance to catch BDS before they've completely woken up today. But that's really thinking very optimistically. Realistically, this is the nightmare matchup for them. BDS are the best team in Europe, maybe best team in the world, certainly the most consistent team in the world right now. So Solary have got their work cut out for them here.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one. What we got to talk about what they can do here, Solary, because this is obviously Shogun in favor of BDS. You have a 2-time regional champ. They're looking to get their 3rd. They've been crushing it in the grid. We need to know what Solary can do here. Coach them here. What are we going to see on the field, and what do they need to do?
I think Solary have very much had the same issue. Gibbs earlier on describing Endpoint just went, well, they've been there, and Solary have had the exact same thing. They have been a team that have been involved for the most part. But Leaf, if I had the answer as to how to beat Team BDS, I would not be here. I would be coaching. I'd be coaching for a lot of money right now. They are a team that there is not an answer to just yet. And I think Solary might be too passive in a way with the way they approach the game. They like to sit behind the ball against a team like BDS who are just going to dominate in terms of possession. It is a nightmare matchup, and it's BDS who just dominated their first round match against a Solary, who were the only team that got taken to game 5. Only team that got taken beyond the third game. So this is a worry for them, but as Johnny said, at least you're getting it out of the way.
See, normally I would say when you're going up against a top team, cause chaos, right? And that usually will result in something a little bit different than they're used to. But BDS, they're so fast that I think they'll just thrive under chaos. And I don't know if that'll necessarily work. I think it's going to come down to the 50-50 game. Whenever they can catch up to BDS, you better make sure you win those 50-50s because you're not going to get a lot of chances versus this team. And you got to put those shots home. And when you are a team that's going up against the heavy favorites, comes down to shooting. You have to shoot well to take down these teams. And right now it's only best of 5. BDS, we've seen best of 7s. They're clean in house, but you might be able to catch them off guard.
Well, it's time for the van vote. We need your help in chat to figure out if Solary can do this. Make sure you guys get the hashtags that end up showing up at the bottom of the screen here. Hashtag BDS or hashtag SLY. Do you think Solary is going to be able to push past BDS? It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a lopsided one here. For predictions here, sometimes we do it, which team we think we're going to take it, and sometimes we like to vote on what you guys are going to vote. I think we should do that one here, guys, because I have a feeling we're all going to be voting BDS on those. I see head nods across the board here. So let's see. Let's make some number predictions again. That's always fun to do. I'm going to start off with Gibbs here. How much in front is BDS going to be?
You're supposed to start with Johnny, so I can pick like 1% higher than him. Trying to take my Price is Right rules. I'm going to go 81% for BDS. I feel like Europe generally doesn't go for the super heavy favorites, so I'm going to be a little bit nicer and go only 81% for BDS here.
Okay, Shogun.
I think you got to take into account as well that BDS don't have the biggest fan base, so we can use that as well. There's gonna be a lot of people sort of voting against them just for the sake of. I'm actually gonna say 74%.
See, I would think it would be the opposite way, where I think a lot of people still consider them the new underdog team, like even though they are the favorites now. And like, who's voting for Solary? Like, if it was some other team, no offense to them, but I don't think their fan base is huge either, so I don't know.
I think we'll get a lot of rebels in the chat today.
Okay.
I mean, Gibbs, you said it yourself. You don't expect it to be too lopsided when it comes to EU. So I think that's reasonable. Johnny's over there smirking like he's got the answer.
I'm just like trying to decide, do I, ruin Gibbs here by putting him right in the middle by 1%, which is, tempting. But, it would also be even cooler if I just guess in the middle and still win. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to go for a 79. Make it a bit more difficult to win this.
Right down the center. Well, let's find out who won.
He went for an odd number. No one goes odd.
Oh. Wait, who takes this end? 74 and 79.
Oh, no, it's still moving.
No, I'm pretty sure.
Twitch, what? Help.
I'm pretty sure I just lose, and I think we'll just.
Yeah, we need more BDS to chat. Come on.
As long as Gibbs.
I won and then it changed. Shogun won.
As long as Gibbs lost, that's all that matters. You guys can tie. That's fair. You need to be on the same terms because you'll be casting soon anyways. But get on Twitter at RLCS Esports, hashtag RLCS X. We're about to start regional number 3 and see if BDS can continue their way to a 3-peat right now over in the skybox.
Thank you very much there, Leaf. So yes, let's get into this, shall we? Remember, only one match today from round number 2. Reason for that is because we want to keep the show going nice and quickly. So we've got this, and we're heading straight into round number 3. So Johnny, today, we're not wasting any time. We're pretty much going straight into the crunch matches.
Yeah, and this is huge. Like we just talked about, BDS looking to make another perfect run here. We talked about how it's a tough draw for Solary, but at the same time, it's also one of the, the harder draws for BDS. But, looking at how top-heavy this group is. But, they're still the massive, massive favorites here. There's no question about that.
No, certainly not, as we do get ourselves into game number 1, round 2 of our third regional. Will Solary be able to cause an upset here? As you look across the field, and I feel like one player I'm looking at here more than anyone else, Johnny, is Exotic. If he can be on top form, maybe he can cause BDS a little bit of trouble, but outside of that, I'm not too keen on their chances to open up that defense.
Yeah, I agree. Exotic is a great player. He's, I think, the star player of this team. But the whole team Solary have been struggling a lot more than we expected. You know, both these teams we're currently looking at are the two that made it into RLCS out of Season 9. They were the two that, BDS auto-promoted as Solary were the team that made it through the promotion relegation tournament before the format was completely revamped. So they should be pretty close in power level if, you know, nothing changed between Season 9 and Season X. Obviously, we know that's not the case. BDS have elevated their own game significantly, and Solary have remained, I'd say, around about the same level, if not stagnated a little bit.
They're going to be under a bit of trouble immediately. BDS seeing what they are capable of on the offensive side. Too worrying so far. Both teams easing into it, as I do believe we've got a brand new car on Carrion today. So it should be interesting to see what he can do with it as he goes straight for the offense, and Monkey Moon will keep it out.
And he's got the gold crown as well. I can proudly say that's the same as me. Didn't get the platinum in the original season 1. Oh, big chance for Mark by 8. That's a crazy pre-jump by Carrion. Luckily for him, he did not need to watch that go in past him. But early on, it's a promising back and forth for Solary. They're not being completely dominated. They're not being totally pushed back into their half. They seem to be hanging in there mechanically. But BDS still don't look too threatened. You know, they're such an experienced team now with all the deep runs they've been making in tournaments, the grid and RLCS X, that this will be totally okay for them as well. They're gonna, I'm sure, just wait for a good chance to come along and smash it home.
Monkey Moon does at least get a double commit out, but Ukis crucially with his second touch. So where BDS are at their best when they've got you locked into your own side of the field. The only bad thing for them is that Extra was on 0 boost. I think he's struggling to find anywhere on the field right now. So maybe Solary of the chance here. Exotic, flip reset secured, and he's managed to get it over to 2 off the post.
Yeah, that was the best play of the game so far. Exotic with a very nice outplay. Fortunately, the entire team was in defense for BDS. That's another great play. Exotic with the threatening flick, but that's going to be saved by the crossbar. You know, it's your man that you highlighted who's making all the plays. Exotic, very close there on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, it feels good to highlight someone they don't instantly score an own goal.
That's how you never pick Turbo Pulse as your player to watch.
He's been a good boy these last few months, but even then, he's never going to get rid of the red.
Oh!
Carrion has got to start off here. Solary have the lead.
Maybe this is the beginning of the end of the Fennec main in Europe. Look at that. Brand new car. It looks like somewhere between the Merc and the Fennec to me for Carrion. Gonna need to take a closer look at him. Probably try it out myself later on if he continues to play well and have a good game. Yeah, I would, you know, look at his player POV. That's what I would say. It's like the Merc and the Fennec have had a baby. And oh, what a save by Exotic! That was threatening from Extra. But Solary are playing very well right now, putting in some good shots. Oh, Mark by 8, the recovery out, just deflects one in. Great awareness by Mark. The Solary have played well, but you can't deny BDS forever.
That is just such a good hit from Monkey Moon as well. I don't know if you knew too much about Mark. We've got to the point now where it comes to BDS is just so quick with their passing plays that it's hard to tell what is intentional and what is not. Sorry, that is going to be a bit of a gut punch. They've looked good in this game, if not at least it's in a bit more of a subdued BDS, but that's not going to last too much longer. Triple commit, however. Carrion's got an open net, and there is no way he's going to miss.
Wow, well, that wasn't what I expected. Total whiff by Mark on the rebound, but even more crazy, perhaps, is BDS third man decided that a 50-50 with the Solary goalkeeper was a good idea. That's extremely risky gameplay, and it hasn't paid off.
There we go. Solary have got their lead back. Might be able to get another one here. Ukis off the backboard, far too heavy for his teammate to move in on. Still be up to Ukis. And Solary want to keep this lead this time around. Solary doing a good job of pressure. Oh, Exotic wanted the pass to Carrion, but he was already leaving. Can't afford to be too loose with these infield passing plays, otherwise you get under pressure just like this. These passes are available for anybody to make up on. Exotic down to Extra. I'm going to bounce awkwardly. Instead, Ukis powers the ball downfield.
I'm impressed with Solary so far. Look at that pass in field. It's well saved by Monkey Moon. But Solary clearly playing at quite a good level today. This has been a very back and forth matchup. I'd go as far as say that Solary have had the better chances. So a deserved lead so far. And, you know, it's not a game that BDS have just thrown away, really. They had that one mistake where the 50-50, I think, leading up to the second goal for Solary was definitely too risky for my liking. But overall, they've been playing quite a clean game, just end-to-end stuff. But yeah, giving away possession every now and then. Monkey Moon's going to try and clutch it for them. He's gone into the backboard, and it's just gone into the ground. The rebound was out of reach, and that was pretty close. BDS, they always find a way to keep things interesting.
That was definitely a bit of a moment where you just hold your breath if you are on Solary, but they have got game number 1 secured. Now, can they do it for games 2 and 3? I don't think there's any world, Johnny, that let's say BDS do end up losing this, then we're looking to just go, all right, well, BDS are now in definite trouble of being eliminated from today's bracket. But for Solary, a win here can give them a lot of future opportunities when it comes to seeding.
Yeah, I would agree. BDS don't seem to me like the type of players who will overrate themselves and start to get too cocky, start to get too confident with how things are going. I think those 2 regional wins have only motivated them to grind more and to try and stay ahead. So I have no doubt that they would be able to bounce back if they do lose this series, and that if they do lose to a Solary team who I think are playing some great Rocket League right now. But yeah, what a game for Solary. That was impressive. That's what we expected from them going into Season X. That's been missing in the entire offseason and the season up until now. But, so far, very well played by all 3 players.
Oh, good save, but they're not going to get another one. Mark starts us off. That's just how quickly it can be. Look at the placement of this shot from Monkey Moon. Puts it into the one spot where it was going to be so difficult for Solary to figure out who was supposed to go.
Yeah, Carrion was totally blind in that play. He wasn't really sure where he should be hitting the ball. In some worlds, it is the correct play to just stop it on your goal line if you've got a teammate ready to follow up and clear it for you. As we could see, that wasn't available because of the double commit that occurred. But yeah, it's a very difficult position to know what to do when the defender is facing away from the box and he can't see where the attackers are coming from.
Gibbs was talking earlier on about how he doesn't feel like chaos is the way to take on BDS, and I feel like from what we've seen this series, that is completely true. If you can slow the pace down and just play as clean as possible, almost as boring as possible is the way I would describe it, you can maybe steal a few games off them.
During that entire conversation about how to beat BDS, besides the obvious, there is no way to beat them. I think the unexplored strategy so far has to be the addition of faking, bumping, demoing to the quick chat. Maybe getting those quick chats spammed and trying to pair them up with actual fakes and bumps. Anything to get BDS out of the zone, to get them to stop thinking about the game and stop thinking about how good they are at the game and start thinking about, okay, wait, what quick chat are we going to do? Get them thinking about anything that isn't Rocket League related.
My only counter argument to that is you might just annoy them and then they'll score even more on you. The backboard, here comes Extra. Does beat Carrion to the ball, but at least Carrion was able to at least power the ball a bit further on. Mark again gets the double commit off his shot. Mark is just hanging out the bait and Solary are biting on it every time.
Yeah, it's just too delicious. It's too juicy. But you'll notice, although that's clearly a defensive mistake, there's no reason for 2 players to go to that ball. There's definitely no reason to clear it out into the middle of the box. It is worth mentioning that that's an awkward save to make. If you see, Mark's taking a look up and he sees some back wall defenders, it's quite difficult to jump off that back wall above the crossbar and get down underneath the ball and then clear it into a safe angle. It's just proof really that bad shots can lead to goals. Not a bad shot, but an awkward shot maybe is a better word. It's hard to save, hard to clear.
That there is the majority of teams that we see will power that one off the backboard.
Yeah.
More times than not. But because the shot is not powerful, but it is still threatening, something has to be done with it. Well, yeah, you don't have much time to communicate who's supposed to work with that one.
Exactly. The goalkeeper didn't have any momentum. They're just stationary. They're waiting for the ball to come to them. So if you just throw a lob at them, if you throw a really slow ball, it's very difficult for a goalkeeper to clear that because they're looking for a power shot. They're looking for a hard hit that they can deflect off their own back wall, which will naturally bounce to safety. By hitting the shot slowly, it actually made it more difficult for the Solary defenders to get the save.
Exotic now on the backboard, waits for the half volley. Sorry, our game up, but that might not be lasting too much longer. Exotic.
Oh, no way.
Reset. What a goal this would be! But he's so unfortunate to hit the crossbar. Continued pressure, but the chance is gone.
Oh, what a goal that would have been. Double touch off the ceiling, catches it with a flip reset, and then goes for a double touch off the backboard, all in one aerial play. I swear, Exotic's playing with a boost add-on. He must have more than 100, but beautiful. I was really just rooting for that to go in so we could watch it again in the replay. It hasn't happened, and now Extra will make it 3-0. BDS are running away with game 3. Some, panic defense from Solary, no doubt. But they're still making plays. That was crazy from Exotic.
I think we've seen that once before by Astral. That is it. That is a once in a never sort of play that we almost got to see go in. I'm so upset we can't even blame anyone on BDS for saving it. Like, I wanted a villain out of this at the very least.
Yeah, so it's a once if you're Astral type of play. And everybody else an almost maybe at best, but yeah, overall, Solary can't be too upset with how this series is going. Both goals that they did concede to break the deadlock here were goals that they could have done something about. I'd say it's more frustrating to play BDS and just not really know what to do. You look at the grand final of the last RLCS X regional for EU, and that seemed like Giant's situation that they were in. They lost games 1 and 2. They were both pretty close games that they just looked lost. They're like, what do we do against this team? They're just beating us, and there's really nothing. No options available to us to come back against them. But Solary, the game plan is pretty simple. Let's just stay calm. Let's just make sure that we communicate in defense, so we don't double commit on those slow center balls. And then this could have easily been a 0-0, maybe a 1-0 if Exotic scores that banger. Game that is not as obvious as the scoreline would suggest.
Certainly not. I think it's one part of BDS that is almost understated is that we talk all the time about how quick they are, but that's how quick they can be when they want to be. They mix up the pace on you. They get to a point where you are forced to play at that breakneck pace where you are trying to predict everything. And then they slow it. They, next shot, not going to be the power shot that you're expecting. Now you're so far away from the ball, you can't react to it because you have started to position so far back. And BDS get themselves a free possession. It is their varied offense that causes them to be such a threat.
Oh yeah, BDS they're a comfortable team playing the ground game. If we told them that this series was a no aerials allowed series, they would be totally okay with that. Then you can't say that about every team in Europe or even in the high level 3v3 game. You look at top Blokes, they would probably just forfeit on the spot if you told them they weren't allowed to aerial. But BDS, they're okay with that. They could play, and if you told them, okay, you're only allowed to play for 50-50s this game, they'd be like, okay, yeah, we could do that. You can only dribble, yep, fine. Only aerial, not a problem. They're adaptable. They can slow things down, like you said. They can just suddenly decide, okay, it's demo time. We're just going to go a breakneck pace, steal all the boosts, and smash the other team. And that is something that is so valuable in the modern game, because you're not just going to get completely caught off guard by a team like Vitality, who like to switch up their style mid-series. I think that's probably why BDS have had the best record against them. They can win no matter really what the other team is doing.
Yeah, and that's what makes that conversation that we had on the desk so much more difficult, is that any answer we could give about how to beat BDS would work for a game. Maybe you get another goal in game 2, but it doesn't work for that long, as this is going to be passed straight over to Mark by 8. He wants the infield, but nobody around for him and the rest of the team. Here's Exotic with a booming clear.
Oh, what?
The wits part was Carrion has decided to go and live back there.
What on earth is Carrion doing on the back wall? I mean, it almost worked. I'm not criticizing the play. It's just very
the communication
unexpected.
Was, you see me.
Yeah, you see me? I'm on their back wall. Just the ranked game's calm. Or you just got one player who likes to be in random positions. It definitely had a chance to catch BDS off guard there. Move the back wall a bit closer to the midfield with a nice little catch. But it was slightly out of reach for him. So I'm impressed with Solary's offense. They look like a threat. They look mechanically efficient. The panicky defense seems to be their major problem. so far, and I don't know if that's to do with communication or just lack of synergy, but that's what I'm looking for. If they can keep that clean, this is going to be a very close series.
Good flick up by Monkey Moon, still being chased down by other players. Exotic looks for the turn off the ceiling. Exotic has been so instrumental when it comes to slowing down the transition game of Team BDS. It's on target. Yukis, though, clears. He might have an option to his left as it is being chased down. Not the best few touches here from Monkey Moon, but makes enough of it to have the follow-up contact go to the other side of the field.
Just like game one, Solary are matching BDS mechanically for now. I don't think we've seen BDS step it into that top gear just yet. Oh, that's a great demo. Mark had the goal open there, but the shot hit off the post. Great 50-50 by Exotic, though. No boost, but he's still got a huge win in the play. That's bought Solary all the time they needed to level out what could have been a nasty pressure play for BDS. Yeah, well, I'm just waiting as well. The real question, like I said, about Exotic and about Solary is, can they keep that defense clean? Can they avoid those double commits that happened in the last game? And for BDS, when are they just going to start popping off? When are they going to up the aggression? Because I've not seen as many attempted off-the-ball plays from them as we usually do.
No, it's certainly no offense that could be described as a flurry just yet from either team. Solary especially have been kind of hopeful on, one attempt. All right, and now everyone get back. We have to defend against this situation. So that is a fantastic block. Here comes Exotic. Wow. 2 players used. Always double commit to a save as long as you've got someone to follow it up. Exactly what BDS did. Another double commit. Okay, it's getting a little bit more of a habit now, lads. Get over to the wall. Exotic has got his back turned, but he's always happy playing from here. Ooh. More power than defender expects. Yeah,
extra outplaying one there, but couldn't get it past Exotic, who's just skipped the ball past the first challenge. I'm impressed with Solary, honestly. This is a very good look for them in an overall disappointing season. These players are all very high-rated players. They're, coming off such a successful Season 9 and seeing teams like Giants and BDS step it up. Seeing, players like Archie for top blokes to suddenly burst onto the highest level of the scene. It must be a bit annoying to Solary to think, well, these guys were our peers last season. We were right there with them, and now they're having all this success. Why aren't we getting any of that? But, if they can keep playing like this, I think they can. That's a great back pass. Carrion will attempt the hard clear. Didn't get the best contact on it, so it's gone right to Monkey Moon. That ball being low is the difference between Solary attacking and BDS attacking right now. It's still small margin for error in those power clear situations.
Solary have set a fantastic pace for themselves so far. They have not engaged BDS in a game of pace. Instead, just waiting for their opportunities. That one was a game of pace, and Exotic came out with flying colors off the ceiling. He has been living so far this series for his best players. Extra now. Wants to see if he can cause another double commit. Will not happen. Every time BDS are pressing forward, looking for that one major challenge, that'll give them the space that they need to create a shooting opportunity. Solary are coming out on top. More than well enough. Carrion will clear. There's no one to really aim for, though. But here's good pressure. Exotic lays off to Yukis, and Yukis went straight for net. Monkey Moon had that angle covered.
Shogun, this is a great 0-0, considering how few shots there have been. This is a fantastic back and forth. Both teams trying to out-clear each other. They're just taking each other on. Oh, that's the miss by Carrion. He's got backup, though. He's got backup, so it's not a problem. Faking, just wanted to use that new quick chat. Speaking of new, welcome to anybody who's watching Rocket League for the first time. It's just gone free to play. I'm sure there's a lot of new viewers coming to the game to check out what it looks like at the highest level. They're wondering, wait a minute, the cars can fly? I was playing this game earlier. It was just everybody driving around. What on earth is this? And yeah, that's right. It is a game with quite a few levels to it. And, enjoy your stay. Maybe one day this could be you. Oh, maybe one day you could be putting in the winning goal in an overtime against the 2-time European champions. Yukis with a brilliant finish, marked by 8, caught with a 3-point turn in net, and it is Solary 2-1 ahead. They were up against it in that third game. BDS brought it to them for the majority of it. That's against the run of play. Still, like I said earlier, great look for Solary today.
And for Solary, they're not playing exciting Rocket League right now, but they are a purist dream. I'm sure all of the coaches from the scene right now are looking at this going, Yeah, no, this is good. This is good rotation. This is smart gameplay. They're not doing what they don't need to do. And for Solary, just stripping all of this back to the pure fundamentals of how to play this game is giving them fantastic results, because whilst BDS have got really good possession, they're not making our lads over on Solary blink too much when it comes to defense this game. There wasn't as many shots to find the double commits.
It was all about timing, I would say, for BDS. The timing was a bit off. They had, plenty shots on net, but none of them were too threatening. None of them forced those double commits like they did in Game 2. None of them were, paired up with a demo or a bump, or even the threat of a demo or a bump. You don't actually need to make contact, as we've seen recently with the opposing team's goalkeeper. Just a mere presence of a player, speeding across the defensive box is enough to get goalkeepers jumping out of position and ending up in the wrong place, so they can't make a good save after they've avoided the bump or the demo. We didn't see any of that from BDS. They're taking on Solary in what I would equivocate to a baseline rally in tennis. Both teams are just sitting back and they're just smashing the ball at each other and seeing who's going to make the first bad hit on it. BDS fancy themselves in that matchup. They probably think that their hard clears are as good, if not better. Oh, that's a great pass by Monkeyman. Beautiful vision. But it's a risky thing to do against Solary. They're not a bad team mechanically. They definitely know how to hit the ball hard. That is such good vision though by Monkeyman. Had both defenders convinced he was shooting, and Extra was wide open for the pass.
Sticking with the tennis analogy, you always will see BDS, once they get you in that slightly awkward position, they are running up to that net as quickly as they can, and they look for the smash. Monkeymoon gets another one on the board. And Solary needs to keep this competitive, otherwise it'll be very sobering to be heading into Game 5 after being quite far down against BDS.
That's another beautiful passing play by BDS. The 1-2, Monkeyman up to Extra, who, again, is completely surprised the defense by playing the ball in the opposite direction from what they were expecting. They're maybe expecting a knock onto the backboard, especially after last game. Oh, talking about passing plays, Solary respond with one of their own.
Well, talk about fundamentals. Well, get rid of that for now. Huge demo by Exotic. Opens up the gap. To me, to you, to net. And that is massive for Solary. They are right back in it, and they did it in no time at all.
Yeah, I'm still extremely impressed with Solary today. I don't think they've beaten BDS at their best yet, but they have beaten BDS twice. And that, in and of itself, is an accomplishment these days. Especially after that tough 3-2 win in the previous round of Swiss, we thought this was going to be a completely one-sided series. But yeah, Solary looked like the real deal. I'm curious what BDS are going to do with this lead. Are they going to keep trying to press for more goals, or will they sit back like they did in the last couple of games and take on Solary in that heavy-hitting matchup? I don't think they should. I think it would be a good idea for BDS to keep up the pressure. Solary are quite comfortable playing that power clear versus power clear matchup. Right now it's all Solary in attack as BDS hold on. But the demo on the Extra is going to get Solary right back in offense.
This is the first time I've ever heard Johnny say that BDS should not engage in the long clears. It's been their forte all season long. Whenever a team does it, they get instantly shut in. Solary doing well enough so far. Extra pops up. Right back to the corner. Solary looking to try and break away here, but they've got an infield option. Yukis has got Exotic moving with him. So chooses to give it away, and there is a demo off the ball, but Monkeymoon powers it back up. It's turned into a bit of a race up field now. Kiss back to Kerry, and it's off the crossbar, follow up by Exotic, and marked by 8. Shuts the shot down. Another good shout, though, from Solary, and they're showing us a little bit more to their passing game this game.
Yeah, that was very nice again. Very quick passing play. BDS were keeping a keen eye on it, though. After the first goal they conceded, they, I think, became aware, okay, hold on a second, these guys are starting to pass infield. They're not just smashing the ball at the backboard now. Got to keep an eye on that option as well. But yeah, Solary have to be a team that are making it out of this group with how well they're playing here. There's just no way that you can't imagine them failing to make it out of a top-heavy group like this when they're taking BDS game after game right down to the wire. Even that 3-0, you know, we saw a couple of defensive misplays, but those were unforced errors. It wasn't BDS just dominating them. It was just Solary making a couple of mistakes that they can easily correct.
Certainly could be the case. It's a very long day that we have here on the Swiss system. You have to be capable of bouncing back after a poor result. Over to the wall. Monkey Moon will always be there to meet this one, but he hasn't got a follow-up from a teammate this time around. Instead, BDS sitting back a little bit more here, not as quite aggressive as we have got used to seeing them. Instead, looking to just try and break down this defense piece by piece, steal the boost where you can. Maybe see that one mistake. Monkey Moon does not get the power he needed. He's not going to be able to chase up. Carrion already moving. Goes underneath one. Couldn't get the second block. That would have been massive for the team if he could have got a two-player move out. Sorry, stuck in the blue side of the field here. Gotta find something. Power clear. Try and force some awkwardness. As Exotic looks to try and pop into a teammate. Nobody around for him.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people watching might be just thinking, what are Solary doing? They just keep hitting the ball away. They just keep giving it to the other team. But they're just really struggling to get the ball past BDS, who are challenging really well at the midfield. Like, this is such a difficult team to get past. Oh, they found a way through, though. It's a pass in defense for Carrion. And BDS, third man, steps a bit too close to the sun. That's a sick pass, actually. Exotic stuck it right in Carrion's stride.
That's exactly what they need. They don't want to go to game 5 here. 2 each. And a win for Solary would be massive. They'd have 3 match points.
Oh!
Well, he's 3 chances to go through, but Monkey Moon has just levered this with an outstanding flip reset.
Oh, you joking? He flew behind that ball. He didn't turn his car upside down immediately like most players will these days. You know, the reset is usually something you can see coming, because as soon as a player will jump up for an air dribble, they turn their car around and the entire defense panic. At the same time, they think, yeah, he's going for the flip reset. But this time, Monkey Moon left it till the last second. He just flew after the ball, made it look like a fake air dribble. Then he turned upside down and immediately flicked it into the roof of the net. Insane timing. And now Extra with a double touch makes it 4-2. BDS lost their lead and responded like champions.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, again, good luck. That's all we can say for you on Solary. They have looked so good. They've managed to fight back into this game numerous times. But BDS showing what they're capable of in game 4, and if they look like this in game 5, it might have been an opportunity gone for Solary. This game is now gone from them unless they can score off this play. And then they require something off the kickoff, but not going to happen for them. And all attention turns to Champions Field. And I do have a little bit of a worry here, Johnny, because, you know, I've heard us talk like this previously, and it was last week when I believe we were casting V1 against G2. And we were saying all the same things about V1 in that situation of this team looks fantastic. Yeah, they've lost here.
True.
But they've looked too good to go out here in stage 1. And they did. So for Solary, whilst this looks good so far, you want the win right now.
Very true. You know, I think one of the things that some teams in the new RLCS format have struggled with is not being able to play at their own top level when they're playing against a team of lesser skill. You know, teams that kind of play to the level of their opponents. Solary are having a great series here against BDS, the best in the region. Solary are hanging there, right there with them. They found a 2-goal comeback here past an insanely difficult BDS midfield defense. You know, they were pressing up as a unit. You'd see one challenge coming in for BDS, followed up immediately by a second one every single time. And that is so difficult to get the ball past. It's so difficult for Solary to just move the ball into the BDS half. So before they can even think about shooting, they managed it. And then BDS come back anyway with a couple of incredible solo goals. But this is a big chance. Early on, Exotic, 3 seconds in, wasted no time converting that kickoff goal.
I think you might have delayed the original run, because there is not even a slight slowdown here from Exotic. Wow. Right in on it. Goal within 3 seconds. And you were talking there, Johnny, about a team that plays their opponent's level. Well, a team that can take the 2-time regional champions to game 5 after only just going against 5 against the last resort. Definitely sounds like one of those sort of teams.
Exactly what I'm thinking about, you know, a team that struggle against the last resort. And, you know, I'm no disrespect to the last resort, but they're not a team that we think are going to be making top 16. and making it into that first major. Their team are, I think, going to, maybe peak and maybe start to play their best Rocket League together next split or the one after. But right now, it's teams like BDS, and we expected teams like Solary who are in the conversation for making those deep runs. Great response again from BDS. Marked by 8, just put that one close enough to the bar that the defense, they weren't sure. Exotic just couldn't know for sure if that was going in off the bar, if it was hitting the bar, if it was catching it flush. And he jumps up into his corner, realizes, yep, that's actually a pass, that's not a shot. And it's now 1-1 without much time wasted. Is it going to be 2-1? It is. Monkey Moon finds the bottom corner. Solary are now the team slightly out of position with their third man.
Oh, dearie me. Yeah, 2 players heading straight into the middle right, and neither of them making any contact. So Solary causing their own problems here. BDS just playing around them. Can Solary fix this up quickly, or are they going to concede another one before they can stop the bleeding? Here comes Monkey Moon. Yukis has to be very worried where he's putting those. Carrion's moved up. He's not got contact. And it's a huge save. Solary look rattled here, and they've got to figure this out.
Yeah, they just got to calm down. It's, I'm getting game 2 vibes here where the defense is panicking. The shots are coming in from BDS, and Solary are just jumping and hoping that they're going to make contact before really thinking about what they're doing and where they're going to be hitting the ball. Well, so far we've had 3 incredibly volatile kickoffs. Every single kickoff this game has been an explosive one, with both teams cheating so close on the follow-up. That's just the risk you take. You might get a kickoff goal like Solary did in the first one. You might get a double commit if you end up too close to one another and leave your third man in a 1v2 or a 1v3. That's, every team likes to run that risk these days. It is the meta to just have an extremely close cheat. So if you do get the perfectly aligned stars, like Solary did at the start of this game, you get a free 1-0 lead.
Now, not to fully take away from the pace of this, because I want to get back to it as quickly as possible. Quick little update to other score lines happening around. Guild currently taken to game 5 against Barrage, as we have got Marked by 8 looking to go the whole way. 3-1. BDS have figured this out.
I think Mark heard you talking about Guild. He says, Shogun, listen, mate.
We already beat Guild numerous times.
I'm air dribbling. Just look at this. I'm air dribbling. Forget Guild. Oh, man. BDS know how to step it up with these solo plays. We've seen a couple of good, plays from Solary as well. I think if Exotic scored that double touch with the flip reset in the middle, it would have eclipsed anything that BDS have done this series. But the sheer volume of solo plays that BDS have made, another level entirely. They're definitely a step ahead of Solary in that regard.
The only other result I would currently look towards is that Endpoint currently 2-1 up against Top Blokes.
Wow.
Which, we weren't too impressed by Endpoint coming into this. That would be a huge result for them.
Yeah, certainly, especially because that would ruin Gibbs' 3-0 Top Blokes prediction. So I'm very excited.
This, otherwise, I'm in bad trouble.
I'm very excited to hear that Top Blokes are struggling. Sorry, Top Blokes, but Gibbs predicted you to go 3-0, so I have to root against you. No, I don't think anybody expected this. Go to game 5. That's almost in. Mark just watches it come off the inside of the post, and now he's going to dribble past one. He has the ball back under control, flicks it over to second. Extra and Monkey Man are both there in support. It looks like Yukis has done enough. He's covered enough of the goal. The BDS will have to say goodbye to that chance on net.
Drop back to Carrion. He didn't have Yukis on the left-hand side to really work with, so instead chose to power the ball to the back of the field.
Yeah, poor. It was a very poor shot there by Carrion. The consistency of the power hits and the power shots seems to be deteriorating as this game gets later on into the final few seconds of the match, really. It's going to feel like a very, very short 75 seconds if you are a Solary player. But, they've got to believe. They've made it to Game 5. They made it to Champions Field against the EU champions. They've got themselves in a winnable game. It's a very, difficult game, but it is still winnable. So they've just got to up the pressure, create some chances, and then see what happens.
Yeah, when it comes to BDS, those chances are not going to be handed over to you. BDS don't make those sorts of mistakes. As Monkey Moon will clear yet again. Exotic is determined to keep this ball in that final third, but it has not worked. Marked by 8 clears the pressure, and he's got a huge block. Get out of here, says Marked by 8. That is monstrous.
My goodness. What a game Mark is having. First the solo air dribble, and now the underdunk 4-1. You know, I talked about 3-1 being still a winnable game. I don't know anymore. I think this might be GG's. And unfortunately, despite Solary's best efforts here, despite keeping this, scoreline extremely respectable in the series, they'll still be dropping back to that 1-1 score, joining all the other teams who have 1 series win and 1 series loss on their record today. BDS, as expected, will be going 2-0 in the overall standings. And yeah, by the sense of things, they might meet some unexpected competition once they get there. If Endpoint can close out that series against Top Blokes, and yeah, BDS might have quite an easy end to their day.
Extra looks for net, but he's not going to get anything for it. He doesn't need anything for it. BDS have seen off the challenge. They take this game and they head on through to the qualification rounds. As for Solary, they passed the test in terms of game quality. Now they face a new test. Can they do what V1 couldn't do in the North American regionals and figure out what to do after a loss?
Yeah, there's no question. Solary are still a very legitimate team when they can play up to the level we expect from them. This was overall a very impressive series. I'm sure that everybody who's woken up early and caught the first broadcasted match today are delighted that they did, because that was brilliant from Solary. One of the best performances we've seen from them all season. And like I said earlier, I really expect them to make it through, but you've got me doubting it. I won't lie. You've got me doubting slightly, making that V1 comparison. Because Solary haven't been able to deliver consistent results against the lower quality teams. So keep an eye on that bracket. Keep an eye on this team. Clearly, when they do make it into these top matches, they can perform. They can make it interesting. But BDS, still the team to beat. They went to Game 5, but they got the W.
So, Johnny, I get to be right with BDS moving through. You get to be right because the former Monkeys have managed to win their game to head over to 2-0 on the day. But if you want to go and see whether or not Gibbs can be right, then make sure you head over to twitch.tv/eLeague TV to see how that Game 5 is going between Endpoint and Top Blokes. When we come back, it is going to be round number 3. We're going to find out who is heading through to Saturday.
Off the sidewall. Big stuff from Archie. Not over Metsonor's, though. And we haven't seen Endpoint get a good look at it yet. They're looking for at least 2 defenders to be falling behind, and maybe Virtuoso can extend this play and be that guy. Metsonor's, though, will send it back down. And again, this ball will remain in the blue half, so Top Blokes have time to grab boost at midfield and contain the pressure. Finally, Endpoint are able to move out, but it gets immediately stalled and taken away.
This is where Metz's play of cutting it off in the midfield will be so important. Securing a chance there for Virtuoso. Wave continuing it as well. But Metz on these sidewalls is lethal. He will cut it out and whip from sidewall to sidewall as often as you like, no matter where the ball goes. He follows it, and Casio with another gigantic miss, presuming he's low on boost, but Endpoint take those.
That's their third booming hit in this series for a goal. That's their third one.
He could have reached that. He had about 20 boost.
That's their third. If Top Blokes lose this game, Stumpy, That's their third booming hit they've given up.
It's spicy, isn't it? This matchup, man. It's so good. So good. But 60 seconds on the clock as Metza sends it far to Virtuoso. Gently bumps Archie out the way, reminding him who is boss after all. Metza, central from the ceiling. Realizes Archie is there first, so will leave that play to go all the way to his half. Vert, 100 boost, and forces Archie to chase him too. Archie has got a chip on his shoulder. 45 seconds remain. They're even. I feel like an overtime's coming.
Can we get an oxygen check on Stumpy right now? Open net. I was just thinking it. No dumb defense. No dumb defense from Endpoint. You can't give up a goal like this. And literally 0 bodies in the back of the net. You can't afford to give up a goal like that. 2-1. Top Blokes. Just, again, Endpoint. This defense in the last 2 games is shooting herself in the foot.
Yeah, Wave's rotation letting down Endpoint there entirely. Should not have challenged that, but Mets giving Wave a redemption story. Goes high, falls down. Both Flame and Cassio commit. Can Wave keep this ball central? He can. Virtuoso's there. Central again. Mets Norris, though, too far in the center. As Wave will rotate on that and will pick up that back boost, meaning Mets can send it over towards Virtuoso. 10 seconds remain. Top Blokes about to secure the reverse sweep. Metza Norris needs his chance. That is central. Good chance, but Flame saves it away. Virtuoso keeps it high. Cassio up to challenge, off the ceiling. Tough to get to. And Top Blokes wipe the floor in the end. Those final 3 games, Endpoint did not have enough to resist the reverse sweep. I said, along with Cole, supporting Endpoint is, in one word, pain. And that is why. Top Blokes, incredible.
I don't know why the desk was saying, I disagree. They have to be in a certain position. No, screw that. That was pain. You ever watch them play like I just did?
Real pain.
That's painful. But honestly, the one thing, Stumpy, the one thing I will slightly disagree with you is saying that the Top Blokes wiped the floor. Sure, in Game 4 and possibly Game 3 at the end they did. That Game 5 was not looking pretty for Top Blokes to a minute. Like I just got to put that out there. Like even with that win, if you're a Top Blokes fan, you got to be heavily concerned with this team. Not scared, not worried. You have to be concerned with what they're doing because their defense is sloppy. Their offense doesn't have a lot of dimensions. Finally, they're hitting the angles they were looking for. But man, Endpoint kind of gave up that last game, sure. But at the end of the day, both teams looking very sloppy. So I am interested to see what Top Blokes is able to do now. I'm going to keep my eye on them and look at their defense specifically. Couple of booming hits that should not have gone in as goals that they gave up. So who knows?
I mean, tell you what, though, really, really good chances for both teams to show what they are about, where Virtuoso opened up the net for Metza to get those long booming shots. We were complaining about Cassio. He was missing, ultimately, a couple of those booming shots, but Virtuoso was not making it easy for him. Alternatively, Top Blokes showing what they can be when they aren't feeling the gameplay that they'd like to do, when they aren't just having constant shot on target. When they're pushed back, they do work themselves into an awkward position, and Endpoint forced them there. So ultimately, good performance by Endpoint, especially mentally, working their way into that 2-1 at the end of Game 5 as well. Typically, I would be worried that we'd see a blowout in that Game 5 because of the mentality that Endpoint do have, but Top Blokes, I agree. We're going to be harsh on them because of the team that they are. Yeah. They can do better than that. Fans of them won't be hearing us say that and think, well, that seems a little bit harsh. That was about what Top Blokes have to offer. No one's thinking that. So if you guys have any thoughts, let us know on Twitter. That was a series that I think will leave us gobsmacked for a little while. If you guys have anything to say, let us know on Twitter using hashtag RLCS X and tweeting at RL Esports. We are going to be back after this break with a few round 3 matchups. It will still be me. It will still be Spaceman. We'll see you in about 5 minutes.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, European Regional number 3. I'm Leaf alongside me, Gibbs, and Turtle is joining us on the desk now to talk about that last matchup. BDS versus Solary, we thought was very much in favor of BDS. Chat thought so as well. But Turtle, this was a lot closer than maybe BDS was hoping for.
This was a sick matchup. I mean, I loved Johnny's and Shogun's analyst work where they discussed how this was just a lot of different clears going back and forth. BDS actually didn't want to engage in that, which is 100% true. It seemed like BDS were getting outpaced in a lot of those midfield clears and that huge clear battle, so they decided to keep it a little bit close, go for some solo plays instead, and we saw some crazy pop-offs from our boys at BDS. They clutched it out, but Solary, man, if they can keep this level of play up, they are deadly throughout the rest of the day.
And that's the hard part for Solary. BDS, like, sure that they were down, and then they're like, we're just going to do solo plays. And it's not just one of us that's going to do it. All three players had some phenomenal plays for the last 2 games. And then you're just like, what else can we do to take down this BDS squad? They were playing so great as a team, and then BDS is just like, we're just going to out-mechanic you and just dunk on you or flip reset or go for double taps. And that's why BDS is so good. They bounce back. They were down in the series, and they take the win.
Yeah, no, we've seen this before. I mean, BDS has gone up against teams that you're like, oh, you should be beating them, and then it goes to a game 5. But the important thing is they always follow through, and now they find themselves at a 2-0 spot. Let's take a look at the standings right now and just understand where everything fits in today's Swiss format. You know, BDS now again at that 2-0 spot, so they're going to facing off against the other 2-0s on that upper half there, Gibbs.
Yeah, so we had the perfect round 1 where all the top seeds won, and now the perfect round 2, at least on the high side, with the 1-0s, where the top 4 seeds have won. So they will battle it out in that 2-0 round, which is going to be a lot of fun. See BDS versus Monkeys, top Blokes versus Guild. And basically that's how these seeds work out anyway. BDS, the number 1 seed, versus Monkeys, who would be the 4th. But these games are really interesting because Monkeys and Guild are those 2 teams that are starting to emerge when we look at the weekly stuff from the grid. They're making bracket stages. They're going far versus the 2 teams at the top of the points for all of RLCS, BDS and top Blokes.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be even closer than we think, especially with those 2-0 matchups, because both those teams fighting for so much, and so much is on the line here just in the first day, Gibbs.
Yep, and then we see here the 1-1 teams. Now, on the low end of the matches, a lot of upsets happened there. So these 0-2 teams were not expected. A TLR down there was not expected. They're still fighting for a potential major spot. Now they got to win 3 in a row to even keep those hopes alive. So it's going to be very interesting to see how those matches play out.
But of course, we do have more matches to play. Only 2 rounds are done. We have 3 more rounds to go, which means some teams are going to qualify now, and some are going to have some heartbreak and have to try again through the next rounds. Taking a look at our next matchups, we have on this stream here, BDS versus Monkeys coming up second and Blokes versus Guild first. We do have our E-League stream going on, twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. Hit the squad button underneath the twitch.tv/Rocket League stream, and you're going to be able to watch some other matches like Barrage and Nameseekers, or Solary versus Stay Fresh, or all of them. Have them on multiple monitors, all the Rocket League, all the time. It's good stuff. But on that BDS Monkeys one, I'm sure Johnny's not happy about the Monkeys pulling this one here, Gibbs. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he had them going 3-0 on the day, and I don't know if that's going to happen against BDS.
Yeah, he was pretty upset when he saw those matches. He's like, come on, I didn't want BDS here. I want to be right. But like at the end of the day, you have to beat the best to be the best, right? So this is good practice. And either way for Monkeys, like if they do lose, well, BDS is through and they don't have to worry about playing them later. And the way they've been playing lately, like I think they'll be just fine.
Turtle, do you think the Monkeys have any chance here? Or is like BDS just on too much of a hot streak?
I don't know. I would have said yes had Solary had won that previous matchup, but now it's like, okay, you bring all your best players, your best assets of your team, and you fight BDS with everything you're skilled at, and BDS will just counter you with solo play. So even if Monkeys come out here, pop off completely as a team, they're winning the clear game, BDS are going to hit you with solo plays. They have the mechanics to go for the flip resets, the crazy double taps. They don't even need to use the passing plays that we're so used to seeing them from the midfield and with those booming clears. So how do you beat these guys? I don't think it's possible for Monkeys.
Well, let's talk about the match that's actually coming up here, the one we're going to see first, and it's Blokes versus Guild. This is a big matchup, I think, for the Guild here. Blokes has proven time and time that they're a team that's going to make it into the tops, Gibbs, but Guild has been on the rise. Shogun was talking about it during that pre-show, that Guild is finally starting to connect, now making it to a grand finals in the last grid there. Not going too well against BDS, but they still made it to the grand finals, which is a great sign for the roster.
When you write the playbook for any team, the playbook does not consist of, all right, guys, let's just hate each other so much that we're not going to communicate throughout Regional 2. Have someone join another stream and communicate there. And guess what? Once that happened, like after that, they've been on fire. They've been doing so good in every single grid. They've been doing good through the regionals, making that playoff bracket. Somehow this has worked. And I don't know if we should give credit to Gregan or not, but hey, mastermind right there, Greg. Yeah. Great job with that one. But now you're running into Top Blokes, who have been consistently at the top. And while Guild has been doing good, 3 weeks ago they played in the grid, and that was playoffs. Top Blokes beat them 4-0. So Top Blokes is still one of those teams to watch out for. My only concern here is Guild. Like, if you do lose this, please don't tilt. That's all I got for that.
I kind of want to bring it back to that whole idea of, like, it being a genius plan, and that I think what happened probably is just they realized, well, we do have that potential. We do have the capability to win here. And I think that might have been just an accidental wake-up call for the entire team to say, know what? Yep. Maybe we can throw any differences that we have aside and actually start to win this thing, because we all now respect each other as top competitors. We know that we can do this. And I feel like, that's really what happened for these guys.
Now we've
seen that. Yeah.
Speaking as a married man, one of the best things that you can do is, like, we just had a really bad argument, but we worked it out at the end. And that's a really good builder for any relationship.
Wholesome.
And Guild, it can't get much worse than what happened in Regional 2. So from here on out, it's just an uphill climb, man. Soon we'll be getting some wedding bells going for Tho and Scrub. It's going to be great.
Wait. So if Leaf and I get married, Leaf is not allowed to roast me on the desk anymore. Is that how this works?
No. You still have arguments here.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. You can do it more. It's there's no hope. Know that you won't feel as bad, Turtle.
Okay.
Simple as that.
Okay, well, I'm kind of curious now to get the fan vote in. Do you guys think the Blokes will have this, or if Guild is going to finally, get engaged and get that date set up for when the marriage is going to happen, which hopefully for them is going to be a grand finals on stage number 3 here. But they got to get through this match first. This is, an important match for them, qualification here. Guild or Top, in chat, let us know. While you guys get your votes in, we're going to chat about this just a little bit more here. What is Guild going to have to do? I mean, what have they been doing that's a lot better in the grid that's getting them these results, and how are they going to shut down Blokes, Turtle? Blokes are just a solid team. Yeah. I think one of those parts greater than some sort of math thing. Altogether, they work really well. Their synergy is really key, and they seem to be in the right spot every time.
This is a really tough matchup for me. I don't even know how the chat's going to decide on this one, because I look at both these teams and I can see the pros and cons, and how in this matchup it could go either way, because you've got Guild, on the other hand, who were struggling with giving each other space. That's why I think the communications and having somebody, bounce around in different comms and all that, roadblock actually helped them. It seemed like once they were able to figure out how to communicate better and they had that roadblock, they got over it. Now they're a little bit, the bond is there. In game, you can see they're a little bit more trustworthy of each other, okay? The marriage is going to happen, all that stuff. But then Top Blokes, it's like they've had that the whole time. They might not have, the 1v1 individual skill that the Guild brings, but the synergy is so much higher. So it's like you have personal 1v1 skill versus everybody who's just using each other. They got the passes. The defense from Top Blokes is always fantastic. And Guild, how are they going to break that down?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a really good question. I kind of want to put it on paper. You said you're doing at the beginning a bit of fence sitting. Understandably, this is a hard one to pick here, because Guild has that full potential to go full. I call it monkey style gameplay, where you just kind of go with your mechanics, right? And they have that potential. Like they really do, and it can really shut down Blokes.
And Blokes don't really have that, though. That's the thing. If Guild goes that way, Blokes can't really counter it with their own, we're going to take you on the 1v1 skills, because they won't meet that line, the line of skill, the ceiling that the Guild can hit.
So I want to get you off the fence, though, and I'm going to get you to get into your brain right now. Get those thoughts fixed out. I'll let Gibbs go first here. We're going to get your predictions here. So Gibbs, who do you have of Blokes versus Guild?
Speaking of the 1v1 skill or the mechanical skill, we're forgetting about Archie on Top Blokes. He has been phenomenal throughout 2 regionals. I expect Top Blokes to pull this out. Like, I know Guild, they are a hit or miss team, and lately it's been more hit, but not when you go up against a team like Top Blokes, who's been consistently up there in top 2, top 3 for all of Europe. I think Top Blokes narrowly edge this out. I might predict differently, but in the pre-show I had 3-0 Top Blokes, so I have to back them at this point. So I'm going Top Blokes.
Yeah, that is fair. I guess you can't go against yourself. I mean, here's the thing. No, Gibbs goes against everything he says all the time just to make sure he's right in the moment.
Just clip one or the other, yeah. But no, I'm going to double down top Blokes.
Okay, double down top Blokes. They're going with the dub here. Turtle, do you agree with Gibbs, or do you think we're going to have Guild victory here?
I feel like normally I would go for the stronger defense, which in this case is going to be top Blokes. But because of their rough matchup earlier, I think Guild have a little bit more momentum, coming into this. And I feel like when they're put in those situations of the 1v1 versus that third man back, top Blokes, they're a little bit shaky right now. I think that's why Guild's going to take it.
This is a hard one. I was doing some of that fence sitting too, Turtle, on this one, just because we talked exactly why we thought each could win here. The Guild Esports, they have this crazy mechanical ability. All three of these players, when they get momentum, it can really just start to pummel that backboard. If someone's getting those demos on the rotates out, then it's almost a GG at that point. The question is, are they going to be able to have that synergy? When it comes to synergy, though, the top Blokes have been so consistent. All three of these players, while, Archie stands out, they've never all been like crazy, but together they connect so well. And that consistency leads me to believe that they're going to take the dub here. So I will have to take top Blokes barely. In all honesty, I'm barely in favor of top Blokes, but I am in favor of top Blokes because of that synergy. I'm entirely confident that Guild has what it takes to do this, but consistency you have to go with it at the end of the day, right? Blokes have been at the top for the longest time here, but Guild is, wow, okay, Guild's winning and it's close.
Oh,
but Turtle,
okay, there we go.
Chat's with you.
That's what I'm talking about. Look, all I want is a series that's just as good as the one we just saw with Johnny Boy and Shogun, because that BDS Solary matchup, it was so mechanical, booming clears on both sides, different playstyles clashing. If we can get that same result here, I'll be happy.
I wonder how close that was before you made your prediction. Chat's just on your side, I think. I think they're just helping you.
I think they would have done it either way. I might have honestly decreased the votes. Like, oh, Turtle's going for this? Bro, I can't follow with this guy.
Well, get on Twitter at RLCS and give Turtle your support, because he's the only one on the desk that took Guild, but you guys were with him in the fan vote. At RLCS, hashtag RLCS X. But it's now time for our next match. It's top Blokes versus Guild.
Thank you very much there, Leaf. And Johnny, I want to start pushing something here, because every single time we have these fan votes, of course, we have the two teams. But I want to push for hashtag Team Turtle. I want everyone on Turtle's side from now on. Wherever he wants to go, everyone should go.
Yeah, I agree. I love me some, crazy Turtle predictions. But, based on Guild's recent results, this one isn't actually so crazy. There might be something to this Guild team at the moment. And, I think stylistically, they've got a good shot recently as well, because top Blokes, yes, they've had some very, very impressive results this year. But when teams figure out how to play against them, it doesn't really go anywhere close to the same way. And for me, I'm looking to Guild to just stop with these pointless air dribbles, just instead go for actual dribbles. It's all about dribbles, not air dribbles, when you're playing against the Blokes. Because these guys don't have the best ground game. Definitely, compared to their aerial game, it's nowhere near the same level. Because top Blokes are insane in the air. But let's see if Guild can take it to them down low.
Well, the last time these team played was back in Regional 1, where top Blokes ended up losing it 2-3 against Guild. So for those of you out there that did pick Guild, you at least have the historics to go with you, but you don't have the starting goal in your favor.
That's a great knock-on by Flame. Look at that recovery off his own challenge from the sidewall. He just flies into a double-touch center ball. That totally caught Guild off guard, totally caught them by surprise. Castillo not going to miss from that range. But yeah, just a huge play from Flame to kick things off.
Castillo is going to get a flip reset. Didn't do anything else with it. But these are the long clears that we've been seeing more and more often from Guild. It's starting to feel, and this probably has a lot to do with Dragon's influence, but it's starting to look more and more like the old school Vitality playstyle of individual goes, do what you can with it, force the challenge, and I'll come and follow. And if they can get that nailed down, well, Vitality certainly don't have a bad record with that playstyle.
Hey, if Guild can become what Vitality used to be, I think they'll take it compared to what they've had so far this year. Just want to give a shout to that. Great play there from Castillo. The "my people need me" flip reset, where he lands the reset and then goes, actually, no, I need to be over here. Goodbye, ball. See you later. Yeah, not the most effective mind game, unfortunately. Not meriting a quick chat. Faking, in my opinion.
We're going to need to get you a button, Johnny. Just every single time you see something that you think is a fake, just hit the button, instantly comes up on screen for everyone at home.
Just a triple faking, obviously, with one button press. And the chat disabled afterwards as well. Oh, not far off. Actually, a double touch coming in as well. Scrub with the rebound. Nolly and Scrub combining for a really good chance there. Now Nolly with a big bump on the back wall. That's awkward. Oh, Blokes had to be patient there. There was almost no way for them not to own goal in that position. But they've gotten away with it for now. Where's the third man of Guild? He's coming in as Though. Flame's going to beat him to it. Though actually faked the challenge. Finds Nolly at the edge of the box. Return pass. And Guild have found a way through. Oh, it was just boost starvation for poor top Blokes who couldn't get any hard hits on the ball there. And Guild find a way through.
Yeah, if they were going to get anything, it had to come from Flames Clear, but he just completely scuffed it. And there we go, right back in it. You can always hear Archie from home just screaming, don't move. I've got this. If you move anywhere, I'm putting it off you.
Yeah, it's just a nightmare scenario. You know that there's probably a Guild player encroaching on that goal line ball extremely quickly, and there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to wait anyway for the ball to reach you so you can clear it. So yeah, good job really by top Blokes not to own goal in that position, which I think would have been the most popular play if Twitch chat were put in that position. But still, Guild able to find a way through. Oh, a great shot by Cassio. You know, he's not one to dribble unless he has no other options, but look at that first touch. Takes two out of the game. And a pretty nice half volley as well to beat the last man. Very good 1v3 by the Frenchman.
Yeah, Cassio's dribbles. He doesn't go for them often, but when he does it in 2 touches. Nothing.
It's like, okay, let's get this over with.
I suppose I have to.
Fine, I guess I'll dribble them. Would prefer to be flying right now, but okay, I guess I'll just score a 1v3 dribble. That's the top Blokes way, Shogun.
We'll see whether or not they can hold on to their lead as we encroach on the final 90 seconds of this first game. Foe off the backboard. Archie instantly gets to it. Nolly's got a bit of time here, but Flavor's going to start chasing for him. Foe already up on the side. Might go for the double tap. Archie has to make sure he gets contact. Good defensive play so far from top Blokes. They are meeting every single long ball, and they're putting it into a position where another teammate can get a powerful clear. So there's been nothing on board right now for Guild to really work with in the long run. Archie's going to get here first. It's a popping clear, though, and Flame has to try and help it on. That's a fantastic touch.
Yeah, it's been quite a similar style to what we saw in Solary versus BDS for the most part. Good double touch contact by Nolly, but he's put it wide. You know, Guild are playing for that back corner hard clear quite often. The problem is they're not really following it up with immediate pressure, and that's giving top Blokes so much time to either control the ball or send it straight back. And there's they're not advancing with their hard clears and putting pressure on that defense. Those got a chance here. Oh, it's gone in! It wasn't the best clear by top Blokes, but those still had to pick his spot here past 2 goalkeepers. Great finish.
That was so quick. And it's been often a criticism of Guild that they don't quite have the rotation in the top spot to take advantage of those sort of mistakes. They're usually too far forward or they're too far back. That time around, Foe spotted his opportunity and lashed it into the top of the goal. In a game where top Blokes were easing their way towards a Game 1 victory, they've suddenly handed it back. Nolly passes it to Foe, has to take his time and go for the back of the net. Oh, crossbar will deny him. But this is worrying now for top Blokes. They have looked static in defense.
Yeah, it's when the boost runs dry, top Blokes don't really know what to do. They're not the most comfortable team defending on low boost. No, I mean, no team would rather do that, but...
Oh, wait a second!
Oh, Flames clutched it! Cassio deflects the ball into the middle. Nolly caught on the wrong side of it. That's a bit careless. And Flame, the one who opened the scoring, closes it out with a brilliant shot. 3-2, not even a chance for Guild. That's a 0-second play. Top Blokes take game 1.
I feel like we have one of these every single week, Johnny, that we look at and just go, if you are playing the ball near the wall and you see someone coming, change your position as quickly as possible. Because if you are on the outside of that, all you are doing is losing the challenge and forcing the ball to move faster. And it is certainly something that Guild got caught on this time.
Yeah, Nolly was asking to get dunked on, and he got dunked on. That's what happens when you're on the outside of the ball, in your back corner, and the other player just flips straight into it. You know, you might be going for somewhat of a mind game in the play, and I suppose there's a chance that the opposing attacker will just flip past it, but so what? You know, you're still in your back corner. You know, maybe you can get an air dribble to clear the ball, but it's really not that profitable at the end of the day. And yeah, I would like to see some more safe defending in the next one by Guild. Got to get goal side, especially at the end of the game, in a tie.
Yeah, you have to look at the risk versus reward, because even if the play does come out, what is the on-the-ball player really getting through? Well, you're getting past one player. If it goes wrong, what's happening to you? The ball is going towards your net very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's like far too large of a risk in that trade-off. Flame lobs it up to Archie. Actually, an uncontested aerial there for Archie. I don't think he realized how much time he had. Guild just letting him have it. Can't be the right play, but they may not have had an option. You know, sometimes you see the ball come across the box and you wonder, why is there no challenge? It's just, you know, occasionally there just isn't enough boost for the challenge to be there. And I think that Top Blokes were just as surprised as we were to see that Archie wasn't contested in that position.
Archie gonna take his time. He took a little bit too much, actually, and gave it over to Foe. Nolly looks for the follow-up shot. This has become a little bit of a habit from both teams this game, Johnny. Every time, taking a little bit too much in the form of liberties when it comes to the defensive play out.
Yeah, it's got to be more carefully done than that. There's no real worse way to concede than just off a bad 50-50. It feels so helpless. It feels like there's nothing you could do, really. But if you look back a few steps, there was something you could do before that occurred.
Oh, that is a monster challenge from Archie. He just jumped, paddled the ball back down, and Flame will claim credit for the goal. But yeah, Nolly just bounced.
The timing from Archie there, absolutely spot on. As soon as the challenge arrives, he just planted his car immediately behind the ball, precisely behind the ball, and that is insane. Absolutely insane. Just allows the easiest goal of the day to go in. Just a quick out of game notification that we've just heard. Rocket League has passed 1 million concurrent players in game for the first time ever. So congratulations to Rocket League, congratulations to Psyonix on a hugely successful, Epic Games as well, hugely successful launch of free-to-play. That's pretty cool. And yeah, another thing that's pretty cool is that Guild have equalized. So we've got a game in our hands once again.
I'm going to try and not go into the whole talk about, I remember when we had less than 100 players in Battle Cars, but it is right there.
Have your moment, Shogun. Go on, have your moment.
Mate, do you remember? You won't remember, actually.
I won't. I
we
did not
used
play Start,
to just be playing for £25 PSN vouchers. And now look at us, all playing to try and make it to a $1 million LAN. That is ridiculous how far this game has come in terms of evolved across the old game and the new one. So it is fantastic to see, and what could be even more fantastic to see is whether or not this will go in. Well,
another one of those slow plays in the setup, but no question about the finish. I love that Cassio's trying to do this all himself, though. He's like, how do I just rebound this? How do I pinball machine this ball into the net? Archie says, it's okay, buddy. Don't worry about it. I know you're trying to think of a 500 IQ way to score this, but I've got a much more simple solution. 2-1.
Look, Cassio has to try and work around, okay? Because all of his plays are not allowed to involve the word dribble. Wait, they can involve the word dunk.
It's going to all just result from just bobbling 50-50 type of plays. That's, you know, not the most decisive defense from Guild, though. The other plays that we saw involved just pressure from Top Blokes, causing the defense to crumble. But there, you know, Guild just have to do more. They just need to get the ball away from danger. You can't be deflecting it into your own box. That's what Top Blokes are trying to do. And, you know, Guild are not helping themselves out in this second game.
Certainly not, and it has been rather consistent from them to be far too careless in defense, cannot find the challenges that they want, and Top Blokes keep taking advantage. Nolly needs Foe to get to this, and he couldn't beat Flame. Every single time they take to the air, Top Blokes have had them covered. Now Cassio, he's got Archie. Gonna try and make use of him, but Archie back down. Realize they got the 2-goal lead. They don't need to go and put pressure on. Don't need that double commit. Instead, it is Guild that have got to come to them as they look to drop down. Nolly's gonna have to give that back to Scrub. too much work to do. They've not got any options to the left-hand side, so Nolly had to try and go solo.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough boost for Scrub to really make anything off that pass, although it was a good idea from Nolly to give it back to him. You know, there was just no way for Scrub to center it to Tho with the way that the play was set up. That's a good center to Nolly. Well shot down, though, by Casio. He had his eye on that infield pass right as it was coming in. And that's, you know, the difference between an almost unstoppable shot flying on your net and quite an easy clear for the defense. Great play again by Top Blokes.
Gotta keep bringing attention over to Casio as well. Like, he is making these decisions, he's making them quick, and then he's getting to them fast, or he's just winning the challenge. He has been a complete rock for the team so far. One that is very much needed against a team that has done well in challenge games lately, but Guild have not got it going at all here. 40 seconds left, and they don't want to see this going in. Oh my goodness, Scrub! That was a bit brave,
Wow.
that.
I love that, though. That's confidence. Scrub not only saving the ball as it bounces on the goal line, but knocking it off his own post to pass to himself.
I know what that was. Scrub's out here. He knows we've got a million new players. He knows that everyone's looking. He's just like, oh, you know that part of the intro? Yeah, the one where a car just stops. Yeah, I'm the guy. I did that.
That was him. That was his play. Late chance for Null. He's going to try and pinch it into the middle. Actually catches the ball on the back wall. Has the ceiling shot lined up. Oh, precision was the route of choice as it works out. And I think Guild have lost it. The ball just refused to cross the line before 0 seconds. If they had just put this in without the crossbar, they would have had a chance. But as is, it's no more than a consolation goal.
We're getting all the tributes to the classics here, Johnny. We even just got Nolly trying to pull off Garrett's ceiling shot from Season 5 World Championship. That was interesting, but didn't quite go in. And for Guild, I mean, it's very obvious where this isn't working. The question is, can they fix it now? Because this defense is getting them caught. We know they like to play it out. We know that they don't like to go for the booms. Maybe mix in 1 or 2 booms, though, because Top Blokes are just latching on top of them.
Well, you know, I think the real problem for me this game is that Guild were, and maybe the whole series, is that Guild are just putting themselves on the wrong side of the ball at key moments. Game 1 with the winning goal. It came off a 50-50 where Guild were on the outside of the ball. This second game, we had the great 50-50 from Archie. Again, we had a Guild player just bouncing off the ball on the outside edge. They're trying to go for big wins every time. They're trying to win in every 50-50 situation instead of playing the safer route, which is to not let the ball go near your goal with these defensive challenges. So just, I guess, the wrong approach from Guild, perhaps. They're trying to get big wins in positions where the risk is just far too high.
Absolutely is the case. You guys do want to check out some of our Rocket League as well, get your second monitor up and running, or just hit the squad stream. Go to twitch.tv/eLeagueTV, where we've got Name Seekers against Badage, my favorite team, Stumpy's favorite team. But currently, they're not in a favorable position. 2 games to nothing down against the Name Seekers, as it is going to be 1 goal to nothing down. Guild put themselves up.
Yeah, Guild just got that one in. It felt like one of those moments when Tho hit the inside of the post, you're thinking, yeah, that's just going to bounce clear, isn't it? But luckily for them, it didn't. It stuck around to the back post for Nolly to score. Guild are on the board early in game number 3. You know, this is I guess just a crazy realization for all the new Rocket League players today, Shogun. We've got a million players online for the first time in the game, and now they're realizing, wait, there's how much competitive Rocket League? How many posts are we going to see regularly? Well, one more, certainly.
Don't expect the post to be that nice ever again.
But yeah, I guess the short story for competitive Rocket League for all the new viewers is there's a ton of Rocket League to watch. So you can take your pick, really, and how much and how often you want to watch it. There's pretty much always Rocket League happening in this competition. And there's a lot of money as well. There's, you know, over $4 million in this entire year's World Championship circuit. You know, that's enough for every single one of those players who's playing online right now at the same time to split it evenly, and everybody could get a meal deal. It's a lot of money.
Hey! Sorry. I'll tell you what though, Johnny. You know how we always have terrible ideas when we broadcast? I want to put together an actual good one for a change. For those of you that are completely new to Rocket League Esports, I feel like we need a part of a website that is just called whichteamshouldisupport.com.
True.
Or, you know, something like that. You know, that which Rocket League team should you go in on to start with? Just to introduce you, maybe over time, you can start, you know, picking your new favorites.
You
Teams like BDS or Space Station, you are cheating.
No, you can make this, Shogun. It could be like one of those quizzes.
Yeah, no, let's talk about my coding abilities, shall we?
Which cheese are you or something? Which pizza topping are you? Which Rocket League team are you? Which Rocket League Pro are you? That's what all the new fans need. Just a quick like 10-question quiz to give them their player and their team that they can root for, since there are so many. You know, if you love teams that like Gibbs is talking about, they love to have arguments and then they love to all make up and get on well and make deep runs together. Guild are the team for you. Who knows? They're probably not even talking to each other right now. They're probably all, you know, disconnected from the Discord, because that's what they need. They need something special at the moment. It's not going well for them once again. Nobody's on the right side of the ball. Nobody's covered in the goal. They've got a whole lot of spectators on the outside edge, and none of them are able to get that save. 2-1 Top Blokes are running away with it.
Yeah, Top Blokes looking so good this series, and looks like, to everyone's dismay, Gibbs might end up being right about them, which...
Oh no.
Wow,
What?
it's happened again!
How often is this going to happen? Guild!
Right, Johnny, take a breath. We're going to take a breath.
No.
We're both going to be very angry. 3, 2, 1. Okay, what are you doing right now, Guild? What is this? How many more times can you get caught by the same thing?
I just don't know. What are they trying to accomplish in these positions? What do they think is going to happen? They're like, oh, did you guys see that? Game 1 and 2, every 50-50s bouncing straight into our net. Yeah, let's try that again. Maybe it was just unlucky. Maybe, you know, third time the ball's not going to bounce off our car straight into our own goal. It's like watching Season 1, actual RLCS Season 1 here, not, you know, free play Season 1. This is what I expected from Rocket League defense 5 years ago. Yeah, Guild they're gonna need a quick little bit of counseling after this one so that they get ready for the next round.
Fair play. I will say Guild are scientists. You know, they realize that if you want to find something out about your hypothesis, you can't just test it once. You've got to test it numerous times. So yeah, that's what they've been doing here. I feel like, Johnny, a good stream idea for you is like almost turning yourself into the sorting hat of Rocket League. Just people come into your stream, say, hi, Johnny, this is what I'm looking for my favorite team, and you tell them, all right, this is your team, buddy.
Yeah, just give them the team. They're like, what? No, I didn't. I didn't want to be in Slytherin. Oh, come on, why do I have to be a Guild fan? Nah, I'm only joking. Guild actually won the vote here against Top Blokes, who have performed significantly better than them this season because they are such a popular team. There's loads of Guild fans who are just waiting for this team to live up to their potential. They've got everything that a good team should, you know, need. They've got mechanics. They've got, you know, the historical success. They've got a great org backing them, but they just can't put 2 and 2 together. You know, they just don't have a calculator, I guess. But I still have high hopes for this team. I think that they can solve their problems. And when they do, they're going to be a team to, you know, be in the competition or be in the conversation to win tournaments. But the lesson for today is quite simple. Just get on the right side of the ball in defense. Get between the ball and your goal. It really is as simple as that sometimes.
90 seconds left in this game. I think we are both okay calling this. I cannot see Top Blokes dropping 4 goals. Yeah, the way that I think right now it's more likely that Scrubkilla is talking to somebody doing a viewing party of this stream than it is that Guild are going to win this game. We need to get to the point, well, or maybe not actually if you are Guild, but it's going to get to the point where Gregan is just sort of the carrier pigeon of the team. A message is sent, and he will deliver that, all right, foe is going right. And he's got to deliver those very quickly.
So he's in a call with all of them, and then Tho says, I've got this. And then Gregan's like, right, guys, Tho's got it. Scrub says, no, I've got it. Gregan says, okay, I'll relay that. Tho, Scrub wants to go for it. Actually, it's hit. Oh, this is really hard, guys.
He would be the
hard time keeping up.
If he ever came back to broadcast, he would be the best play-by-play in the world.
He'd have insane words per minute, for sure. Oh, that was a nice shot, actually, with Scrub, but even that's going to be saved. No constellation goals for them. And yet, you know, we talked a lot about Guild here because they've been their own worst enemies today. But, oh, is that a pre-jump? No pre-jump double touch. Still no great constellation goals for them. Top Blokes have been fantastic. They haven't let this, you know, even be a close series at all. And what a goal that is. Casio makes it 6-1. And yeah, they've been scoring some bangers, Shogun. Now, it's easy to look at this as just a big pile of Guild mistakes, but Top Blokes have looked in top form.
Yeah, Top Blokes have been a team that we want to see that little extra from to make them true championship contenders. And they seem to be delivering on it. They are evolving as a squad. And we do see the improvements each time that they turn up to regionals. It's just that the competition over in Europe is so ridiculously hard. But for today, they are indeed what their name implies. The Top Blokes are 3-0. They are moving through to Saturday, and they can just go and relax now. Gibbs gets to be right, but more importantly, the lads have moved on.
Yeah, as much as I'm rooting against them, just so that Gibbs' prediction for Top Blokes going 3-0 is wrong, it's hard to root against them, you know? Archie having such an incredible season in his debut RLCS X season. Flame was that perpetual almost RLCS player, and now he's in one of the best teams. Cassio, you know, such a great player, such a great guy. Got, like, you know, benched from a couple, you know, he was just like left out, and that the third that wasn't really wanted by his team, and then he went and found a better team for himself. You know, these guys are they're just great fighters. They refuse to give up, and totally outclassed Guild today. This wasn't even close, and this is a Guild team who were 2-0 on the day before this, so they were not playing badly. Top Blokes clearly though on another level.
All right, so Johnny, I'm not going to be around for this next game, but you know the next one is important for us at the very least. Yeah, sure. It is. The players are so determined, but since Gibbs gets to be right, it only means that one person on our desk is going to be wrong, and that is going to be either me or you. Now, I feel happy because I got to get in first. I managed to nab BDS, but I cannot deal with smug Johnny if Monkeys manage to make it through here. And given recent form, they could be capable of that. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, they're definitely on the rise, but I think, you know, BDS are still BDS. I'm not all that confident in my 3-0 prediction for Ixo Arju today and Methane. They've got their work cut out for them, but yeah, it's going to be a great series after the break. BDS looking to go 3-0 for, I don't know, the umpteenth time. All right, so when we come back, we'll be able to get ourselves into that game. BDS against Monkeys. Monkeys just recently signed for an org. Now can they cap it off in the best way possible? They're up next against the regional champs.
Coming down and down. I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
Welcome back from the break. We just saw Top Blokes demolish Guild. Turtle, that was not even close.
Oh yeah, that was something that I was surprised with a little bit. And this is what chat gets for siding with the idiot that I am. This is what happens, okay? I toss my opinions out, and when people follow, it just never works. Team Turtle Shogun was trying to get it hyped and stuff in chat. It wasn't working, okay? So everything I say, just go with the opposite and you should be safe. But yeah, it was a monster performance from the Blokes. And I thought that their defense, again, prevailed and they were solid. Cassie was winning every single 50-50 it felt. And really, Guild didn't have anything to bring to the table.
And Guild, we've seen them be hot and cold at times. You definitely feel, from an outsider's perspective, that, mentality is a big factor on that team. And it's one of those things that really gives them a tough time. And it has caused problems in the past. And you wonder how they're going to be able to overcome that. And you believe in that. I mean, personally, just knowing those players, you think that they've got what it takes to bring it back around. So we hope to see that for Guild moving forward. But let's focus our attention to the next game. We got Team BDS going up against Monkeys Turtle. And we saw Team BDS play earlier. Do you think the Monkeys have a chance here?
I mean, I definitely think it's possible that they go to game 5. I don't know if it's possible that they can win the series, because Solary tried the same thing. We got a clutch game 5 out of them. They were playing so well against BDS. It was a really crazy series if you watch that one. Booming clears. BDS actually had to play passive, going to more solo plays, and they still ended up taking the win without their confident pressure that we always see them contain in the offensive half. So Monkeys, even if they bring that speed, the huge clears, and they can outpace BDS, it's like, how do you challenge that 1v1 game that BDS are so good at?
And just BDS all around. The team to beat right now.
That's right.
And Mark by 8, I've been so impressed with him as of late. Starting out the season, Extra had a lot of attention his way because of how well he played for Monaco, then coming to BDS. And then you had Monkey Moon, who was a huge part of the success offensively. And now Mark by 8 really coming into his own. He's been making so many good plays today and in the past. I love watching Mark continue to make these plays over and over.
It does seem like we're already seeing some solo plays back and forth. Monkey Moon had a couple attempts and shots on net with some bumps included. And speaking of bumps, there's Extra demoing Ixo, relieving that pressure. And this is what I expected. Big clears. Matan, you can see him receiving that one, not able to put that on net. But I wouldn't be surprised if they can dominate the clear game, while BDS start popping off with the solo dribbles and keeping it to themselves.
And on both ends now, we've seen, oh, that's going to go in. Matane on the counterattack, wide open net. Mark had to put a better shot on net. He blasted that shot high, which kickstarted the counterattack. Monkey Moon committed on the challenge.
Wow.
No one back.
And look at that pass from Ixo too, pre-flipping into the clear and having Matane on the receiving end of it to know he's gonna hit that to the wall. That's crazy. What a start for Team Monkeys, who actually recently got picked up by Galaxy Racers. So that's a huge pickup for them. Congratulations. And we're still gonna call them Monkeys just because we're used to it right now at this point. And Galaxy Racer, I mean, that's got to be a huge accomplishment. It's got to give you confidence, but you can see they're playing right now with so much better, pace than we're seeing out of BDS. And double commits too. Extra and Mark by getting confused.
At both sides, I haven't been too impressed with the defense as of yet. You definitely seems like they're getting the feel of it. We saw clears off the backboard, which were put right back down to allow a shot. Monkeys had the first one. They missed their opportunity. And then we saw Mark by 8 miss, and now Ixo gets another one for Monkeys. The Monkeys taking it to BDS.
What? What is that? That bounce?
That bounce, yeah, that bounce was strange. That was a weird...
I don't even know how Ixo was ready for it, though. I mean, how do you predict that?
That was a strange bounce, and sometimes that's all it takes is just a bounce going your way.
Yeah.
3-goal lead, 3 minutes left. Not out of the question for BDS, but they're going to have to get going soon. Monkeys looking to extend their lead yet again. Arju challenged that in the corner. Pass into Extra. He'll kick that out to the side and chase it down. Ixo off the sidewall. Mark will stop it. Monkey Moon going for the shot. It'll be high. Matane can't get the backboard read. Read out to Extra, and Arju shut that down. Backboard bounce again. Oh, Extra misses the bump on Matane. He jumped right over him. Matane, ice in the veins on that one.
Oh, but even with the bump, Monkey Moon, I still think he should have gotten that shot on net. He had the whole left side to shoot at. Instead, just went right for the goalkeeper, probably assuming it was going to get bumped, but still, that's a play where if you get a little bit better accuracy, regardless of whether or not you get contact on that goalkeeper, it should be a goal.
Definitely not the BDS we saw earlier. Now backboard bounce. Oof. Mark, that touch saved him from conceding another goal. Monkeys assaulting. Matane trying to back pass. Arju tough read. And Monkey Moon was a step too late. Thought perhaps that it was going to get red off the backboard. And now on the other end, off the post, rebound out to Matane. He centers it. And now Monkey Moon will take over. Air dribble opportunity. Pokes it past. Backboard and down. Marks up.
Follow up.
Gonna drop it down. Save coming out from Arju. And now a dunk on Extra. Arju didn't get the greatest touch. Mark going for another tap, but it was read by Matane. Monkey Moon off the backboard. Arju's up, not there in time. Oh, he does still get a piece of it. Extra hit it right down into him. Now center. Matane hits it off the sidewall. Monkey Moon misses out to the middle. Dunk from Extra off the corner. Mark shooting opportunity, bounce shot, and it's going to be saved by Ixo. And we're down to the final minute, a 3-goal lead for Monkeys. BDS, they've had chances, but have not been able to make the most of them, Turtle.
And it seems like the mechanics are off for BDS, which is something we rarely say with a shooting. Normally, for BDS is outstanding, so consistent, and again, we're seeing here in the first game, it's a little bit rough. We expect a couple of shots to get put in because it's right in front of the net. At least make the goalkeeper waste more boost. Instead, you're just giving away possession by simply soft tapping it to them, basically. We need better shots from BDS if we want to see them get back in. 23 seconds left. It's looking hopeless for them.
And that shot was well placed, but the defense was there. And Monkeys, they have no problem coming out swinging. BDS, a heavy favorite in this matchup, but you wouldn't be able to tell it from game one.
Yeah, and they've done a great job of getting in front of Monkey Moon specifically. I've seen a couple of air dribbles, which was the difference maker for BDS against Solary. It was Monkey Moon. Look at him. You see him on the offensive side, always being aggressive. Maybe he'll get one here to end off game one, but either way, it's going to be Monkeys taking game one. And like I said, they got in front of Monkey Moon's air dribbles. They stopped the 1v1 plays, which is something Solary failed to do. And this is a result of that. The 3-0 confidence right now through all 3 players on Monkeys. And they're denying the 1v1 game. They're getting in front of all the clears. And they themselves, have much superior possession when they're transitioning onto offense.
Yeah, and we saw those transitions net a couple goals for Monkeys catching BDS out. As we take a look at the replays from game 1, we saw this one, the net left wide open.
That pass was nuts from the defense.
And that's that transition play. And then we saw the double commit mistake in front of net. And then, that bounce was perfect bounce for Ixo, great shot as well. And then, what we didn't see on those replays was BDS missing their shot opportunities. They had a few of them. They didn't make the most of them. There was one play where there was an attempted bump or demo on the goal line that didn't come through, but still it was a great shooting look, and the shot came right at the defender.
You can find some more power here in game 2, and it's something easily fixable for BDS, is just your shooting. And that's something that can get warmed up as the series goes on. They have had an earlier game matchup against Solary that we saw. So these guys are warm. At this point, I expect those to get put in. Maybe in game 2, they can change that outcome.
And it is fun to see the Monkeys playing so well. All these players, have had their moments. You think of Arju coming onto the scene with Mouse.
Oh, yeah.
That was quite a crazy situation for him. Now counterattack. Oh, that shot didn't have enough on it. But yeah, the super sub. He had to come in and substitute in for Scrub Killa after that whole contract debacle. And he really did very well with his opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, he stepped up to the plate, and that's something that you have to do against BDS. So I'm not surprised to see Monkeys on fire in this series.
Extra backboard pass, miss from Ixo. Extra first touch control, but the save comes through, kicks out. Ixo trying to dribble. Goes for the 50 instead. Can tell he's out of boost. Monkey Moon, infield attempted pass to Mark, but it was too far away. Arju. Challenge maintained straight up the heart of the field. Extra to the sidewall will get the full boost as well. Trying to air dribble it, but it was stopped by Ixo, who air dribbles it back downfield himself. Marked by 8, taps it, centers it. Up for Monkey, but Arju challenges him, and now Ixo will touch it down to the ground, gives up the possession to Mark, however. It's been a battle for possession at the midfield. And Monkey Moon failed to get that mid boost, and it's going to take him out of the play. Arju airborne flip reset opportunity perhaps, but it's shut down by Extra. Rebound out to Matane, saved by Mark. But Monkeys, they're happy to keep putting these shots in and whittling away the boost of Team BDS. Extra. Oh, he commits downfield. He'll be out of the play for so long. Double tap save from Monkey Moon. That was a massive save.
Arju off the backboard. The mechanical plays. This is something. Every single element of the game right now, Monkeys have BDS beat. I'd say the midfield possession, BDS, they're trying to pass it and transition into offense so they can keep pressure, but Monkeys keep winning these challenges, even marked by 8 here. The solo plays, Ixo, of course, is there. Now Arju has to get up, and he gets the block. Now they can clear it out, and it's as easy as that for Monkeys to transition out. BDS are confused and don't know how to keep going forward with this ball.
Monkey Moon will have a pass opportunity. Extra tap into backboard. Ixo misses his opportunity, but recovers nicely because nobody thought he was going to miss that hit. Extra center ball. It was telegraphed. Matane jumped in front of it, but Mark will have it. Up to Monkey Moon, but that drop down pass broken up by Ixo. However, Extra has another chance. 50 kicks it out. It was over Mark by 8's head, but he will get a pass off the ceiling. And Arju gets a ground pinch clear. That was something else.
That's the creativity we look for, is those ground pitches from Arju. Now, a good bounce for Ixo. Another pinch from Extra. This ball does not seem to slow down. Nobody on the pitch is trying to slow down the pace, go for some dribbles. The demo might do it, though, and that's an open net for, I mean, there was a goalkeeper in there, but it seemed like he had no chance of getting the save after the demo.
Ixo had 2 pads. Extra harassing him. Does get the bump as well. That was a smart play from BDS. They've been struggling with with working together, with synergizing on the passing plays. And sometimes that's what you got to do. Just clear out the defender, trust your teammate to put a shot on target. And you got to believe that's going to stabilize BDS. See how Monkeys respond. Final minute of gameplay. They've had a majority of the pressure. Arju's 50. He'll send it out to the middle. Monkey Moon, is he going to get there? He does get it off to the side. Mark will clear it down, but it's right to Arju. Pre-jump pass to Ixo. Oh my goodness, that was almost spectacular. The pre-jump redirect play.
Oh my
narrowly
goodness, creativity. Now extra, okay. This is what happens with all the pressure. You just break it down with one simple passing play off the wall.
Oh, but such heart from the Monkeys. That was a pass on a dime right to an airborne teammate.
Yeah.
That was thrilling. They're really pushing the envelope on that one.
For them to be confident enough to go for that, that's insane in itself. But almost connect too with the pre-jump play to tie this series up, that would have been something spectacular. As now BDS look to tie up this series, things are looking confident for them. It seems like after that first goal, they started moving up a bit more. They're starting to win more challenges, keeping this ball in the corner, which is something they struggled to do before. They couldn't even get the ball into the corner because they couldn't get it past the midfield line. And now it seems like the narrative has completely shifted.
As these final seconds tick away, Mark will deny a last-second goal, and that's going to do it. The Monkeys, despite that Game 1 victory, fall to BDS in Game 2. And, you know, it's not a goal, so it probably won't make the highlight package, but what an effort that was on the pre-jump redirect play.
We also saw that ground pinch from Arju earlier on. I don't know what it is about Monkeys, but they're getting some of the weirdest hits, some of the weirdest pinches, and almost connecting on that weird passing play, which I love to see. I think Monkeys now, this is a special roster, just in the way that they're trying to play against BDS. You got to give respect to their confidence and the risk factor with going for plays like that.
And you love to see that type of play where you're playing top speed, you're going for it all, you're leaving it all on the field. But BDS was a bit too much. That one play, the bump from Extra, that was key. Extra also getting that breakaway goal, Extra playing a key part in that victory. And BDS, they still don't look like the BDS we've seen dominate in the region. The Monkeys, however, I think have a lot of a credit due to them just because of how quickly they're getting on the ball. They're not really giving Team BDS much space to work with. They're getting these unconventional touches. They're going for plays that you really don't expect, which is going to keep BDS down on their wheels, you know, on the field. And it's been working relatively well for Monkeys. We'll see if they can get one back here. However, BDS did shut them out, so the defense looks like it's making adjustments from BDS.
Yeah. Well, I think that first goal was just so much confidence for Team BDS because in the first game, they got destroyed. Not only with unfortunate bounces, but Monkeys, they were winning every challenge, denying Monkey Moon from going for the solo plays. And BDS have swapped it up a bit. Instead of, you know, maybe throwing Monkey Moon alone up top, they're going to throw Mark by 8 to go for a demo like he does here. Extra is going to go for a challenge. And then as he's rotating out, takes some boost. If the defense can withstand the pressure, now they'll be able to transition out and hopefully get a good passing play to put one on net.
Low boost situation for BDS, but Extra did so much to get that ball downfield. Arju getting harassed by Extra as well, who's kind of taking on role of bully. Arju, important clear to the BDS corner. We'll try to pinch pass it. Marked by 8, not the greatest clear. It's right to Ixo in the middle, who's gone airborne. Extra, booming clear. Mitane jumps and will clear it to the corner. Arju did well not to double commit. Now blasting it down to the corner. Wow. Backboard pass over to Ixo. Monkey Moon will break it up. And a double commit again from BDS. Ixo trying to recover quickly. Force the issue. Try to catch BDS out. Arju infield pass. Broken up by Mark by 8. He read that all the way.
Yeah, definitely a good play on defense for BDS. And I think both teams have stepped up to the plate in terms of defensive reads. I mean, Arju, I've been impressed with his clears. If you pay attention to him, it seems like every time he's in the corner, look at this speed. That's what I'm talking about. Beating one player, relieving all that pressure, and you're letting Monkeys get some boost to go on the offensive. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Monkey Moon doing a lot of that heavy lifting. So both defenses fighting to keep possession, and they're both doing well. It seems like nobody wants to give up a mistake, obviously, but it's not getting forced by demos, any good speed. These guys are just so evenly matched.
And it's fun to watch the Monkeys throw everything they've got at BDS. challenging so
creative plays,
quickly. It's
too.
like they have no fear.
Yeah.
But another demo from Extra. He's been aggressive this series. Last game, it paid off big time for BDS. Will it pay off here? Double tap pass, Matane clearing it upfield. Will stay with it. Not the greatest touch for Monkey Moon. Matane will 50 it. Mark, bounces off the ball. See you later, Mark.
He's still on the offensive half. This is such a weird series with the plays that we're seeing. There's so many individual moments where we look at this game and we think this could have changed everything, but instead the wonkiest touch, the weirdest bounce. Even in game 1, where I believe it was Ixo who followed up after the weird bounce. I mean, that just describes how this series has gone so far.
And it's been a fun one to watch. The Monkeys have been so creative, so persistent. Ball out to Matane. He had a lot of time. Kicks out to Extra. Monkey Moon
Moon's
perhaps
up there.
will drop it down. It bounces off. He fakes the pass. Just lets it bounce.
Oh, man. You can see the respect that everybody on Team Monkeys has for Monkey Moon. You see him on the top of the map, and you assume he's going to get a touch because it's Monkey Moon. The man is insane mechanically, so you assume there's going to be a hit, something that you need to watch out for. He misses, and it works as a fake for BDS then to capitalize on. And Monkeys, you're looking at that play, and you're frustrated because you have to assume he's going to get a touch there.
And that's exactly what Monkey Moon's probably thinking. You know, if he can keep those defenders grounded and he lets it bounce. And Mark will get another one. Looks like the wheel's starting to come off for the Monkeys.
Yeah. Look at this angle. All the way from the right side on the wall. And normally in that instance, a player rotating in will try to keep it into the corner. You don't even expect this shot. So that's 2 back-to-back goals where the defense of Monkeys is completely predicting the opposite result. But instead, it's BDS who have got to switch it up, and they've been doing a great job of doing that with Monkey Moon's miss, and now Mark by 8's peculiar shot from the corner. They're doing a good job.
Demo. Extra will respawn now. Monkey Moon dribbles it under 1. Can he flick it past? Oh, a light bump! Still recovers! Monkey Moon will get the goal through traffic!
Dude, what is this series? Look at this. He got bumped, I believe, into the power slide to get around the ball. I don't think I've ever seen that, where the dribble results in a goal after getting bumped around the ball.
Just staying in control.
My goodness. Now this is a fantastic series, James. I love the plays, dude. This is crazy.
Well, one thing is that's for sure is you can see how resilient BDS is. The Monkeys have been a handful. This has not been easy for BDS. They've been forced to stretch for saves. But now, Matane dodges around Mark, was able to get the save. Now Arju on the other end. Flip reset shut down by Monkey Moon. Matane to the backboard, double commit. This is an opportunity. Infield pass. Missed from Ixo. It'll come out to Extra, who will flip it downfield. Arju, sidewall pass. Matane, shot. Extra. Wasn't even on target. Extra's going to take it down the field himself now. Got around Ixo. Going for a 50 on that one. That one is going to come out to Mark. Almost scored another one. And BDS seems like they've figured out how to handle this monkey attack.
I mean, they've gotten a taste of creativity behind their offensive pressure as well. It seems like they're stepping up to the plate because Monkeys at first, they were all over, the creativity and that aspect. As this one going to fall in the buzzer beater, make it 4-0. Confidence now for BDS going to the next game.
BDS hitting their stride. Monkeys, they came in with a game plan. It worked well in game 1, but the adjustments from BDS have come through, and now back-to-back wins for BDS. They move 1 game away from securing their spot in the next stage of the tournament.
And these two teams, they're so close in skill and speed. And that's why I love it, this series and this matchup so much, because it comes down to that creativity that I keep on talking about. Because we look at plays, and it's how you react and recover to weird and awkward bounces. In game 1, it was Ixo, who was prepared and ready to capitalize on the weird, wacky plays. Now it's Team BDS. We think back to the Monkey Moon dribble, where he got bumped, was able to recover, still got a piece of the ball. And then even on the ceiling, the fakes, I don't even know if that was a fake. Either way, it worked out for BDS. And it's plays like that I just love seeing out of Rocket League.
Yeah, and Monkey Moon, that recovery after getting bumped, the shot off the wall from Mark, everything working out
crazy
for BDS. And that is Team BDS. They come in, a team playing like you don't expect, really leaving it all on the field. It's been fun to watch the Monkeys, but BDS now in firm control. They're in the driver's seat heading into what could be the final game of the series. And after that game 1, BDS has locked down their defensive end.
That's right. Even thinking back to the pre-show, I remember everybody on the desk was talking about how BDS, there's just so many different lanes that they can go into for putting a shot on net, for opening up an opportunity, and they're showing it here against that series, or against the Solary, earlier on in that series. BDS were basically able to bring every 1v1 challenge, every flip reset to the table. They were having crazy dribbles, and now they come out here with shots from the midfield, all the way from the right side. You got to react to bump plays, and they can basically just do it all. So for Monkeys, how do you fight that? As Arju, I guess it works whenever you use the backboard. BDS's defense got a little bit mixed up here. Metain, what a double tap.
That was a 2-game drought. Mark also bumping into extra on the defensive end there. But that 2-game scoring drought ends with the goal from Arju. The Monkeys keen to stay alive, and they did take down BDS game 1. Not unlikely to think they could do it again, and then who knows what could happen in game 5.
And I painted that previous goal as, a BDS defensive mistake, but actually that pass from Metain, hit it off the wall, then gets the flip reset to go off the backboard. That setup is alone something that's worth and good enough to beat all 3 players of BDS, but is the offense something you can contain? No, it's not.
This was a dazzling pass from Mark. Bounces it right to Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon upside down, will flip into it, put it bar down. That was the type of passing play that you want to see in that situation. So crispy. Mark. Sidewall bounce, Arju. Perhaps wanted to pass it up to Ixo to start the counter, but Extra was right there waiting. BDS, they did not waste much time to tie up that game, Turtle.
Yeah, I mean, especially after that fantastic passing play for Monkeys, BDS, there was no hesitation. They didn't even care. They're like, all right, we got scored. Let's just get one back. And now Monkey Moon, he's leading the charge almost every time on offense for BDS.
Metain trying to take advantage of that short power play after the demo. Monkey Moon, a strong hit. We'll get challenged here. Metain off the ceiling. It's bouncing out in front of net. Ixo took quite some time to get there for that challenge, and now Extra will be able to boom it down to the Monkey corner. Out in front of net. Monkey Moon, corner pass, double attempt. Doesn't come through. Arju beat to the ball by Mark. Demo for Mark. Monkey will have a passing opportunity for Extra. Doesn't get a pass to connect.
Maybe going for the same play he did in the last game with that whiff. It could have been an attempt. And that's something where you respect Monkey Moon, and the fake really doesn't come out. If he misses that, you've got an easier rotation. It's not too scary. But BDS, it does seem like they're more confident moving forward, and the speed has been picked up dramatically for all of them. They're winning those challenges in defense and not really giving too many shots. And if they do, it's Arju who's too far back to put one on net where BDS can't react.
Under 2 minutes left. Ixo backboard. Monkey Moon there will clear it downfield. Metain over to Ixo, who picked up full boost. Ixo ceiling pass, gets the double. Arju stretches for that to slow it down, but Monkey Moon will be able to start the counter. Pass was too far away from Mark, but the 50 will kick it out to the center. Arju clears it right down towards net. Monkey Moon will put it over to the side. Extra downfield. Mark racing to it. Off the corner. Ixo, huge clear. And now Monkey Moon will clear it right back.
What is this clear battle? This is what happened earlier, especially for the previous few games, besides that Solary matchup where BDS just fall into that booming clear mode, and they're totally happy. As long as you got Monkey Moon receiving a clear, you are fine. You just need to waste a couple of seconds off the clock, and eventually Monkey Moon will pop off with the speed. Mark now winning in defense, and nobody's home. This off the crossbar. This clear battle, James. It's so fun to watch, but nobody is even on the receiving end of it, either of them.
That clear was bouncing, and it looked like Ixo thought it was going in. Didn't manage to save it, but it bounced off the crossbar, allowed him to recover and get it out anyway. Under a minute left. Ixo over to Arju, who has some space.
Here we go.
Mark going for the 50. Mitane dribbling. Oh, that touch from Monkey Moon will send it right to Arju. Arju shot high, but it's a double commit. Mitane will turn. Goes right for net. Save from extra. It's bouncing high. Ixo over to Arju. Arju's shot. Rebound out, but Arju had jumped. What? Still not out of harm's way yet, just yet. This one now to Mark. Mark's shot. That'll find the open net. And the breakdown from the Monkeys in the final seconds. Oh. It's hard to watch, but BDS, the professionals, showing you what it takes.
Yeah, this is totally a game where Monkeys could have come out, capitalized on all that pressure. You saw the mistakes. They forced BDS to panic 2-3 times in just one offensive move and possession. One offensive drive. That's all it took to get BDS panicking on defense, and yet the rotation is just a little bit too slow for Monkeys, and that's why BDS were able to punish. That goes down. BDS take the win. And I am surprised because Monkeys, that seemed like a game where they could have easily just put one shot on net if they had the rotation to be fast enough.
And they had the chances, Turtle. It definitely seemed like Monkeys was fighting a bit out of their weight class in that matchup. BDS handled the punches quite well. That first round, Monkeys caught them by surprise, but since then, BDS, they had the 2 back-to-back shutouts, and then in this game, finishing it off when it really came down to it.
Yeah.
Performing under the pressure. That's what BDS does. That is why they are the best in the region right now.
Even after that first game, yeah, I mean, I fully expect the Monkeys. They had the creativity with those crazy pinches, the pre-jump plays. Even in this series, I think, or excuse me, this game, that was the one difference maker, was that as the series kind of went on, it seemed like BDS started to react to the wonky plays a little bit faster. They were getting basically more prepared for the awkward hits, the awkward touches that Monkeys were throwing at them. And it seemed like the Monkeys couldn't do the same. Whenever BDS had a crazy play, a weird shot like Mark from the wall, Monkeys didn't know how to react. Meanwhile, BDS, they were calm, cool, collected the whole time.
And that's what you expect from the front runners in the region. BDS will be moving on to the next stage. Monkeys, they lose a life, but they still have a few more. We'll see if they make it through. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, more Swiss round action. Stay with us.
Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Ticking like a bomb, falling in motion, center of the stage, hoping that we'll be right. Back again. You gotta help me out, help me out. Riding coasters to dream your eyes. You gotta help me out, help me out. Swim the oceans to breathe your life. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, European Regional number 3. We are in stage number 1, Group A. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs and James Bond. And I just want to take a moment before we recap, like we usually do, to just celebrate the community and this big success. We just hit 1 million. If you didn't hear Johnny Boy talking about 1 million concurrent players during that last series there, everyone's on, everyone's loving this free to play. And after 5 years of this game being out, seeing this kind of growth just makes me super happy. So shout out to the community and everybody new that's joining us in the Rocket League community. It's super awesome.
1 million players, man. We were, the first week that this game came out, it was free on PlayStation Plus. We were hoping for 10,000 at that point. We obviously went way above that number, but 1 million is out of this world compared to going all the way back to the first game where we talked about it earlier, where it's just like, it's hard to even fill a tournament out of maybe 10 players. And now it's like, we have these $1 million tournaments, $4 million season, where you get like 500 plus teams signing up for every single regional. It's great to see.
Yeah, it's just accessibility. Even the new esports format promotes accessibility to the players who are trying to make it in, trying to make playing Rocket League professionally a living. And now the fact that the game is free to play, we're seeing these numbers blow up. This is a great sign for the future of Rocket League. I personally gives, 5 years, it seems like a long time.
Yeah.
But, it's on now. It feels like things are just getting started.
Yep.
And it's about to go to the next level. So I'm very excited. And what?
Now there's one bad thing. For the players playing today, they're like, oh boy, there's now 1 million players trying to get our spots in this pro scene. And, some of these free-to-play players are eventually going to make it up here. It might take a couple years, but watch out for all these guys playing today.
I think that's the coolest thing is that between the field, the grid, the RLCS, there are so many opportunities for new players once they put that work and that grind to get that experience and the in-game tournaments and everything. There's so much chance now for players to get here. So super excited to have all the new people here and of course all the old vets. Keep playing and keep grinding those ranks, but we do have to focus on the RLCS right now. We are still in Group A, so let's talk about that last match and how that went there. James, what do you think of it?
So, I had the good fortune of casting it. I thought the Monkeys came out very strong. I thought they were leaving it all in the field. They were going for some bold plays, some brave plays. They really were throwing caution to the wind, and I thought that helped them big time in game one. They caught BDS by surprise, but one thing that's for certain about BDS is that they are dynamic. They were able to respond. They were able to make the scrappy goals happen in game two to squeeze a win out. And then slowly, like a slow burn, they started to catch fire. And by the end, you just couldn't stop them.
And that's the problem here. BDS, sure, a slow start, but they're just giving everyone a handicap because they're like, we're going to win these series anyway. So they come away 3-0. Maybe they dropped an extra couple of games that they didn't want to, which might hurt their season a little bit. But at the end of the day, this is still BDS. They are still the team to beat.
That's it. At the end of the day, BDS looking for the three-peat. They get their 3-0 on the day. They end it early. They're through. And so is another team. Let's take a look at the standings very quickly as we carry on. Two teams are out at the bottom. We have two teams through, Top Blokes and BDS through, and this is how the rest of the matches will play out, Gibbs.
Yeah, we see a little green section. That's where you want your team logo to be by the end of today. BDS and Top Blokes, they go through the two top teams in points right now as well. So things are looking great for them. Now we get into the juicy round. Like, here's the round where I think things can go a little bit haywire. When you're in the 2-1 spot, sure, if you win, it's great. But once you lose, then you're playing for everything when we get to that 2-2 round, which the team that wins is going to have momentum playing against you. So it's very interesting. I think a lot of people want to get out now and not go to that 2-2 round.
James, just looking at this so far, how normal does this look for you? I mean, this wasn't a very overall strong group. It was very top heavy here. So I feel like it relatively looks how it should.
Yeah, I'm not surprised just yet. This is playing out like we'd expect. I think now we're going to be getting to the interesting point once we get to these 2-1 and 2-2 teams, seeing if there's any surprises.
Well, let's take a look at our next matches because we have a lot of Rocket League to get through. So, of course, coming up next, we have two on this broadcast here and two over on the E-League stream, twitch.tv/ELeagueTV if you want to watch a couple of those other matches here. But on our side here, we do have Solary, Rix, and Guild versus Endpoint. So Solary now is going to have to try to get through Rix. How do you feel like it's going to go, Gibbs?
I think Solary's got this. They're one of those teams that we find not necessarily boring, but we know what to expect from them every time they come out and play. They're right on the cusp from anywhere from like 8th to 12th. And what that means is they should get through and make it to top 16. So I expect them to get the win. But Rix, we have seen them before. They look good in Regional 1. They started off slow today, so maybe they can continue that momentum with 2 wins in a row so far.
Well, let's talk about this first match up here. We're going to see on broadcast on twitch.tv/Rocket League. It's Guild versus Endpoint. This is the big one for Guild and, well, I'd say Endpoint, I guess, for both teams here, James, to push through. What are we going to see on the field when they match up?
I hope to see a Guild that's clicking. I am a big fan of this Guild team. I've been following Scrub ever since he was shorter than Gibbs, which is no longer the case. And I just love watching Scrub play. And I think that team does have a lot of promise. The areas where they're facing the most issues is between their ears, not down there on the field. So I hope to see that get cleared up. And Endpoint is a team where I feel like they don't really have that problem. You know, a lot of their problem comes from just trying to make that synergy work down on the field. And sometimes offensively, things don't tend to work out. If Endpoint is having a rough time on the offensive end, you can really tell, and their offense has that, sometimes it'll stagnate. And so I worry about that. Guild is a team where, when they're playing offensively, it's hard to stop. So it's going to be a question mark for me, but I hope to see Guild come out and play up to their potential.
Now, to be fair, Scrub Killer, I think he's taller than you as well, James, and maybe Leaf. I'm not sure at this point.
I was just in time.
No one knows I'm short. When we have a desk where I have to stand, I'm on a giant box. No one knows this, James, and you're blasting me right now.
I honestly didn't even call you short. All I said is I knew him when he was shorter than you. I didn't say you were short. I was just saying Scrub Killer has grown up.
But it's time for our fan vote now. We want to get your thoughts. I wish we could do Team James or Team Gibbs here on this battle, but we're doing hashtag Guild, hashtag Endpoint in the chat, so you guys can get your thoughts on who you think's going to win this match here. But let's get some of our thoughts out before this kickoff. We've got a couple minutes, so let's break down some of our own predictions while we wait for these votes to come in. Guild versus Endpoint. Gibbs, how's this going to play out on the field, and who do you have going forward?
5-1 right now, Guild versus Endpoint throughout this season, through grids and through regionals. Back in Regional 1, when we saw them play, we saw this Guild squad play very timid, play on the back wall defense, because they knew they could beat Endpoint when they had to play a normal offensive game. I expect something like that again, where Guild plays really far back on the defensive line, so they can't demo every single one of them. They'll play on the back wall, and I think Endpoint will not have an answer once again. I'll give this to Guild.
James.
So I'm with Gibbs on this one. Surprisingly, I think that Guild, they're just too good. You look at the raw talent, they've got it. And so I hope to see them play up to their potential, like I've said before, because they have everything it takes to be a top team. They have everything. It's just going to come down to whether they want to make it work at the personal level, and I hope they do.
So is your ending on Guild then as well?
Yeah.
Okay,
Guild
I just want to make sure I heard it right. I just want to see if I was alone over here, because I'm going to go with Endpoint. Because it's not that I'm picking who I think's going to win. It's picking who I want to win, because I love this play style. In all honesty, I love the aggression. You hate me for it if you want, but in Heatseeker, I was one of those people going for demos. I love demos. I love the explosions. And I really want to see this Endpoint. Now, I don't know if it's going to work, because we do know that Gibbs is a high-flying team. We know that they're up in the air a lot, and I'm wondering if Endpoint's going to have those opportunities to get those. So that's where I could see it falling apart, but I'd like to see it work. Do you think they're not going to have a chance at all?
So I think Guild will hang on that back wall, but I do like that you went for demos in Heatseeker Leaf, because I'm right there with you, man. We'll be on the negative camp. People will hate us, but that's the way to play that mode.
Getting dubs. We're still getting dubs here, and people think Guild is going to lose one, but it's very, very close. We started this off with predictions. We don't know how's this going to go, and chat doesn't know either. It's essentially even at this point, but get on Twitter and let us know your full thoughts at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS X. But it's now time to head over to the Skybox with Jorby and Turtle.
Well, we're at the part of the day where the matches start to become a grind for the players. For Guild and Endpoint, it is no less of a grind. 5-1, as Gibbs said, on the desk Guild are this season against Endpoint. Endpoint only one time in the 5 matches they lost against Guild had been able to bring it to a match point. So I think this might be a little farther up the hill for Endpoint than, Leaf might be given this Guild team credit for, Turtle, as we get underway.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a close one. I think that, obviously, Guild, at least in my eyes, are the superior team coming out here just because of the sheer speed. And I just say that because out of Endpoint, I get a little bit bored, I guess. And I don't mean that in an offensive way, okay? It feels like sometimes Metzenaris doesn't want to step up, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, who is going to make that initial play to spark some brilliance in this Endpoint roster?
And demos are great, and they can afford you tons of opportunity, but it's not the only phase of the game you can be excellent at.
Exactly.
And I mean, Tho earlier, Turtle, while you were making your point, he had a clean shot at the net. and he got way too far under it and hit the crossbar. We just saw Guild on this stream earlier, where all they could do was hit the crossbar in the post, it felt like, and hopefully that doesn't carry on throughout the rest of this match. But game one, not much fanfare past that missed opportunity from Tho. He had a light tap over to Virtuoso, which he's able to easily follow up on.
Yeah.
And now another shot for Scrub. Relating Wave couldn't dive back. Scrub Killick knocking the first one in for Guild.
Yeah, and it's nice that he was able to get this one early on after that miss off the crossbar like you were talking about with Tho, narrowly missing the goal. It's good to get that precision back, because I was about to say, I feel like hitting the crossbar in this game, besides demos, is probably the most tilting thing, because you come so close, and we know that Guild struggle mentally sometimes with getting tilted, getting a little bit too emotional in their gameplay, and it's just good to get that initial goal right away after a huge miss.
And now the team really has to, go full on sweat. This is our last chance. Both teams are 2-1 today.
Yeah.
So they can afford to drop one more, but as every team would, you'd like to get out as early as possible. So far, Guild seem to have the better angle than Endpoint right now, and Scrub Killer puts in his second, getting that one, sneaking it in above Relating Wave.
Yeah, and it's the predictable clears. You see Virtuoso, he actually went upside down in the net to try to get this one out. And I wouldn't say that's necessarily the smartest play, because it was a little bit panicked. I think he had time to readjust himself instead of forcing that one out right away. He thought the Guild offense was going to crash the net. Instead, opted to go for the easy right away clear and just gave away possession.
Well, Endpoint, they haven't really had much possession to begin with in these first 2 minutes, though hopping right on top of another challenge. And while Virtuoso gets the next touch here, the continuing touches on defense were something they were struggling with, but they get 3 in a row there between the entire team. But it's about retaining that past midfield. If you can't do that, Guild will be happy to keep collecting the boost, finding the hard clear against you. The 50 game isn't really favoring Endpoint right now.
Well, my question for you, Jorby, is like, if somebody on this Endpoint roster has to make a step up on offense, and it's not just with demos, I mean, who do you think it's going to be?
Well, I think that Endpoint as a unit need to do a better job of, at least in this game specifically, of finding the path down the field, and like right there in midfield. Virtuoso, he wanted to play second man on that challenge, but someone was already there to defend the play. So Endpoint aren't necessarily, or not Endpoint, rather Guild are positioned really well on the first man challenge. But Turtle, really to answer your question, I don't think there's any one particular player on Endpoint that need to step up. They need to be picking their battles wisely, and also still having the rotation to allow them to follow up quickly on their touches, and just put themselves in better chances for 50s overall. Guild has done a good job swatting the ball away, and we've spent very limited time in the orange half.
Yeah, and I think it's the predictability, too, that comes out of Endpoint. A lot of times we'll see them go for a clear hit, where Guild, it's so easy for them just to put themselves in open space, and Endpoint are eventually going to find the ball and clear it directly to that area. And Guild have no problem with just taking possession, dribbling it out, and then keep attacking from there as the demos flying left and right. And again, nothing is happening. It's like the demos, the pressure, we're forcing Guild to panic, and there's nobody there to crash the net from the rotation.
There's the pass to Metzenoris, and he banged it off the post.
It was there.
Yeah. The best chance they got. They might get a second chance, but Nolly, very quick to the ball. Defense has been solid for Guild. Relating Wave dumping that ball back in front, but nobody from Endpoint were ready to receive it. It was right over Metzenoris' head, trying to recover. And Guild, a quick pass over to Scrub. Metzenoris pulled back, and it forced Relating Wave up to his own backboard. So you saw 1.5 opportunities from Endpoint. Now they're back on defense. They lost their boost to Nolly, and they're having to flip forward. We saw Virtuoso. He's not even playing the challenge anymore. He was just looking for a boost, and Guild are back on their backboard. And when Scrub gets little touches like that, Turtle, it's got to be really frustrating for Endpoint. Doesn't feel like anywhere you sit is the right decision. Even there, Metzenoris, another chance, he can't find it. Relating Wave's touch is for naught and nothing for Endpoint at all.
Yeah. And when you play that style of going for demos, being over physical, having the ball slide across the backboard, the rotation sometimes doesn't always find its way there. That third man won't always crash the net, because it's a bit risky after a demo to fully commit, because you get scared. What if, the option to go in and throw yourself at the corner wasn't the right take? And I think that for everybody on Endpoint, they're just getting a little bit too passive. And Metza, the shooting, whenever he does push up, he can't even capitalize because I feel like he's just slightly too slow to get a good angle on net.
Now, he had his best opportunity that came off Relating Wave's pass, and he had to, shoot past the defender on the play, and you want to go as hard as you can right near the post to sneak it in between the defender, because that's the only thing you had time to do, and just ended up banging it off the post. And then the crossbar hit he was in a low boost situation and couldn't knock it down. But that was the result of all of the takeaways that Guild had, especially in midfield. Endpoint were never really able to grab control of the boost. You saw Virtuoso diving towards midfield just to contest a boost, so they could actually have a chance the next time the ball gets cleared to their back wall.
Yeah, and it's not like there's not holes on the defensive Guild too. While we have to credit their midfield challenges in the 50s, because they are absolutely destroying Endpoint in that aspect of the game. There's definitely chances for Endpoint to put one in, to have some aggression and some pressure where they can result at least in 1 or 2 goals. Because in that first game, I thought while Guild carried most of that pressure, I thought there was definitely opportunities for Endpoint to capitalize. And it's not like Guild played the perfect defense,
I mean, Guild aren't a perfect team. We've seen it today.
Yeah.
And they can certainly be taken advantage of when you start to find some consistent pressure. That's when you see the double commits come out. That's when you see the solo hero come out of all 3 of these players. But they haven't really felt that heat from Endpoint just yet. We'll see if that flips on them as Metzenaris carries this. Nolly, the whiff, doesn't matter. Virtuoso respected the clear, so we'll have to try again from midfield. Guild being very careful with how they progress, knowing that Endpoint were pretty much clamped down on offense. Though has a breakaway opportunity, but hard to sneak that in. Nolly pot shot in front of 2 defenders. Only back for Tho. Relating Wave gets bumped, but he recovers. Really just put directly into the path of the ball.
Oh, and a beautiful play there from Scrubkiller. His teammates under pressure. He gets 1 touch, then follows it up with a 50. That's the defense we want to see at a Guild. And I just mentioned it didn't seem like they were playing perfect defense, but right now, with the challenge game, getting in front of Endpoint and also denying them from going towards the goal, like even there, for Virtuoso, he's forced to go to the right side. Tho now can get a hit. It seems like the rotation's looking perfect and always having an answer for a shot.
But Endpoint are getting a lot more in the orange half than we saw them get in the entirety of game 1. That's a big win from Nolly against Relating Wave. But then Tho got bumped out of the way. Virtuoso doing a lot of work. Tho gets a bump of his own, which will allow Scrubkiller to try again here against Relating Wave. But quickly around to the corner. Endpoint tired of playing as much defense as they have. Virtuoso, no boost, will hope to give somebody on his team a chance for a clear. But the close passing from Guild there. That's the struggle for Endpoint. Midfield game is all Guilds.
Yeah, and they need to find plays like that, the little tiny taps between 2 players, and also finding each other on offense. Look at the passing play. If we're going on the other side, it seems like Endpoint can't connect like Guild do here.
Nolly had Virtuoso clean beat on this play, and Metzenaris, he was expecting a shot towards the far post, but recognizing the space he had and Metzenaris' momentum, he chose the backside. Great shot and a great progression from Guild. Metz, he got the double back to Virtuoso, but Endpoint will be forced to try to get more creative on offense.
Yeah.
It's been lacking so far.
Yeah, we're missing the sauce for Endpoint. I feel like they need something to spice up their offense, make it a little bit different. And it can't just be those demo plays from Virtuoso. It can't be the midfield game, because right now they don't have any. They can't find little passes to keep possession. It's just big clear after big clear, hoping that Guild will mess up. And every single time Guild have an answer and they don't make a mistake.
Well, Scrub gets behind. This actually got the flip reset, but Relating Wave was already in position for it. A nice carry by Tho, and Nolly punches it in. This is beautifully done by Tho.
Yeah, look at the control to follow up after the 50 and be aware of where that ball is going to bounce, because usually after you flip into a 50, you're kind of confused, you're a little bit all over the place, but for that to bounce back into Tho, still have possession, flick that one out, an outstanding play from him, and now they've got security and that safety net.
And that little touch when the ball bounced off the back wall.
Yeah.
That Tho was able to just give it that soft touch to actually grab control of it so he could pass it to Nolly. It was excellent split-second decision. Or split-second reactions, rather. Relating Wave picks up the very first for Endpoint. It took just over 8 minutes of gameplay for them to find the net.
And I think we saw 4 players actually challenge the ball in the corner. I'm not sure what happened there because the defense at Guild, 2 players might have double committed on that challenge, and also 2 players from Endpoint, which left the goal wide open so long as the third man, who was Relating Wave, came in and crashed the net. So good initiation from him to at least step up to the plate when the shot was presented.
Well, it never really matters how you score the goal. The goal being scored alone is enough to maybe reset your mentality a little bit.
Right.
You've been feeling pressed, but maybe it can be the spark Endpoint need. We'll see. Guild has been pretty tough to break through because of little touches like that, where you don't necessarily get to the ball, only the player, and Guild still have possession.
Well, and it's also the little follow-ups after a 50. I mean, Tho did it to get them the security goal, and even right here, we just saw Nolly actually use it to follow up after the 50, get a little touch, and keep possession, at least force out another defender to dive from Endpoint. And it's that little extra step out of the rotation from Guild, or even the midfield presence, that keeps them in the lead here.
Well, Nolly played it close to him. It forced everyone else back, just waiting for Tho to shoot that. And Endpoint very happy with their decision to stay planted. Now they're back into the orange half, but can they turn it into anything consistent? Virtuoso wanted a pass, but there was just too much juice on it for anyone to jump for. Now all they can do is play into the corner. Metanaris cuts in, tried to take it himself, but Nolly's got the clear out. Tho actually turns away.
Here we go, here we go.
Relating Wave to touch the ball, making Metanaris and Relating Wave a chance, but it's no good, and Scrub Killer will roll it back out again. It always comes down to that midfield 50-50 for Endpoint. They can't commit, or they can't have consistent pressure, but a pass from Virtuoso back to Relating Wave will give them the lead. I thought losing that ball in midfield was going to kill them, but no, Tho gave it right back.
Oh, and that's all thanks to Relating Wave. They lost that ball in midfield, but then Relating Wave cutting off the clear to keep the possession. That's the little touch that we were waiting for so they could continue to press on. It's like Endpoint will always get a solid opportunity, and then a good save comes out from Guild. They have nothing else to keep hammering the net with, but now with that interception, they could continue forward and force Guild to make another mistake, and they capitalize.
This is where you might get worried for Guild, unless Scrub Killer can really get a solid carry, and he does try to keep the ball away for as long as possible, but just a little time left for Endpoint. Metanaris off the back wall. Relating Wave will receive this. Virtuoso's there, but too far to the side, and Nolly got the ball up. Guild says, no, we want to win this right now. Virtuoso will win the next touch. Both of these teams playing to end this right now. Virtuoso's touch denied again by Nolly, who has been crucial to Guild's defense. Scrub Killer off the ceiling, up to Tho. Now a challenge straight in front of the box. Relating Wave will take it away. Does somebody finally kill the ball?
They're keeping this up.
No, Scrub still wants to play. He got it back to Nolly, but it's got to be Tho. He's there and he kills it. No more play. That was fun.
I'm a little bit disappointed. I wanted to see how long we could go. It felt like both teams just collectively agreed to keep that one up, despite if you're in the losing position. Now in the midfield, Relating Wave, he turns in. There's so much space. The shot, it's so weak. And Scrub Killer has an easy save even when he has to dodge a defender. Or an offender,
dove into that ball, and now Scrub Killer, another air dribble. He's air dribbling more and more with every touch he gets. He's been successful in winning the 50 on his first contact on that air dribble. So, you know, if it's working, why change what you're doing?
Yeah.
And he's going to flip that over to Nolly. This actually might catch Endpoint out, except Relating Wave found himself in a good spot on the back wall, but it was only good enough for a second of respite, because here comes the ball, but Tho didn't expect to whiff that hard. Nolly low off the corner. There won't be a play here for Guild.
That was such a good look. I think Scrub Killer was the one who got the offensive demo, and the clear was massive. Though in that situation, especially if a demo comes out, you have to assume a mistake is going to occur because they don't have any boost. You have a booming clear. The demo came out. You just get a little bit baited by somebody who might touch the ball, and now off the post, they can't put one in. It's still tied up in overtime.
Oh, poor Tho. Tried to sneak it in past 2 defenders. He was almost successful with it. Virtuoso makes things really awkward for Guild. Tho barely managing the time now for Guild. Virtuoso can't beat Tho to the ball. A couple of crucial touches there for Tho, and a third one. Now Nolly can pick it up. He beat Metanaris. Pop, air dribble. Does he have it? No. Scrub Killer having to maintain possession. And Nolly and Tho sneaking back in. Tho almost found it, but the post is his worst enemy today. Just cannot find the back of the net. That is a dangerous challenge. Can he grab it? Yes. Tho making up for it on defense. Can he get back to the ball? Well, Metanaris was following him the whole time. Now Guild just trying to play it slow. Metanaris is not having any of it. Nolly diving back again. And Endpoint forced to wait. Guild get out off of an incredible defensive stop, and Tho almost put it in himself. Guild immediately splashing on the blue half, but still nothing.
I love what I'm seeing. Counterattack after counterattattack. Both these teams, you can see Endpoint now starting to pick up a little pace as they move from the defensive end. I'm very impressed with how they pick things up, because originally it seemed like they couldn't even find any passing plays, and they were just waiting for Guild to make a crazy play on offense. But now both teams exchanging blows, and Guild, I gotta hand it to them, they look a little bit more threatening. So long as they have better accuracy, I can see them taking this overtime easily.
Well, Tardo, this is the reason why both teams wanted to end the game in regulation, because they knew that this overtime would be so tense.
Oh, yeah.
There's been
It's
so
scary.
many close chances, and it really works on your nerves. The more seconds that tick on the overtime clock, the more anxious you get. Great pass to Scrub Killer, diving stop, and that pinch out will give a little bit of time for Relating Wave and Mets to clear it back, but Scrub Killer popped it into the top of the net, and Guild collect their second game in the match.
Yeah, and this is what happens whenever you starve out the enemy team. Metza and Relating Wave both under 30 boosts, scrambling to find something, picking up pads. They couldn't get in position fast enough, and that is the result of all that pressure. It seemed like they would exchange a couple of counterattacks, Endpoint, they'd break out a little bit. They could never keep it. Meanwhile, Guild, they were starving them out. You could see Scrub Killer going for some demos, even faking it. Sometimes he'd just drive into the net, make a goalkeeper jump, leave. It's that type of play, that type of confidence that Guild push up with that gave them the lead here in overtime. And I'm excited to see, because Endpoint, this was a much better game. While they still lost, I think they can continue to pick it up and make this a much more close series than we thought.
Yeah, I don't think this is a slam dunk for Guild, but credit to their defense, something that we haven't been able to give a lot of credit to overall, but Endpoint did a good job in the second half of that game, making balls awkward in the box for Guild to handle. And usually that's when you see them double commit, bump into each other, or just really mishandle the ball, where you'd like to see them settle down. At least one player was able to settle down, be in the right position. Even when they were all bunched up in the box together, they still somehow managed to get out. And Endpoint, they didn't have an answer for it. They had a couple of opportunities. 10 shots on net is great, but they're not making the task difficult enough on defense. Off the kickoff, Metzenaris will pick up a goal, and that's certainly how you reset the tone if you're trying to get back in the set.
Yeah, this is definitely a difficult task to recover from. 3 seconds in, the kickoff doesn't go your way. Metzenaris just forces that one in for Tho, who would have gotten the save. And that's how you want to start out at Endpoint. They've had a frustrating series. And I was just about to mention Guild. They've had so many shots on net. They've been bouncing off the post, the crossbar. That's a struggle that they had in the previous series we watched with them. And now Endpoint have been giving them so many chances to warm up. It seems like the shooting has picked up immensely. And now we've got a much more close game, so long as Endpoint can keep making crazy plays like that kickoff.
Another point in Endpoint's favor is that they have not been swept by Guild at all in the 6 matches that they've played against each other. So they can at least feel a little better about Game 4. It's like, look, we haven't gotten swept yet. There's not a first time for everything, right? However, Guild are ready to get right back in it. Tho picking up his next.
And it's always from these corners. Even the overtime, it was, I believe, Scrub Killer who found the angle. And these guys just don't stop with the shooting when it comes to those corners. And you can see Scrub Killer, that double tap to follow it up, to get it out into the midfield, set up everything beautifully for Tho, who was actually the main setup guy the previous match. So this is something interesting to see all of Guild kind of rotating in with playstyles and who's doing what to benefit the team.
And Virtuoso start this catch for Endpoint. And a good idea, but Nolly has been proven to be a monster on the orange half. I don't know how many 50s he's lost, but it can't be more than like 2 or 3 in the entire match. He just seems to always come away with the ball on his own half of the field, and it has given Guild so many opportunities. And Endpoint finally sneak one through. Virtuoso off the crossbar.
Oh my goodness, I got a little bit scared. I saw this one hit the crossbar, but credit to Relating Wave to air dribble that one all the way across. Virtuoso is in the midfield waiting. An early shot on net from a pretty far distance outside of the box, and he can put that one off the crossbar and in. Endpoint. Usually Guild, in that situation, we see somebody interrupt the pass from Relating Wave, but since Relating Wave got another touch, that made all the difference.
Well, Guild will still play it close with Scrub and Tho. Scrub actually doing a lot of work here in the blue half. The rest of Guild following his lead on this play. Throw a quick rotation back to Nolly. Will force all of Endpoint to shade toward that side. Nobody immediately available, but they have plenty of time. And got the ball out to Virtuoso. Now the rest of Guild, they're sitting back waiting, knowing exactly where that was going to go. Scrub Killer waiting on the back wall.
There we go, another corner play, but Metza getting in front. That is the defense we want to see with the 50s. Virtuoso and Metza now getting a little bit too close to each other, but look at the patience from Virtuoso forcing the 50. Now they can move out, but the pressure is still on from Guild to turn there in that rotation from Scrub Killer. That was so smart, but no, that's a big miss. And let's see if Endpoint can capitalize. Nolly again, the defense, another shot. Oh! So close, Jorby. This team, Endpoint, they hit the crossbar, it went in, and this time they hit the crossbar. It doesn't end up a little bit fortunate for them. Instead, bounces out.
Nolly waiting for that ball to bounce on the rebound, and then to hang on, another shot's coming, so we'll let it bounce back over to Scrub Killer. But giving him a chance to at least go for the attempted clear, it was still really dangerous. Endpoint had a great shot on that. That was just a great save from Tho. Had a great pass from Tho. Tho doing a lot of work in the last minute, and Nolly, the benefactor.
I think this might be one of my favorite plays in Rocket League that you can do. It's whenever somebody's on the backboard waiting for a pass up, your teammate has the confidence to send it all the way up to you. You get a touch that goes back into whoever passed it to you. It looks so clean. It's so executed. Everything on the side of Guild in that play was fantastic. So again, with another insane setup for his boys. And then the shot from Relating Wave, Endpoint. It's too good with this shot. The response is there.
More and more rebounds are coming off the back wall for Endpoint. That was credit to Virtuoso. Good hustle to get back to his touch, where the defender was expecting that to drop a little bit more, maybe get a hard clear, but didn't expect Virtuoso to push that ball in as hard as he did.
Yeah, that's what happened with Relating Wave's pass earlier. It's that second touch that Endpoint are now getting. We never saw that out of the first few games from them, where they keep following it up, and now it seems like they're staying a bit closer to the ball in the air with the air dribbles. Relating Wave did that earlier, and now we see it again. Though, why do you need an air dribble when you can just take out the goalkeeper?
Yeah, fire up the engines. The giant air bomb right into Metzenaris. He just kicked his nose out of the way. I was like, I don't care if I can't get under this ball anymore. You're getting out too. Wonderfully done on the air dribble bump.
That's frustrating. I think that might be the most tilting. I just talked about one of my favorite plays in Rocket League. That is my least favorite play to be a defender. If you get bumped and they don't even get the extra touch, you're just mad overall.
Well, Guild haven't gotten too mad yet, as they've been able to respond to every Endpoint goal so far. Endpoint unable to get any multi-goal lead in the game that they've looked best throughout the match, and it just got a whole lot worse, as Guild haven't been able to take the lead just yet, but they do now in game 4 off of
the bump. Nolly, are you kidding me? That is, I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed. First you get the air dribble bump play, and then now you take out the third man rotating in to get the save, Jorby. Would you be tilted? I think I'd be tilted.
You don't like bumps and demos?
No, I mean, I do, but it's so much right now that I feel bad for Endpoint.
But actually, no.
I feel for them. I feel for them, okay?
Hey, look at Virtuoso. He's got Metzenaris in space, but not enough space. Nolly proving himself on defense again on that last play. Still, Metzenaris, high ball in front for Relating Wave, but Scrub Killer is up for it quickly. Now, how do Endpoint retain possession in midfield? Relating Wave was back on this rotation. He'll just carry the ball in front. Again, trying to make a awkward situation for Guild, but Guild come out of it, and a pre-flip from Scrub. That was so fast, and it gave a lot more power onto the ball. He almost hit it directly on his nose. I thought that was going to turn into a multi-goal lead for Guild.
Yeah. Well, and you see Endpoint, a lot of their tactics right now are bringing this ball up, go for an air dribble, rinse, repeat to find another touch, and then Metza in the midfield. I'm confused. I thought somebody was going to rotate in as the third defender. Did he get bumped, or was this just such a good pass into the space that nobody could rotate in time?
I don't think Nolly expected the pass. Nolly was playing Virtuoso to carry the ball, positioned himself for that, and I don't think he ever saw the pass coming. He was blindsided by it. He's like, oh, that's a hard pass across. I got to turn tail. They get another? Oh,
not even close. Again. Not even close, Jorby. It wasn't even close. I don't know what you're talking about.
Close only counts in horseshoes and something else. Relating wave.
I didn't know the end of that quote either.
Well, I know the end. I know the end, but
I don't know the end, so.
Metsonaris will catch this. Endpoint were able to tie it up at the end of regulation, and they're able to take the lead with 7 seconds remaining. This has been a shootout, and Guild's defense, as much as we had praised them, it's all fallen apart.
Yeah, and it's bound to fall apart when Relating Wave is being annoying. He gets the demo and then turns around to finish off the shot, which is something you don't see normally. The player who gets the demo most likely rotates out, and the confidence for Relating Wave to turn, he recognized that his third man back wouldn't have got the shot in time. Endpoint now take it, and we've got a series on our hands, Joe, but you were right. They're not going to get swept, okay? This isn't where they're going to get, blown out the water. This is something where Endpoint are finally, coming into contention, and we can see that with the plays.
You can, and Endpoint, like I said, I just felt they did a better job mixing things up. I think that was personified in when you were looking at Nolly as third man, expecting Virtuoso to air dribble the ball because that was what he had done the last few times he had possession. But the whole time he had a teammate waiting in midfield on every single one of those opportunities. He finally picked a different option, and Nolly was completely fooled. And I felt like that helped swing things back into Endpoint's favor, where they were able to sustain their 1-goal lead, but it was really hard to actually pull away from Guild, and they almost lost control of it when Guild took the lead with that 4th goal.
Yeah, and it was an action-packed series. We had basically every aspect. We had the demos, we had the air dribble passing plays, we had Tho staying on the backboard, we had Relating Wave. Who was it in the midfield? I'm not sure who actually opted to go for the flick out into the midfield instead of keeping it close. And that's the kind of mix-up that we want to see from Endpoint. Because Guild, it was basically a very calm game for them where they could just keep assuming that Endpoint were going to air dribble every single shot, or every single pass, So for Endpoint to mix it up, we expect the same thing now if they want to keep this series and force it to a game 5.
Guild will pick this up on the kickoff. They've been pretty hard for Endpoint to stop.
Yeah.
Endpoint's defense has not been a point of positivity during this match. So long as Guild can keep winning those 50s in midfield, keep themselves in a solid position for wins like that, where you're constantly making Endpoint think about the very next touch, and then you force them into hard clears. You force them to race for boosts rather than being in control of the pitch. And that's how this started at first, but there's a little bit of space for Metsonaris. He couldn't grab onto the ball. And that's a spot there where you really want to start putting pressure on Guild as early as possible. You know that if you can put them in a state where they're not feeling good, where they're stressed, that's where they start making mistakes. But they can't hang on to the ball for long enough to let that be a factor in the first minute.
Oh, not the best read from Tho. Nolly got that one out into the midfield a little bit. Could have been more centered. But either way, we expect a better hit from Nolly, who didn't predict it as well. And that's something that Guild have kind of died down on, is understanding where the ball is going to bounce, where their teammates and the enemies are going to hit that ball. As that one almost gave Endpoint a chance. I'm a little bit surprised, too, because it felt like the defense from Guild was all over the place, and Endpoint could have capitalized.
It was just a Metsonaris whiff. He tried to jump up to the ball as quickly as he could, and he overshot it. He ran out of boost, couldn't recorrect. And that's going to be a high ball for Guild. Last game was a departure from how good they had been in their backboard defense. Things are starting to return to form. New game, new life.
Yeah.
As some would like to say. Scrubkilla winning a big 50 against Relating Wave. Virtuoso's touch is not going to be good enough. Nolly wants Tho, but he couldn't really wrap around it enough. Didn't have enough boost to get quite the finesse he wanted.
Big clear so far from Endpoint. And whenever they're on offense, I would actually like to see more power. I feel like the hits they're coming out with on offense, off the corner, off the backboard, a little bit weak. Sometimes they'll catch Guild in a slower rotation. I've even seen Tho had to use reverse a little bit here and there. And if you're doing that in rotation, that is not a good sign. So if Endpoint can hit the ball with a little bit more power, kind of hit some boomers off the backboard, that's kind of what I want to see to catch the slower rotation from Guild off guard.
Well, you just saw Relating Wave on that last attempt. Virtuoso was in front of him, and he was attempting to make the challenge. Relating Wave didn't have faith in the challenge. Metsonaris back to make this save, still in trouble. Oh, that was just not right where Scrub was. So that will be back in midfield. But Endpoint starting to feel maybe a little panicky. Because if Relating Wave, if he had stayed on the ground there, then you're talking about a massive man advantage for Endpoint and a quick counterattack. Instead, when have we left the blue half since that last play? It's been a while, if it's not just straight back to Tho as third man, who's done an excellent job carrying the ball downfield for Guild. If Nolly is the mind on defense, Tho is the guy to give you the chance downfield. And Scrub Killa is filling the gaps in between in this match. Certainly been successful in his 50-50 game, but not much to scream at for Endpoint. Their gumption on offense has certainly gone by the wayside so far. They need a new spark. Guild have shut them down, as Guild haven't scored anything either, but you definitely feel like Guild have gotten the better of Endpoint.
Yeah, I think the only thing we're missing out of Guild right now is the prediction of your teammate off the crossbar. Again, I thought it was going to go in. They got maybe one goal, I think it was last game, off the crossbar that went their favor, and then other than that, it just kept bouncing out. This time, somebody is there to put it in, even if it does go off the crossbar.
Well, poor Metanaris just can't have anything go his way today. That's the third time we've seen him hit the crossbar. The other 2 times were in low boost situations. That time, he's just trying to sneak it into the top and hits the crossbar again. That's got to be really frustrating as an individual player to just constantly miss the mark by, a couple of centimeters.
Yeah, I think it's plays like that make Metza want to be passive. I feel like in every interview we've ever had with Metza, he's always like, no, I don't want to be aggressive. I don't want to be the guy who's always on offense. And yet, it's probably because he's hitting the crossbar. He's getting frustrated. He doesn't like the fact that he can't put that one in and get so close, yet so far, as they're still pushing up Endpoint, looking to extend this lead.
It's a long clear for Virtuoso. And Endpoint continually trying to test the box. Though got tested big time, and this time Metanaris puts one into the net, and it's a big multi-goal lead for Endpoint late in game 4.
Oh, and Tho, he's so patient there. He saw the hit go off the ceiling. I don't know why he didn't turn in. I'm not sure if he had any boost. I'm gonna go to his perspective. I'm not sure. It felt like he had definitely less than 30 in the tank, because otherwise I would have expected a faster challenge. He's just waiting for Virtuoso to fly past the ball, but Virtuoso was able to land under it, get another hit, and throw off the defense. You got to be faster to challenge if you're Tho.
And now a sense of urgency if you are Guild. You won the only match point series that you played against this team this season, but you'd really like to not make it that close if you don't have to. You're talking about 2 goals every 10, or a goal every 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And now they're going to start here. Though his challenge is lost to Virtuoso, and that was the big thing that has hampered Endpoint all match long. This time, they are the victors in midfield, and definitely the victors of game 4.
Oh man, the defense is just breaking down, and look at the rotations. This is kind of what happened last time with Guild. It's like we have 2 players rotating back to net when nobody wants to take the initiative and turn in on that rotation and go for a challenge. They're just kind of letting Endpoint shoot the ball, expecting it's not going to be that powerful so they can go on a counterattack. And Endpoint, they're not biting.
Yeah, I mean, to Guild's, not saying like in Guild's defense, but Endpoint, for the most part, have given them backboard reads and backboard defense and trying to force the ball into the corners. Like, that's what we saw Endpoint do for so much of this match. So, it kind of almost, it felt like habit for Guild. It's like, well, he's just going to bang this again, and we're going to get another chance down the field. But no, they're taking their chances with some of these infield passes, and they're winning. They're winning them, but they got to keep those mix-ups going, Turtle. We talked about how Virtuoso mixing up a couple of plays in game 3 is what helped them, and mix-ups again are what help you. If you're always keeping Guild guessing of what you're going to do with the ball next, it puts you in a much better position on offense.
Well, I don't think Guild have adapted to the mix-up. I'm thinking back to that play in Aquadome. That was what changed it all. Whenever I keep thinking it was Relating Wave. I'm pretty sure it was him. I hate how I can't remember, but Relating Wave, instead of air dribbling it off the wall, he just hit it right to the middle, catching Nolly off guard. And as soon as that play happened, you have to understand, if you're on Guild, that Endpoint are trying to switch it up. They're not going for the routine plays anymore. They're not just throwing to the corner. They're going for all types of different angles to approach the net, which is what they should be doing. And Guild, you have to read into that. You have to understand, adapt, and force yourself to push forward and get some more challenges, because Endpoint, they're mixing it up. Guild, now you have to.
The second time this season that these teams have gone to match point. And not the most important match of their day, but the potentially last match of their day. So who will secure a spot for the next stage? Endpoint have swung things in their favor, but things are pretty fickle in that department, because Guild can quickly march down the field and put it right in.
It seems like Tho is always on the receiving end, or honestly the passing end of these crazy plays with Guild. He's always the one who starts it, or finishes it. In this instance, he's finishing it off that great pass from Nolly. The rival series synergy comes out. That's the way you want to start out game 5.
More of what we maybe expected of Guild early on. Oh, Virtuoso. Okay. He blazes this one.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fire behind this ball.
Oh, and who is the one in net? It's Tho who's back. He's rotating, trying to get a hit. And he just can't because of how fast. Yeah, there's literally nothing you can do against that with the speed.
Tho already turned around. You're not expecting 118 kilometers per hour in your face.
Yeah.
That's what he got. So Tho will just dump that downfield and say, Nolly, you deal with it. Virtuoso will take the ball back away from him. Guild
oh my
just
goodness.
slapping that ball. Yeah.
Look at that read from Meta. That is insane. That clear from Tho was huge. And now Relating Wave off the ceiling could have done something. Scary positioning from everyone on Endpoint, and they have certainly picked it up. This is a completely different Endpoint than what we started with.
Really, Endpoint haven't gotten as many demos in these games either. Instead, they're just clicking like a well-oiled team machine. Relating Wave just dumps it downfield. It goes the distance without being challenged.
Yeah.
Metsonaris doesn't even have to leave the backboard. Where is Guild?
That's why the play was so insane, is because Meta, he didn't even jump to get the ball down. That's how much of a finesse he hit the ball with. He was so controlled with that touch. And again, we're looking on the defense. Where was somebody from Guild to meet him on the backboard, get in his face?
I mean, why does the ball go? Why does the ball go the whole distance? Why does the ball go the distance of the pitch? Whoa, oh my gosh, Relating Wave picking up the save, recovering on his initial flip. It's just things like that happen. It's what keeps me on the big question mark.
Well, it was working earlier where Guild could just wait for Endpoint to not use all the space that they're given in midfield, and then Endpoint could just go for a counterattack. And now Endpoint are like, you know what? I see all this space. We're just going to boom clear it to somebody on the other side because you guys are waiting way too patiently on the backboard. Not even on the backboard, just in your own half. And we're going to make use of it.
Oh, Nolly couldn't put a really solid shot on. Virtuoso will wait in midfield. He's got Metsonaris, who actually ends up winning this touch. Relating Wave had to turn around, but nobody from Guild is coming to challenge. Again, waiting on the backboard for something to happen. And the only thing that's going to happen if Guild just plant themselves on the back wall is that they're not going to be able to jump off. They got stunned, and you get scored on. No one's challenging Endpoint.
It's the prediction again. Guild can't figure out where Endpoint want to go with the ball. I'm looking at Tho. I was on his perspective. He was hanging on the backboard, waiting for Endpoint to smack it against the backboard, which is what they just did to get that previous goal. So Tho is like, okay, this is probably the most likely situation. No, Endpoint mixed it up. They go for a close midfield pass, and that's how they put a shot on net. Tho can't make the challenge, and Endpoint, again, come away with a goal.
Metsonaris is having a much better back half of this match. He has 2 assists in this game, and his touches have just been cleaner overall, have been solid. I've always put Guild either under pressure or finding a pass out to his teammates. Just felt like he really struggled in games 1 and 2 especially, where he was constantly low on boost. He could never really find his rhythm in the game. Well, Metsonaris has found his rhythm, but that's thanks to all 3 players on Endpoint who are clearly gelling right now, and Guild have to react to everything Endpoint are giving them. It may be Endpoint who come away the victors, but there's still some time left for Guild. Nolly would love to get things going. Scrum's going to turn back around, pop a ball up in front, but it's easily mended by Virtuoso. Still, Guild can hunt, and Tho will get another solid touch. Nolly jumping up, but Virtuoso is already in place.
I love the speed there from Virtuoso, and also the prediction. That's something Endpoint have always been superior to do on defense, at least in the later half of the series, is predict where that ball is going to bounce and where, Guild are trying to go with the ball. And even there, Virtuoso gets in front of it. They can just keep stopping those shots. Is this one almost an own goal? I was scared for Tho for a minute. It was actually the best touch you could get to go off the backboard, and still scary situations for Guild.
Love when the unintended touch was the optimal touch all along. Yeah. I love it when that works out. That's a hard ball towards the net, and Guild were left scrambled all over the pitch. 4-1 Endpoint.
And I'm on Scrub Killer's perspective again. This is the mix-up we're talking about with Endpoint. In that instance, Relating Wave, I guarantee you 9 times out of 10 for any team, whoever it is going to go for a pass, a clear pass to find somebody in the midfield, and that gives Scrubkilla more time to get back on defense, but instead he just bangs it towards the net. It's out of nowhere. Guild aren't expecting it, and they don't know how to predict anybody on Endpoint.
Oh, this has completely flipped as far as the match is concerned. Guild looked very clean on defense, and they had good offensive opportunities as well. But then Endpoint just changed up how they were approaching these touches. They weren't air dribbling into the backboard as much. They weren't trying to force plays into the corner. Instead, they were like, well, Guild keep pulling off. So we're just going to have the whole field to play with, and infield passes will happen. That's not really what happens on this play. Instead, Virtuoso just gets around everybody. Nolly was expecting maybe for it to come down into him. Maybe Virtuoso's trying to cut in for a pass. But no, Virtuoso just stays along the back wall, and it's awkward all day for Guild. Turtle, you nailed it. They don't have any response. They haven't adjusted to these mix-ups from Endpoint.
Well, it just seems like they're a step behind. They're always trailing for Endpoint, who are actually trailblazing right now with the decisions on where they're trying to go. And Guild, they react. They're like, okay, they're starting to have huge clears now. Let's stay back a little bit more. And they push back. Guild has a more passive defense. Then Endpoint are like, okay, great. They fell for our trap. Let's just go for a little bit of more close passes where we can find each other in midfield. And that's how we'll exploit them. We'll take the win. The reverse sweep for Endpoint. It's that easy when the other team can't react to you.
A reverse sweep indeed, and a great match win in a record where you were really struggling against Guild. Getting a win here feels amazing if you're Endpoint. They move on and look really so much better. It just looks like they had so many more options to play with. Had Guild maybe adapted to the small ball that, I wouldn't say small ball, just the infield passing from Endpoint in the middle, like games 4 and then the beginning of game 5, maybe then they could have actually found those their 50 game again. But once they started losing 50s, they didn't seem to have anything else to go on.
Exactly. Well, I mean, I was just gonna say that series was so fun to watch because it felt more like a chess matchup and a game of chess more than anything else. Because sometimes Rocket League can tend to be a bit more random with crazy bounces. Even the previous series, there were bounces that was going all over the place. We didn't know what was happening. But in this one, it's like every single decision had repercussions, and basically you'd either get punished if you couldn't match that decision or react. And Guild, they were struggling the whole time, and it was really fun to watch and see how Endpoint recovered throughout that series and got the reverse sweep.
And Guild, they're not out yet, but they seem to put themselves in these sort of spots more often than not. Can they get out in the last round and get to the next stage? Well, we'll find out about that later. But next up, Rick's GG versus Solary. Our next round of matches coming up after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to RLCS Season X. Turtle out, James bot in. And James, we just got done with watching Endpoint reverse sweep Guild to qualify for Stage 2. Guild still left without that qualifying win, and their struggles continue. But Endpoint stepping up big time.
Oh, Endpoint, this is what, you have to give them the advantage in. When you talk about that mental fortitude, this is on display from Endpoint. The reverse sweep, a single goal game in Game 3 to keep hopes alive, and then they hit their stride. It's as a Guild fan, it must have been tough to watch your team continue to come so close and fail in this manner. But for Endpoint fans, they'll be rejoicing. What a reverse sweep that was.
Indeed, and we move on to our next round of matches. And on this stream, Rix GG will be taking on Solary. We had Solary on this stream earlier today, and they still continue to show promise. But Rix GG on the other side are another team of up-and-coming players, James. But Solary, they feel like they've been knocking on the door a little more often, and this might be a real chance for them to get a solid entry into Stage 2.
Certainly, and you said it, some up-and-coming names, apparently Jack making some waves back in the Johnny Boy Fusion tournament. But Solary is a team that we are expecting to be a team that breaks into this high level. So we'll see if they can do it here against a Rix GG team that I don't think is going to be an easy win for them. And we have seen Solary play earlier today against BDS, I believe. So, Jorby, this will be a big test for them.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And if, the last match is anything to look at, previous results and a record against an opponent doesn't really mean much on the day because, yeah, that's it. That's really the end of that thought. So anything can really happen there. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it just, even just that last series, you can tell, you know, it's never over until it's over. It doesn't matter who you played earlier. It doesn't matter how well you were playing in the previous series or even the previous game. You have to close it out. You have to close out that series. And on this big stage, it's easier said than done. You see these players like Endpoint. They have players that have so much experience, so much veteran expertise, and it's never over until it's over. And so we'll see now how Solary does against this team of up-and-comers, Rick's GG.
And apparently Jack, he wasn't the only one to make waves in the Fusion tournament. His teammate Dead Monster as well. And they had linked up on the 2v2 portion of that tournament, and they played very well. The synergy is pretty obvious between not just Dead Monster and apparently Jack, but Polar, you know, he slots in as a really good third man for this team. And when they start to find their rhythm in a match, you can see why the hype is around this team, especially when Polar hits those wide angle shots.
Polar chilling out on the corner. He had 0 boost on this play. It's a dime, threads that needle. Oh, Carrion wasn't expecting that to come at him. A 0 boost play, so good from Polar.
Seeing in the last match, players just waiting downfield, not even jumping off the back wall or the corner, but they're just sitting there for 3 or 4 seconds, and the defense completely forgets about them after a while. Almost snuck that goal in, but Solary are going to be forced into a quick retreat. Polar takes the pass from apparently Jack. And this is a good start for Dead Monster and company. They get 2 now up against Solary.
Exotic decided to go up on the backboard. He turned the opposite direction. He was playing a 50 in the corner, expecting his teammate to win. And when it kicked out to the middle, caught completely out of position. If he was in net, maybe he saves that. That decision to go on the wall costing him.
Diving for a play that he was expecting to go center, went back to the corner. Solary were forced to just wait for these rebounds to come back down to earth, but apparently Jack is in the air. Oh, and he had the flip reset, doesn't matter. Dead Monster will collect, and that is 2 for the Monster.
We're barely past the minute mark. Already 3 goals off a brilliant 50 from Dead Monster on the goal line, flipping to the side, staying behind the ball, forcing it to bounce through.
Not the start that Solary might have been expecting, but I'm sure that they've played these players before, and I'm sure they know what they can bring to the table, but to start out so emphatically, 3-0, certainly making a statement.
A statement and a big old hole to try to dig themselves out of. Polar, can he do it again from the corner? Hit the crossbar there. And we're seeing so much aggression, Jorby. Polar has been downfield a couple times, hanging out in the corners, looking for passes. Apparently, Jack, we even saw him go for a flick pass in the middle to Polar. So the team play is there, the synergy's there, shooting accuracy looking good. Offensively, this is a good game from Rick's GG, and I expect to see more of that.
And Solary, a lot of these chances that they've tried to generate, they're usually diving as the first man, feeling the pressure. But this time, Yukis sneaks this into the top off of Carrion's pass.
Carrion, well positioned. You saw him using up his boost. He knew he wasn't going to get a very good hit on the ball. So what does he do? You just shadow it and hope for a good 50. Player's so good at getting to the ball, hovering just above it, forcing those 50s to go in their favor. And that was a textbook example.
I want that to be a title in game. Hope for a good 50. I feel like that's half of my games. But Carrion, he'll pick up a second. And all of a sudden, where you thought, well, the emphatic start is great, but if you can't keep it going, Solary are going to sneak back in.
Yeah, that was just a fantastic challenge by Carrion, actually, I believe it was. Carrion getting up, or Yukis rather, Yukis getting up there, getting in front of the ball, forcing that 50 to kick out. Ooh. And that's all it takes. A couple of good challenges, and that has brought Solary right back into the game.
And that was, even right there, it was a good challenge from Carrion, but the rest of Solary had to retreat, and Exotic just dumped that in front. He actually gets the bump on Polar. and it killed any power he was going to get on that touch. The Solary starting to find their way in this game. But Polar and company, they've still been a difficult number to get by. See if Carrion can start another good push, but they're forcing Yukis up. Apparently Jack next up on the challenge, and that's going to break for Polar. He's going to keep it low, actually going to flip it right in front of Carrion. So Solary get out of that play, but they couldn't grab the ball in midfield. And those struggles continue for Solary. The midfield game just has been non-existent.
Yeah, they've taken advantage of those quality challenges. That's really the only highlight that they've had. You wonder if Solary is going to start figuring some things out, or if they're going to keep going with these scrappy goals.
Oh, trying to go for the bump. That was Yukis to give Exotic a clear lane on the net. Well, Carrion, he got a decent pop. It sent the rest of Rick's GG up, and they almost snuck it through. Exotic shot wasn't good. Polar came up with the next save. Dumping through is Carrion. Yukis, never mind. Wow. Solary coming back 3 goals down to tie it up.
And it all started with that play, you know, having the attacker fly up, make the defense think you're taking a shot, and then you leave it for your teammate to get a better shot. And that kept the pressure going. So we wanted to see more creativity out of Solary, and we got it.
A lot of great 50s, especially from Carrion. Yukis, what a pass. Oh. If Exotic, he was able to steal the ball away completely. Polar's still chasing this down. But he did get it out to apparently Jack, who almost found Polar. But apparently Jack will steal that boost away and make life a little more difficult for Solary to get out. More pressure towards the net. And they're all forced to rotate one at a time in net. Now they find Exotic downfield. Did they catch everybody out? Yes, they did, and it goes in. Apparently, Jack's desperate, but Solary are spamming. Great pass.
100% calculated. Goes up for the backboard read. It still goes in. Jack, he grazed the ball, you know, calculated. That's all you can say.
Carrion opened his book and said, I know exactly what's going to happen about 4 moves from now. I'm jumping. Apparently Jack's like, yeah, dude, I got you. Not how you want to draw it up.
It was such a hard hit, though, Jorby. Yeah. It was such a hard hit that you can understand why that mistake was made, why Jack didn't get as much of a touch as he had hoped for. He didn't have much boost on that play either. Now catching this ball, Polar leading the way, going for a bump, but it was dodged and easily saved by Yukis. That was a big play from Yukis as well. Could have been the tying opportunity for Rick's GG.
Ooh. Another good challenge, too, to keep them locked in the blue half. They had a couple of demos, but Polar picks up a lead demo. Now Dead Monster, apparently Jack, will sit and watch the ball go into the net for a tie game. A simple flick obliterates the defense.
That demo did wonders. Dead Monster had his eyes on Exotic the whole time. He's waiting for him to commit. As soon as he saw Exotic bite, he flicks it right over him, but that demo created the space for that to happen. And we're seeing those 1v1 skills, the 1v1 timing coming to play. Now they might have another chance here, Jorby.
Well, Dead Monster, he was playing with time there to give himself a chance. Let that ball bounce with under a second left, which probably would have been the best opportunity for a goal. They didn't get it, so we're in overtime. But really impressed with how Rick's GG have started this match. Solary, as good as they have looked, and with the expectations on this team, it's been a struggle to consistently put it to this Rick's GG squad, but they're gonna find a way here. Carrion, he's had a solid game so far. Flipping into the net and resets for game 2.
Oh, that back pass from Yukis, and then the pop from Carrion follows it up with the flip reset. Picture perfect. And James, Polar, he wanted to get the block on that, but that chip was right around him. Yukis, though, that back pass as well. So much to love from that play, Jorby.
I absolutely loved watching the Harbinger go up, get the flip reset to score. It's such a big, beautiful beast in the air, James. It's not as good as watching a Merc get a flip reset, but it's probably the next best thing I'm gonna get. Either way, well done by Carrion, and that was just a microcosm, and maybe the one play you point to show he was doing this for the entire 5 minutes in regulation.
Oh yeah, Carrion was amazing. A hat trick for him, 2 assists, 100% goal participation. He was scoring. That last play was just so good. you could see him waiting to air roll until the last second. And that's why it's so important to have that air roll right or left button bound to your controller so you can pull off plays like that. You saw how quickly he was able to get into position for that flip reset. So Carrion showing off the mechanics there in a big spot. And it wasn't even an easy play to pop it around the defender. Polar probably shocked that that even made it over his head. So well done by Carrion. He gets his team a win there.
And a stunning start for Rick's GG. Really turned into disaster. You got 3 quick goals, but now you can't keep Carrion out of the net. He puts another one in to start game 2.
He's the king. I mean, he's wearing a crown. It's pure gold. Just like these plays that he's been making, Carrion, he's unstoppable right now.
Just feeling like he's king of the pitch and showing it too. Exotic actually going to get to this ball, and oops, Carrion's like planned it for Yukis. And Polar's lost in midfield. He did not know where exactly that ball was going to go, and it forced everybody back on Rick's. Polar will try to move downfield again. He had such a great start, in particular, James. He had that wide angle shot on the corner, and then a couple of shovels out to Dead Monster. Since then, Polar hasn't had nearly the success, and he would hope to find some more of that again in game 2 if there's hope for Rick's GG, but instead he's defending another shot. Carrion will try again for Solary.
Yeah, Polar, he started out very well, Joe. You said he was starting out hot, and then we saw some missed shot opportunities. So it looked like, even though he had a very good start, things not continuing to go well for Polar. See if Rick's GG can find a way back, but Solary's starting to find their pace. You can see it.
Exotic just winning that next touch against Polar, who didn't have the speed to get there in time, ran out of boost. And everybody on Rick's is forced onto the back wall. Dead Monster the next up to try to find the clear. Try to force that 50 against Exotic, and that's a big win for apparently Jack. It gave a little bit of space, and then great pick from Polar in midfield. Cuts off the pass, rewarded with a goal.
And this one, important.
Great.
That's the tying goal. It wasn't anything incredibly special, just a 50, just a challenge. We saw that go the way of Solary at the in the later parts of game 1. So if your challenges are going well, maybe that's what'll get you back into it. Worked well for Solary. We'll see if it works well for Rick's GG.
Well, it's been a struggle to find those close rebounds that helped Rick's be so successful in the first half of game 1. But now they're just hopping these routes in midfield. They know that Solary want to play it slow and try for these short passes. And they're picking them off in midfield and starting chances like that. But Dead Monster, had he been just a couple centimeters lower, you're talking about a lead.
Oh, that was such a close call. And you could even see Polar had so much space, decided to hit it backwards. I don't know if that was the best call, gives up possession. And now, dodging a demo, Polar and the rest of Rick's GG, they are under attack right now as Solary taking shot after shot.
Oh, Polar again. Sees the pass developing in midfield, just goes to cut it off. Doesn't try to force the challenge against first man or even the second man. Tried to read it, Carrion couldn't find the goal. And as close as some of these chances has looked, and maybe they get another one, no, Carrion can't win that 50. This has been a battle in midfield for possession. No one really getting that one challenge that starts to put the press on the other team, but a demo might, as Yukis tried to clear a lane. Now he's gonna take a shot, bounce off the crossbar, no good.
Yukis just off on that one. Inches away. That one was so close. Scoring chance. And we've seen a couple of them now for Solary where they narrowly missed. And like you said, Jarby, it's been a battle in the midfield. Both teams having counterattack opportunities. Now that shot's gonna go high and wide.
Cut by Dead Monster, he got bumped out of the way, so no carry for him. Instead, Yukis is really starting to heat up on some of these air dribbles. And even a couple of demos we've seen him have to try to create more holes on the blue half. But apparently Jack will get behind this next ball for Ricks. Can they find their way in front of the box? Apparently Jack blows open a hole, but Dead Monster is forced into a retreat. Carrion has no clue. Dead Monster had no clue, but he still picks up the save off Yukis' shot.
And that's the second time we've seen this out of Solary, where they have that lead attacker who all the defenders are looking at, And then you have that second shooter coming in and taking this shot while everyone's looking at that first player. It's almost worked out a couple of times now. See if they keep doing it.
That was keeping Ricks guessing on the corner. And now they're a little tied up in midfield, but Dead Monster will take the ball away. Now the rest of Solary. Carrion's next up for Dead Monster's air dribble, and he makes it difficult for him to get back to his touch. Everyone waiting in this corner on Solary. It bounces right back for Yukis, and Carrion almost snuck it in the top. Apparently Jack up quickly, but it might not be enough. Exotic turns, and it's knocked out to the corner again. Managing defense, but managing is about it. Ricks get out again.
Solary, they're getting so close. That one, Exotic, banged off the crossbar. It was the right idea. It looked like the defender did have it. See if Ricks GG can hold on these final 10 seconds.
It was well done by Dead Monster to keep that initial touch close in the air and at least prevent quick shots from happening. This could still be dangerous. Exotic has a little bit of boost. He uses it to put it nowhere. I thought for sure he had it lined up. No goal.
That double tap, it's always risky when you keep that ball alive. That double tap almost giving Ricks GG a nightmare.
Carrying that patience on the back wall, and then Exotic the demo to give him a way out. That was such a precarious situation for Solary, but they handled it and executed it perfectly. Now apparently Jack has to work for space. Yukis takes the ball away from him, and now a quick attack may be coming for Ricks GG's net. Exotic lets it drop. Carrion is the whole way back, and now apparently Jack has possession. He's got a man to his right. Delayed flick, but Carrion has been tough to get by. Here's another shot off the crossbar. Apparently Jack waiting, denied. Oh, that might not be the touch that Solary want, but Exotic had enough to get back to it. Very dangerous situation for Solary, and dumping in front again. Carrion, but it was a double commit, so no quick clear is coming for Solary. Polar might have space off the demo from Dead Monster, and Yukis gets back to his touch in the corner, but apparently Jack, his challenge will force Dead Monster back. Solary survives.
That was a battering attack, and now on the other end, kicks out to Exotic. He'll let this bounce back, but we saw apparently Jack in that situation. Who was that Dead Monster that he had on his right? He could have gone for the pass, decided to take it slow, go for the flick. I don't know if that's the right situation on that play. And it was well defended.
Oh, Dead Monster, that's a massive win, and he absolutely stole the ball away. Thievery success for Ricks GG.
Oh, you saw Dead Monster. He was delaying the challenge, and that faked out the defender. The defender flying right by him. Well done by Dead Monster. You felt like Ricks GG maybe even deserved it on that one play. Coming so close, their attack was threatening, and they answer back to Solary.
That was definitely a, well, game one, all of those goals, that was a wash. None of us were ready to play defense yet. And then all of a sudden, defense was very fun to watch on both ends. And I mean, you said it, James, there was that one opportunity between apparently Jack and Dead Monster. I did think he was going to go for a hard pass out to the side. He had the space, and the defender was playing the carry from apparently Jack. So they definitely would have at least caught one man out on that sort of play. But it didn't matter. They didn't need it. You just hope that they can score more of those opportunities if you're a Ricks GG fan.
Yeah, I think there were missed opportunities on both ends. We saw a few crossbar hits from Solary coming so close, but really only one goal that game. It was 9 seconds in. That was their only goal. But they had those threatening offensive attacks. But Ricks GG also the same for them. Even in that overtime, you thought they might have scored a little bit earlier. So this is shaping up to be a neck-and-neck series. We'll see how game 3 goes. If Solary, I mean, when Solary was playing well, it seemed like they had the edge. But we'll see if Ricks GG can find something deep.
Something tells me that Exotic is just one solid touch away from really popping off. I thought game 2 was kind of his awakening game in this match, where he had that attempt to double and had a pass out off the 50 that Polar saved right here, but then also his demos to create space or prevent shots. Exotic has been doing a lot of dirty work for his team, but you know he's just as capable of scoring. He's given an easy one from his teammate. That was Yukis on the challenge in front.
And he was doing so much of the dirty work, like you were saying, Jorby, even there on 0 boost, goes for the pinch pass off the wall instead of letting it bounce back, instead of rotating out, he goes for it. And that was a critical moment, allowing his teammate to get that ball back out into the middle. So this is perhaps the breakout game from Exotic, like you were thinking.
It could be. Yukis gonna have to retreat, and the rest of Solary hoping Exotic can get up to that ball, which he does. Forced to wait for that high ball. No one really ready to go for it, but Dead Monster couldn't get the touch he wanted either. So Solary not feeling too much pressure, though. You don't want to let this continue. Carrion does a great job carrying the ball out, but he's on limited boost here. And the rest of Solary are also starting to feel the emptiness that comes from a 0 boost tank. But they collect some, Carrion wins, and he flips off the ball, which actually gave Exotic just the amount of space necessary to force more pressure. But no real threat yet.
Yukis landed right back onto that ball. This could be a chance for Exotic. Might have to go for the pass. We've seen some good looks from Solary. These challenges have been crazy at times. Yukis seemed to drop out of the sky for that one.
Carrion just, I don't know how he just stops the ball on every challenge. Like, yes, I know exactly when to flip. He times it perfectly to just kill the ball and retain possession. I feel like that's one thing that's been, or that's the massive thing that's been really frustrating for Rick's GG to deal with. And maybe they get a goal here to commit on Solary on this next play, but it's kind of a very crowded assault, and the rest of Ricks are forced back. No real clear lane for a teammate. Dead Monster gets under, flip reset, but he couldn't make contact. The challenge knocks it away. That's not a good touch from apparently Jack. He mishandled the ball, and now they're threatening to score. Solary, here's another shot. Good for Carrion off the crossbar.
And Dead Monster, he came up close on that flip reset play, but you notice he's nowhere close to being back. You need a third man in that situation. Dead Monster went all in on that flip reset play and was way far out of the play, and Polar, all of the pressure fell on him to make a stop and couldn't do much to stop that attack. So you got to be careful when you're going for those flip reset shots, using up all your boost. It can really put your team in a tight spot. That's exactly what we saw happen in that situation.
That could have very well been a 3-0. Exotic shot that just banged off the crossbar just a couple seconds ago. And Carrion not wanting to force it too hard, not wanting a hard rebound or anything. He tried to play it slow, and apparently Jack just blows through the net. What a double.
You see the demo throws things into panic. Carrion and Yukis both go for it. They both miss, and Jack says, okay, yeah, I'll tap this in, no problem.
Established 2020, he's here to play RLCS. Apparently Jack, every time he gets onto a stream, he looks better and better. Definitely one of those individual players to watch. I think all three of the players on Rick's GG are. For one reason or another, but maybe not for that reason.
Oh, Polar had backflip there. He backflips again. Back-to-back backflips for Polar. Wonder if he's got a loose joystick, perhaps.
Oh, the magnetic stick fell off his control. I hate when that happens, man. I have to like dive down. It's like, someone cover for me quick. I can't see. So you're just trying to stick it on as fast as possible.
Those fancy controllers. Just got one of the normal ones.
Yeah, I don't like normal. Polar flip reset, and it's gonna be blocked. Not enough power. He tried to sneak it in far side. Just not as successful on the carries for Rick's GG. Or Dead Monster, he's been pretty much the lead on that. On carrying the ball, winning awkward 50s, but still retaining possession. This time he's losing the ball in where you want him to, or in that last stage where you need him to keep it and then get the pass out. He's not being as successful, so Solary have done a good job shutting that down for now, but you gotta keep your eyes on it 100% of the time, because you lose your focus for a second on that. Next thing you know, Dead Monster is a solid pass out.
That's how good players are nowadays. Jorby, you leave that net undefended for a split second, you give them a counter-attacking lane. It can happen so fast.
And even in the last match where you saw where mix-ups played such a critical role in keeping, or an Endpoint keeping Guild on their toes at all times, You never want to give the same look every single time. We say it a lot. Oh! What a touch from Polar! A little double bounce play of basketball. I like the dribble.
You know, it's the best way to confuse the defense is, confuse your own offense. We saw Dead Monster going for that. No one expected Polar to get that second touch, except for apparently Jack, who was waiting for the rebound opportunity, and it came, and 12 seconds left. They managed to tie it up.
Well, it's 2-2, and 7-8 on the shot totals, and
it's open!
Wait, apparently Jack, no! Exotic will throw it away, coming on the blindside challenge. Well, that was a sliver of just chaos that happened. Overtime, though, James. Hang on a second. Okay, all right. He picked up the save. We're good.
And that's got to be heartbreaking for Solary because the ball had bounced off the backboard. Double tap attempt from Exotic. He's denied. But there was a backboard bounce, and the read didn't come through. The net was wide open for him. And then Jack almost got that dribble in the last second. We'll see how they do. Polar, the bump, if he bumps carrying out of the play, that would have been a goal.
That's the real tilt factor for demos, is when they let those kind of goals in. But it doesn't, or it does matter, as this is a game to put you on match point. That's a shot from Dead Monster taken away yet again by Exotic. The defense been okay for Solary. They put a shot on, and Dead Monster will pop it up again. So no more than one shot for either team in this overtime so far on each possession. About a minute in, Polar's going to give Dead Monster a look and just wants to take another quick shot. The ball's given back, but the rest of Ricks have to retreat. Exotic found the exact read he was looking for. Oh, and the crossbar, and Yukis finding headway in their relationship. Maybe not the way Yukis wants.
It's on a double commit. This could be bad. Polar winding up for the shot and didn't get much on it. That was a golden opportunity, perhaps running out of boost.
Again, I'm still looking at Exotic, James. He had that attempted double where he just missed off the post. He's been pretty dangerous behind the ball every time he gets there. Even if he's not taking the shot, he's good at creating space, winning 50s all around. So you definitely keep your eyes on him in this overtime. He could be the difference maker in game 3.
Be called to make a defensive play here. Went right to Polar. But Polar, again, not the greatest touch. Gonna give up possession.
There hasn't been great touches at all for Ricks, and now they're gonna have to defend that. But Yukis and the crossbar get another notch on their relationship. And Yukis is hoping he starts to get some W's in this, because he's tired of hitting that crossbar, just being unable to find those reads. Exotic goes for the net, and he hits paint! Exotic collects in overtime, and one more win will send Solary onwards.
A huge challenge, and then the angle he's working with is minuscule, but doesn't matter. Exotic hitting the only angle he had, and Solary will squeak away with a win there. They had so many opportunities, Jorby, where they were hitting the crossbar, getting close, but not close enough. And look at the amount of shots on both sides. This was so many opportunities for Ricks GG and Solary where they were just not making the most of their scoring opportunities. This one easily could have gone either way, and Solary, thanking their lucky stars, they got the win.
Exotic collecting 859 points, 4 saves, 2 goals, and an assist to his name. Not even talking about the biggest goal that he hit, but the dude has been such a force on the pitch, and Ricks GG, it's been really difficult for them to handle him and the whole team, honestly. You talked about Polar and his poor touches, James, but I also felt like Dead Monster and apparently Jack were struggling to carry the ball. They consistently wanted to go for carrying it, but they'd always lose it. Solary picked them apart on their attempts to slow down the game. They would not let it happen, and they picked their battles excellently.
They really did. They shut down those dribbling attempts, like you were saying, the attempts to slow it down. But this one still, it just came down to who made the most of their many opportunities. It wasn't brilliant by either side, really. But Solary continues to have that little bit of extra edge.
And I mean, who do you look at if you're on Ricks GG to try to get back into this and force game 5? Polar started off with a great shot from a wide angle, and then Dead Monster collected on a flurry of offense in the opening minute of this match. But since then, our success has been far and few between. Solary putting every ball in the back, or not every ball, but just enough pressure to put balls in the back of Rix's net. I don't know who exactly has to step up, but as a team, they certainly need to be performing better. And Polar, Dead Monster know it. They collect here off the pass.
Well, this has been such a close series. Jarvie, you know, it could be anyone that steps up. We've had 3 overtimes back-to-back. Dead Monster putting in this first goal. But if history has anything to teach us, it's very likely that this one could be going to overtime too, and you'll wonder who will be that player to step up and score. And we talked about Polar when, you know, Polar started out very well, like you were saying, because of his shooting accuracy, and that has been plaguing really both Solary and Rix GG, not being able to hit those open nets or those tight angles that a lot of times you see players hit at this level.
Oh, Dead Monster. Yeah, that initial carry. This time it's all about the follow-up for Rix. Yeah, first man can win that first challenge, but your follow-up has to be just as good as your first challenge. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck with low boost, flipping in front, hoping for just a favorable bounce to go your way. And Rix have certainly been put to task the last 40 seconds or so. Everybody pulls back on Solary, and they have the space to just boom it back downfield. Well, this time, midfield can be Rix's. Dead Monster almost snuck that through. Carrion tried to get in front of that, and that was almost deadly because Yukis very easily could have hit that right into his teammate. But no sweat if you're Solary. Well, now maybe you're sweating if you're Rix. Dead Monster maintains his composure, but the defense has been very divey, James. They haven't been able to hold on to their boost for very long. Another save for Dead Monster.
And that was a big save from Dead Monster. Yeah, apparently Jack had missed the challenge. He just completely whiffed. And that really shook things up for the Rix GG defense. They're still not out of it just yet. Some good pressure coming out from Solary.
Another catch in a lot of space. Apparently Jack forced to wait despite having so much boost. Can't go too early, can't go too late. The timing's got to be just right on defense. And managing as well as they have, Dead Monster back over to apparently Jack. When we talk about how much they've struggled to get the clear, they still retain the 1-goal lead here.
And that might be enough. The defense holding strong, but we have seen some shakiness come out.
Dead Monster has been last in net a couple of times as these shots have come. He's made every save so far, but all it takes is a little too much power. Oh, the passing play denied a chance for a multi-goal lead. Now Exotic has a pass to Carrion, but Dead Monster had it read. Again, Dead Monster stepping up big time on defense, even in front, not necessarily just in the net.
Dead Monster's mechanics on point. Can do a lot even with a little. Had nothing in the tank, was still able to make that defensive stop.
Another solid clear into space, but then getting bumped was apparently Jack, so he's going to be late to that challenge. In fact, Yukis is just going to take it past him. Very speedy in front. What a pass! He just above the crossbar. Now a breakaway. And Polar was looking for something. He didn't want that ball to go right back into Solary's cars, but it did. They still can't let a ball in. Dead Monster hops in front of that. It just feels like they're teetering on the edge, and still they're keeping that ball out. That's a great cut by Polar to get the ball downfield again.
And they were very fortunate. Oh, that skip.
Wow.
We'll send it deep, but they're very lucky that I believe it was Exotic that took the shot. Hit his shot high yet again.
Apparently Jack just got under that ball. Maybe have to go to a different tool in the arsenal to find the back of the net. You're at the end of regulation, so it starts now. Exotic, quick pass in front to Carrion, but it's denied again. The challenges in midfield have been oppressive from Rix GG, and we indeed go to Game 5.
And that one goal proved to be enough. And this was another example of Solary not finishing these fantastic opportunities that they get. It was such a good infield pass, and I believe it was Exotic that took the shot and just shot it high again. So the accuracy is continuing to plague them, and Rick's GG doing just enough to secure the win.
Dead Monster, it wasn't just, the fact that he saved the ball in net. It was where he put it every time he did make a save, where if, Solary were shading left, Dead Monster's putting it right. And if Solary wants to really commit, you're going to have to use a lot more boost than you were expecting to keep the offense going. Solary don't want to overcommit, and they just weren't able to find that pick against Dead Monster. He just kept playing opposite to them every single time. So very good vision on defense from Dead Monster. I felt he was the key piece in keeping that lead alive.
Yeah, some big defensive stops on low boost and tough situations, making it happen and getting that only goal of the game. So we'll see how Game 5 plays out here on Champions Field. One team is going to secure their spot in the next stage.
No one really taking complete control of this match at any point. It has definitely been a tug of war. No one pushing pulling the other across the line, or even getting close to that line. But we're coming to the end. Dead Monster, it's going to be a high touch for him to Polar. Oh, he wanted to tee it straight down. Love plays like that. Apparently Jack lets that bounce down, or touches it down. Polar back over to Dead Monster. Fine to take that really low risk there, as apparently Jack was already rotating back. And now the entire defense from Solary is non-existent. Dead Monster gets a freebie off of a great carry from Jack.
Yeah, Jack, that extra touch, again, it's the power of air roll, and Dead Monster cheats on that one. What more evidence do you need to start adding that to your game if you're a casual player? These pros so good at it, showing you how effective it can be, getting that extra power, that extra speed through the ball. And almost an answer right off kickoff from Solary.
I was going to say, it's really, you've talked about it a couple of times in this match already, James, and it's something that's taken really the game by storm, as a couple of pros started using it. Other pros saw the benefit, and all of them think, okay, I either need to do air roll right or air roll left for all the reasons that you say. And we see more and more people, pro or casual, to go to that. And it just gives you so much more finesse mechanically. Finesse is something apparently Jack was having none of. That was all raw power.
I mean, you don't need air roll to get passing plays like that. And you Gizzle sneak this one by. Oh, this is disastrous for Rick's GG.
Oh, apparently Jack.
Oh, it hit off the... It was an own goal, too.
Oh. I mean, how many times do you expect the challenge to just roll off the first man's car? Like, yeah, Polar's going to flip into that. It'll just shoot up off the ceiling. And apparently Jack, had that actually happened, he was going to be in the perfect spot for it. But now, Exotic says, thanks for the carry. Thanks for the goal. See you later.
He wins the race to the midfield boost, and that proved to be enough. Quickly going for the shot. You can see Polar and Jack both getting bunched up like in a traffic jam, bumper to bumper, and that did them no wonders.
Maybe bumps or maybe bumps or demos, maybe the physical game can help them out. We haven't really seen a ton of it. We've seen a couple of demos. Polar specifically has typically been the aggressor in that respect, but Dead Monster speedily up to this, and the Polar Dead Monster connection is reborn.
After a 1-0 game, this one has been much more exciting. We're not even 2 minutes in, 4 goals total, tied up at 2-2. Rick's GG, and it was important that they recover again after coming so close on the demo, the passing play. That was such a good play to come away empty-handed. And for them to then concede a goal, it could have been a moment where they just give up. They're defeated, but I love to see them battling right back and tying it up.
Solary hasn't looked nearly as threatening without carrying winning those awkward challenges that we saw him really perform well on in the first 2 games of this match, James. He's been quiet in the last game, and now so far in the first half of Game 5. While he was popping off, that's where Solary felt like they could do no wrong on offense for the most part. And talk what you want about Exotic missing that shot in game 4, but carrying consistently quiet is certainly not going to help out Solary. Credit where credit is due to Rick GG.
And we know that he's got it in him, that flip reset goal.
Oh my goodness.
Jack!
What happened?
He sails over him, Carrion. He gets locked up on defense. He tries to reverse. Yukis, I think, left it because he was thinking Carrion was going to get the touch, and it didn't work out.
That feels so bad if you're Carrion. And looking at his cam, he was expecting that bounce off the ceiling, but it came with so much power, and it came a little bit farther back than I think even he was anticipating, because he was trying to recorrect even before it bounced off the ceiling, and just couldn't really get a solid read on it at all. He'll move the ball downfield here, but not where Solary want to be with 2 minutes remaining.
And that is a great play from Jack to buy so much time. We saw the passing from Solary at the midfield. They were vying for position. Now Exotic in a race, but apparently Jack taking his time in the corner. He hits it to the left, gets it around a defender at midfield, and now that one off the crossbar. Rebound is denied. But Jack finishing out strong.
Oh, apparently Jack came around to get the ball back to Polar. He got bumped as the third man. Apparently Jack couldn't find the ball! Exotic finds net! Solary coming back again, tie game.
And that one wasn't handled well. The ball pops up. Jack gets the ball bounced right underneath him, and the bounce shot is so effective. It's hard to hit that rising ball off the bounce. Exotic was able to bounce it under the defender and get so much power that it gets all the way up near the crossbar. A huge play from Exotic.
Started off so well for apparently Jack there too. He made up for Polar getting bumped, took away the shot option, but then it was just too hard of a bounce to Polar. It popped straight out in front of him, and then they couldn't really respond to it after that. Apparently Jack was diving for it, as you were so eloquent in describing, James, and now Polar. He's finding more success in that corner in shoveling the ball out. Whether or not his new teammate, they're like bumpers in a pinball game.
Dead Monster. He was just going from one player to another, bumping him right in the face.
Ooh. A very divey challenge from Dead Monster. And that can really catch Solary off guard. He saw all 3 players in midfield and thought, if I can just jet this over the player, then we can get a breakaway opportunity. But even here, it's kind of precarious for Rick's GG. Dead Monster will hop it over one, but Yukis will give a favorable ball to Exotic. Now, how can Rick's GG get out of this as time is running out in regulation? We've had 3 overtimes so far, and this may be the 4th. As time is winding down. Hang time on the ball. Dead Monster plays 2 rebounds. Now Kyrian gets a look, but apparently Jack closes the gap, and that is it. Game 5 OT.
And that's what you want to see. This one has had multiple overtimes. Why not end it in overtime?
Now, anything can certainly happen. We've seen misses on both sides of the field. One quick passing play, one bump of a player is going to be the difference. Dead Monster, good first challenge, good second challenge. Dead Monster works his way to the opposite side of Solary territory, collects the boost as well. This will be the first in a line of challenges for Rick's GG to try to find the net, but Solary are going to be a tough cookie to crack on defense. Following it close was Carrion. They get out on that touch. Apparently, Jack, that is an own goal disaster! Yukis collects, but apparently Jack gives up the series. Unbelievable!
And Dead Monster was racing for it. That was the worst possible touch in that situation. That is heartbreaking for Rick's GG, who fought so valiantly. But in the end, they fall to Solary. And this was a series, you know, no matter who won, the team that lost was going to look back and think about all the opportunities that they let it get away from them. But Solary, we saw it over and over again, Jorby, in these really, really tight margin games. They just seem to have that extra edge.
They do. And again, Carrion, he stepped up in the second half of Game 5. He didn't wow you with any crazy flip reset opportunities or some double tap attempts or what have you, but he was certainly a nuisance to Rick's GG in the physical department, in making plays difficult for them to complete. All around, I mean, this was just, I was still impressed by how Rick's GG started this match, James, and then even how they ended it. Yes, apparently Jackie it was an unfortunate mistouch, but for the majority of this set, I did feel like Rick's GG probably performed better than some might have given them credit for in this match. I don't think it's nearly the last we've seen of them. I said that before, and I definitely will say it again, but GG's to Solary on making it through.
Absolutely. I think they made a statement here, Jorby, even though they fell short. I think people will be starting to pay closer attention to Rick's GG.
And that is it for Solary for the day. We got some more matches coming up, 2 more to close out the day on the A stream. Check out twitch.tv/eLeagueTV for the rest of the matches streamed. We'll be back on this channel after the break.
shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on. Open your eyes and see the people chanting, slowly falling apart. The silence causing an earthquake. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling higher, and I know I can be taller. Shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning.
Welcome back to the RLCS. Guess what, Leaf? I was the imposter. I am taking over now. I am the host. I am joined by Achieves and Corelli. And guys, we just saw a phenomenal matchup, a one that was very important for a team like Rick's. But Achieves, what a comeback here from Solary.
A huge comeback from Solary. I mean, you were never really sure how that one was going to end up once it gets into the middle. We've already seen a couple reverse sweeps today as well. You never know. But man, that own goal has to be so irritating right at the end of it. Just a disaster. But overall, really well played series. Definitely not out of it in the last round.
Gibbs, I'm a little worried for Ricks. I mean, this was a very close series, as we've been talking about, as we just watched multiple overtimes back and forth, and then to lose with an own goal like that, it's something that you got to shake off. You know, Ricks isn't out of this yet. Now they're sitting at 2-2. They have one more chance to get or to stay in this regional. That's a really painful way to lose after a series like that. I really am curious to see how Rick's kind of come back into this mentally.
And not only for them, they are playing for obviously points and money throughout this regional, but they have to make it to next weekend, or actually in 2 days, to have any chance to make that major, because they are behind in points right now. So for Rick's, this last round, this 2-2 round is going to be very important for them. We saw some other teams bounce out. We'll look at the Swiss graphic now of what has happened so far throughout. We're 4 rounds in, boys, and this last round is going to matter a lot. We've seen some teams kind of get bounced out. TLR, one of those teams in round 4, they lose to Barrage, and they are now out of major contention for them. But for Barrage, that's a big win there. And it all comes down to this. The 2-2 round. We'll show our standards here because our graphics are not working, because they're just trying to make this job as hard as possible on me for my first time hosting.
Oh, no.
So, like, I'm going to point out thing for you, Achieves. What's your biggest surprise throughout today? Or, like, has there been any surprises?
You know, last resort, actually, considering that the last couple of regionals, they were able to make it through stage 1 both times, even though they were kind of an outside team. And to come out here, I kind of started to expect them to at least make stage 2 again. So I was a little surprised to see him get bounced out 1-3, but tough break for him.
Now, near the top, any surprises there, Corelli, or do you think, we just kind of went through it?
No, not for me at all. No, not for me at all, especially with the way Monkeys had been playing as of late in the grid. I expected them to come out. I think 3-1 is a very solid performance from Monkeys. So yeah, those top 5 teams, basically all the teams that qualified, I am not surprised to see at the moment.
Yeah, my only surprise is Guild. They started 2-0, and now they're down to 2-2. And we talked about them a lot today about, they can tilt. But last time they tilted, they went on a hot streak. So we'll see what happens here. Very important round for them. One thing to note as we get into our versus matchup screen of what we have to come here is that normally we would have the teams that are 2-1. They would get a random matchup against a 1-2 team. But because of so many rematches, we had to kind of spin that a little bit. So we'll see here on this stream, Guild versus Edelweiss. So we got the top seed from the top bracket, the bottom seed of the bottom bracket, and then we had to mix it up a bit. Ricks GG versus Nameseekers. Those two teams are coming from the top, but they have to play one another because of that rematch rule, followed by Barrage versus Train Hard Esports. And that'll be on the E-League TV stream, so definitely go check that one out. Those are two teams coming from that lower end, but again, because of rematches, this is how it all played out. So for you, Corelli, Ricks GG, like you've lost a lot in your career, Corelli. How do you bounce back after an own goal like Ricks GG just had?
Wow, you got to do that to me, Gibbs?
Had to.
Wow. First of all, ESL Cup number 16 champion. Go look it up on Wikipedia. Thank you very much.
Not a monthly champion, but hey, not everyone can be as great as me. But go ahead.
No, but I think it's very simple. First of all, you get right back into the game. So you don't get a lot of time to really like take that deep breath, but I think you have to have a very honest conversation with your teammates. And you have to say, look, that was a really bad way to lose, but we kept it close. I think basically throughout that entire series, Ricks played a very solid series that they were definitely not out of it at any point. So for Ricks, it really is having that honest conversation with your teammates, kind of having that heart to heart and be like, all right, come on, let's shake it off. We got another game. We can do this. We're good enough to do this. And they certainly are. It's just a matter of, can you get everyone on the same page going into this next game?
Speaking of going on the same page, our next matchup, Guild versus Edelweiss. And Guild, they got to get back on that same page. 2 losses in a row versus 2 tough opponents. But what Guild has been showing throughout the grid has shown that they should already be through. So, Chiefs, what do they need to do for this matchup?
So I actually think they need to have the exact same thing that Corelli just said, a nice, open, and honest discussion. I'm not even kidding. Because when you start off the day so strong, and then you play 2 close games against top bloats, get blown out in game 3 to lose your first series on the day, and then get reverse swept, well, then you start to wonder if all the cracks from the previous weeks are going to resurface. So now more than ever is the time to be like, all right, guys, it's fine. We've made all the progress.
Yeah.
Lock back in. It's round 5. Let's go qualify. You need to have that discussion. And to be honest, what we've seen, we're not sure if that's happening.
Now, we'll go to the Twitch fan vote now so you guys can decide who you think is going to win. So definitely go check that out. Hashtag EDW, hashtag GLD for Guild. So we'll get that vote in. We're not going to do our predictions just yet. We're still waiting on players. But Corelli, for a team like Edelweiss, who, like, honestly, should not even be here, what do they have to do early to tilt out Guild?
I don't think they have to do anything. Let Guild shoot the ball and miss over and over again. Make sure that you're able to counterattack. And I feel like that's the game plan for just about any team. I mean, in all honesty, every time I see Guild in these regionals, I get really worried. And I even saw it in the last game that they had played on this stream, where they set up a lot of great plays, and they always do this. They have great setup. They have great continuation from the midfield onto that final third. But when it comes down to it, where it's just that final shot, it seems like it's always wide. It's always missed in the worst fashion, and then it just falls apart from there. So the serious answer is, if you're the opposition going up against Guild, you really do have to play a game of counterattack to make sure that when Guild misses that shot, you are quickly down the field to punish.
Now, for a team like Edelweiss, they obviously have no points right now, but like if they finish top 4, we'll see what happens where they can still sneak into that major. So huge for them. But now let's get to our predictions here. So I'm going to start. This one's probably pretty simple, but I want to see if anyone goes against the grain here. So first, the Chiefs, what do you got? And what's the percentage of the fan vote?
Oh, man.
I don't have to guess this time. It's great.
This is actually a little bit more difficult than I would like to give it credit for. Because, yeah, Guild makes the progress in the grid and starts off strong today. But then you see the collapse start to happen, and it puts that seed of doubt in the back of your mind. And Edelweiss are here to battle. And more often than not, you see teams that on the up and coming, when they have not much to lose or it's their first time in a big event, sometimes they show up big. I I kind of want to pick Edelweiss, but to be honest, I think Tho, Nolly, and Scrub are just too good. I think it's going to be a lot closer than you might guess.
Okay.
So I will pick Guild Esports in either 4 or 5 games, and I think the percentage of the fan vote is going to be 75% to Guild.
All right, Corelli. I want an over-under of that 75%, and then your pick.
I'm going to go probably over on the 75. Okay. I think just the names on Guild are just going to attract a lot of our viewers to vote for him. But I'm also going with Guild. And the reason I'm going with Guild is if you look at how Edelweiss, or who Edelweiss has played coming into this, they played top Blokes and they played Endpoint, and they've had not so good of a time. And those are two, one of the top teams in Europe. They've been swept out of both of them. So they're 0-6 against teams like that. And they haven't had very good games either, especially against Endpoint in particular, where they were giving up 4, 5, 6 goals a game. So for me, it doesn't really trend well for Edelweiss when I talk about who are they going up against when it's a team like Guild. Guild is one of those teams in the same caliber of top Blokes, in the same caliber of Endpoint. I just don't see them doing it here against Guild.
So you're going Guild as well. I think I have to go Guild too. Like you cannot not pick them. And obviously there's an easier road here for Edelweiss where they went through the lower bracket, but they had to take out teams on the way and they had to play games that they had to win, and they got those wins. Guild hasn't had to do that today, and I think that's why we see a lot of times in these 2-2 rounds, there's a chance for these underdog teams to take it because they've been playing high-pressure games throughout the day, while on the opposite side, Guild has not. But I will go Guild here as well. That's a pretty easy pick. I'll say probably 85% because of the Guild fans out there. But one thing I want to do is we want to talk about why we're here real quick. North America Grid is coming up in a little under 3 hours, and we're the only 3 guys that don't do any of these grid things. What's up, Owen? Why are we not on these grid? Well, actually, I think we all chose not to be on these broadcasts, but we're giving those guys a break. So it's going to be the 3 of us throughout the rest of today. So it's going to be a little interesting.
Yeah.
We'll have that cast coming up.
Corelli and I are no strangers to this. This is
yes.
It's a little terrifying though, Gibbs, because giving up the game or the reins like this, it's like Leaf was our captain and he's given the reins to his first mate who's hasn't been on the boat in like 6 years now. So a little terrified.
And because they're not here, I'm going to throw one of them under the bus. James Spot decided to stay in the old lobby. And that is why we are delayed right now. Because he was like, hey, my job is done. I'm going out to lunch.
Throw him to the wolves.
So, I'm just going to throw him out. He probably won't even see this. It doesn't matter. But that's why we're on a delay. But let's talk about some of these other matches that we have, since we have a little bit of bonus time here while James goes and eats a delicious lunch. Train Hard versus Barrage. That's the game I want to talk about that we haven't really mentioned yet. How do you guys see that one going for Chiefs?
Hang on. Pulling everything up.
Okay. All right. Have to get those numbers, right? Have to get them.
You need them. Absolutely. Train Hard Esports and Barrage, obviously, you want the hype around Barrage, considering the heated debate that goes on constantly about how to say their name. And I think... personally, for me, I like Barrage just because of purely familiarity, if no other reason. Because Train Hard we've seen a couple of times, but I think we've seen Barrage on the stream a little bit more. So I focus in a little harder on Barrage. So it's tough to tell you exactly how that one's going to play out. But you're right. It's 2 teams on the bubble. And bubble teams always tend to put on a good show one way or the other.
And that is going to be the interesting part, because Train Hard, when we talked about that bubble throughout the pre-show, they were in the very last spot to make that major. So they need this win. And Barrage, they have a little bit of a cushion. Does that matter, Corelli? Like, do you think playing under that pressure is going to help them or hurt them?
I mean, it depends on the players, right? I mean, if you thrive in an environment like that, then yeah, I mean, that will definitely help you. I think we saw that with Barrage in the last regional, right? They kind of came up and all of a sudden had a couple big games, big wins. And we're like, oh, wow, Barrage is here to play. And I think for them, now that they've kind of proven to themselves that they can do it, I think they're a little bit more comfortable coming into a series like this one against Train Hard, where I feel like I'm pretty confident in Barrage personally. That's my vote. I got money on Barrage on that one.
So we're about to get into the game, so we got to get back to that Twitch fan vote that we did earlier and see Guild versus Edelweiss. 77%. I believe that was Corelli then, right? Corelli said over and the Chiefs. Once again, I lose. That's pretty much it, because the chance is 2% off, and Corelli's right there. I just can't win anything. But hashtag RLCS, let Leaf know how good of a job I am doing, so he feels threatened for his job. And on that, I think we'll go over to the casters through the skybox, which is just Jeeves and Corelli. So take it away, boys.
Well, thank you very much, Gibbs. Corelli, this is a scenario we found ourselves in many times before, and we find ourselves in once again. It's good to be back in the booth with you, and yes, Guild versus Edelweiss. We all picked the Guild, but you're right, or at least I think I'm right in terms of what I think Edelweiss can deliver, because, backs against the wall, it's like Guild is the one with everything to lose. We've seen it before so many times throughout the entire history of Rocket League. It's like even Vitality drops games to bubble teams every now and again because they're just like, you take it too easily, you're not really sure what you're going to get. And this is no easy match for Guild.
No, and just to expand on it, I think you're absolutely right. A team like Edelweiss can just come out and take down a surprising win, or take a surprising win over Guild. And it really is on Guild to control the game. And how about this? An open net for Though right off the bat, and it's 1-0 Guild.
Interesting here for Justice on the kickoff. I mean, he went for the boost and then hit the brakes. And then I don't even think he realized Though was behind him. I went to his camera and I thought maybe he had a weird internet hiccup or something, but no. He just thought a teammate was back because he took ball cam off to look behind him. No one was there. And then Though just came right over his shoulder and rolled it into the net.
And this is another one of those kind of general points for a matchup like this is you really don't want to give up those early kind of easy goals for the bigger team, a team like Guild, when you're going up against them. You want to keep it close as long as you possibly can, because that does frustrate a team who, in my eyes, for Guild, the expectation is a win here. I don't think they are anything less. Obviously is not what they're aiming for here. So the longer you can keep it close, the better off you are if you're a team like Edelweiss.
I agree, but here's a pass up to Lewis. Wants a double tap, stretching, and got all the way to it, but too far around the ball, wide of the mark. And a valiant attempt. Justice denied by Though. And Nolly uncontested, big miss, turn around, Mirror getting bumped and got there.
And these are the mistakes that Guild are going to give you. And Mirror was lucky to get around to this one because he did get clipped. And Though almost got back to that ball, but it was smart for Mirror to recognize that Guild very eager to push up the field there, and they're punished for it without a good clear.
Well, they should have been eager to move up the field. I mean, how often do you expect Nolly to just miss a free uncontested touch like that? And to make that worse, I mean, Though was pretty convinced he had a solid bump on Mirror in the midfield. Basically T-boned him, and unfortunately, instead of getting the demo or pushing him into space, he really just turned his car around and had the breakaway happen. Tough break for Guild, especially after getting a give me on the kickoff. And now Edelweiss pushing off the backboard, just off the post.
We're definitely catching out a couple of those defenders, and right now Edelweiss definitely putting on the pressure here on Guild. Here's Scrub in the midfield, had a bit of space to work with, but it's right back into Edelweiss's hands.
Touch back, Mirror, challenged by Nolly. Free ball for Justice. Scrub will leave it for Though. He's got one to his left, but again, nice early challenges. Good approach from Edelweiss. You really don't want to leave anybody on this Guild roster with an uncontested approach. Nolly out of the corner, denied by Lewis. Mirror trying to size things up. Kind of leaving Justice in an open spot, but thankfully that ball took a big pinch and allowed some extra time. Nolly trying to keep the pressure up. They might have stretched themselves a little too thin here, especially with Though getting aggressive there. Justice can't quite get the pass back down. Takes a big skip into the middle, and that should be a reset for everyone, with Scrub just trying to keep the pressure going.
The defense certainly being tested here by Guild as Edelweiss are able to break out, but one thing I've noticed about the defense of Edelweiss, they're very eager to jump up at any ball in the air, and a lot of times it's very late on that challenge, and Guild have just didn't even have to beat them because it was very clear that that defender was never going to get there. So for Edelweiss, I don't know if it's just the nerves of the game or if they're just getting into it here and picking up the speed at which Guild are coming at them, but they're very happy to jump up at these balls that Guild are very clearly getting to first.
Ooh, but Mirror gets to this one first. It's a race, but off the backboard. Nolly with a height advantage, able to get there first. Lewis trying to keep the pressure up, taken away by Though. Mirror out of his own corner, toss into open space, and actually Scrub and Nolly, nobody goes for it. Nolly not under pressure. Mirror not able to recover and go for a bump. Means it's punched back, and Lewis wants that hit back. Thankfully, went straight back into him.
Oof. He's a speedy boy too. Even after giving up the possession there, back into the corner and immediately picking up that full canister to catch back up with that ball. And it was a great clear from him as well. He's going to need help from his team here with this attack from Guild, and a second touch from Scrub is cleared away.
Ollie out to the side, Scrub back to Tho. Nice approach for a controlled push onto offense, but they lose command of the ball in the midfield. Nolly, one more go across, straight down the middle, and Lewis will push that aside, no problem. Scrub Killer trying to get that hard bounce off the ramp up the sidewall, but got a little too far under it, and it popped straight up. Nolly trying to keep the pressure going in the midfield. Edelweiss doing well. Like you were saying, Corelli, you want to keep it close as long as possible. Well, it's been 1-1 for about 4 minutes now. And Lewis with a nice long clear. Nolly well ahead of that play. And Justice gives him space. Toss up, and Justice saw it coming, but thankfully out of reach if you're an Edelweiss fan. As Mirror tips up to himself, and actually will leave it for Lewis. Big miss, and again, Justice kind of in no man's land. Scrub under pressure, had to get rid of it, and that's a big play from Mirror to get Scrub to jump early.
Yeah, it's kind of a similar play that happened to Guild when they gave up a goal. They expected the touch, and the big miss there from Lewis ended up giving space for Guild, and they might have one last chance here with 10 seconds left.
Ollie towards the top left, both jump in the net. Nobody there to try and pick it up. Tho was playing patiently in the midfield, didn't want to give away a breakaway. 5 seconds left, across the goal, dangerous play from Scrub, and Nolly's not even going to let it get that far into the middle. Tho's up first, will win the ball, and that should be overtime. So a nice last-ditch effort for both teams, but well handled on both sides. As Mirror off the kickoff to himself, over one. Scrub Killer with an attempt at a catch, and Justice reading it well right on his nose when he landed it.
And I like what we've seen here from Guild, even though, like we've been talking about, it's been kept close. You see a lot of passing plays coming out from not so much of the solo plays that we've seen in regionals past. And it's opening up a lot more space for them and really igniting that offense to make sure that this blue side is locked in, and a lot more. You saw even in that last play there, as we went into overtime, everyone, or that last man back for Guild rather, was very conservative on that approach. And I think that's what's letting Guild into these closer games.
And it does bode well. Not flustered, it would seem, by how big of a downturn today is taken for Guild as well. Calm still functioning if they're willing to take that calm, cool, collected approach. And Edelweiss here in overtime starting to get a little scrappy. Scrub Killer makes a great stop. It's onto Tho's hood, up the other way. Over one, can he double tap it? Will get to it all the way to the back post, away from the defenders. Tho, not a lot of room to work with, and got it done.
Well, if Guild's going to score it, it's going to be something like this. And a great setup from Tho after that last man in the defense on the blue side there for Edelweiss. Definitely got a bit dicey at the end of that overtime, maybe in the last 20, 25 seconds. It definitely felt like Guild were getting the better of them, and that's what happens. That space opens up behind that last defender, and you know players like Tho are going to just double tap those in.
And Edelweiss as well, whenever they got put into a kind of a tough situation, maybe a half chance at best, definitely a little too jumpy, I would say, on the goal line, starting to double commit, not quite able to stay as calm, cool, collected as Guild were, and that is the value of experience. Overall, a great game, but Edelweiss, they know they probably could have won that one. They know that one silly goal 4 or 5 seconds in was the downfall ultimately, but they did show that they can at least keep up to pace. It's not like they're massively outclassed here. Just one awkward mistake, and then trying to make the most of a bad situation, and Tho made him pay. He executed.
And game two, as this is what I always say, at least, just kind of my gut feeling when I see matches like this, is going to be the real teller of who is going to be the more dominant team here in this series. Because a lot of times you see game ones, teams are figuring each other out. These guys probably haven't played each other that much. So when it comes down to game two, we've got one game under our belt against each other, and the team that's going to adapt better most likely are going to kind of expose the opposition a bit more here in this game. That scoring might open up for one side.
And that puts all that pressure on Edelweiss because they're the ones that come up with a game one loss, so they have to make the adjustments and prove that they can hang with Guild. And honestly, all it really starts with is making sure that they don't lose their footing too early on defense. Otherwise, I think they held up quite well with Guild's approach to the passing, and they will just steal away a poor touch here to start off game two.
Yeah, and Justice gets under one here. Great fake on Scrub, and then Though and Nolly both go for the same ball. Comes right out to Lewis, and he's able to put it away. Of course, it's a wide open net, but a double commit from Guild is what opens up that space. And here we are 1-0 in favor of Edelweiss.
Pretty much the inverse of game one. Edelweiss gave up a really simple goal to Guild, to be honest. And Guild give one here to start off game two. We'll see if Edelweiss able to hang on to it. Going for that demo in their own corner to try and relieve a little bit of pressure. Justice keeps it out. Lewis is able to also make it across the goal line and make a big stop.
That was such a dangerous save, too. Lewis was going for that the entire time there on that side wall, was just waiting for that shot to line up. And he does so very well on that save. And now again on the ball, can he set up his team? Oh, wasn't that bad of a pass, but a bit too close, and the clear comes out.
An awkward one as well, and Mir really not able to get a good handle on this. Lewis again up there early. Nolly just trying to pass it back. Hospital ball, and Scrub able to keep with it. Pass out to Though. Justice up early. Mir is trapped on the backboard, and Scrub will make him pay. Mir had to hit the brakes, and you knew it was going to be sketchy after that.
Yeah, Lewis was down on the far side of the Guild's half, and Mir, like you said, was trying to get the read from the sidewall just off the mark on that bounce shot. He might have had it if it was directly on net, just depending on where they shot it, but unfortunate situation. You really don't want to have to make a lot of those saves. That's two now that they've gone for. They're 50% on it. Lewis got one earlier, but Mir couldn't handle that one, and that's a hard save to make, honestly. I don't care who you are.
Kidding.
And a big demo is going to open up the goal for Justice, and Edelweiss take back the lead.
Anali's thinking something else is going to happen here. He's trying to boost down into the ground and maybe try and catch it, but he realizes he's too far in front of the ball. And so he's hoping that the player behind him is going to pick up the dribble, but the guy behind him got demoed. And Edelweiss get the ball and the goal right back.
And there's been a lot of transition from the Guild half where Lewis is just behind the Guild players, bumping them or chasing them around, that time getting a demo. Guild have to be watching behind their backs right now, and a second touch from Though doesn't come through. Lewis is certainly headhunting.
Pass to Though on the sidewall, down to Nolly, right side, and again, a couple people jumping up for that Edelweiss defense, but at the end of the day, they make the save and have a nice clean transition. Bounce off the backboard. Lewis is there. They'll turn it in. It's a 2-goal lead for Edelweiss.
And I'm curious to know what happened to Nolly here. He watched this play develop. He knew this ball was over, but he just misread it. I think he got a little too jump happy there, and unfortunately knew he couldn't get back to it as he floats into the back of his net. And great follow-up from Edelweiss. Certainly don't want to take away the great work on that goal, but Nolly, a bit of a jump there, just throws off his read.
And here's the part that I think, close call. Though off the backboard just above the crossbar. But this is the part of the game where I think it really shows what kind of team you are if you're Edelweiss, because you cannot give Guild anything. Yes, you have a 2-goal lead. You're just about to hit the halfway mark. But how do you properly make sure that you don't take your foot off the gas pedal, you don't make silly mistakes, and get them right back into this game? And that's what Edelweiss has to do. Focus on sound fundamentals, but they leave Justice in the one-on-one versus Nolly. Turns it into the top left, and now they've got half the game to score one.
2 pads to work with for Justice, and that's a very tall order when Nolly's flying up over your head. And I guess he just didn't get the read on it because Nolly didn't really do anything that special with it. He really just took it straight at the net, and Justice thought maybe more was coming. And he knew he was in a tough position with low boost, and that will give you one back for Guild and maybe more.
Lewis, denied by Scrub Killer. Great read. Nolly up early. Maybe thinking Scrub wasn't going to be able to get to that. Hard bounce around the walls. Justice comes up empty. Nolly was just going to put this into space, and Mir forced to push it off his own back wall. Though one more time up there, really causing Edelweiss to use a lot of boost to try and keep this ball away. This is going to be tough if Scrub Killer can handle this right. Gets it out, and Mir gets the bump on Nolly, and they bail him out again with a big bump play. Mir breakaway off the mark.
Scrub diving in. Great play here from Mir off the ceiling, and unfortunately no one there from Edelweiss to get back to it, but you can see teams now trading blows, and that demo game is certainly opening up for both sides. Lewis definitely getting some Guild players, and it's something that you always got to keep in the back of your head. Where is Lewis if you're on Guild, because right now he's doing a great job of getting those demos and slowing up the attack.
Mirror. Trying to figure out how he wants to approach this. Scrubkilla uncontested pickup here. Bounce into the middle, though, towards the goal. Another 2 people commit, but a healthy bounce out in towards the middle of the pitch. Mirror off the ceiling. Nolly. Long push up towards that blue half, and Lewis doing his best to keep it close. There's a demo on the goal line. Lewis wisely slowing pace of play down right there. Didn't want to force something and maybe get caught with no one back as his teammates waiting for the pass. Scrubkilla trying to take it across his own net. Nolly, great fake through one. And is it all the way? No, Mirror's able to stay with it. Though not the cleanest touch. Nolly just trying to keep the play going, and Lewis now with a chance to break through Scrubkilla. Off the ceiling, loses a little bit of control. Hard bounce, Justice just trying to keep the play up. Nolly has more time than he thinks. Justice comes through with a bump to buy extra space. But unfortunately, Edelweiss just not in position. Don't have the boost to really make the play come to fruition. Off the top right, denied by Justice. Down in front, Scrubkilla goes low and it bounces in. Tough break, and Guild fight all the way back.
Oh, that shot from Though was so good. And then he gets the block on Lewis, and it comes straight down to Scrub. And that's great game sense to know that that play was still alive. Scrub's so close to the net, and that block comes right down on top of his head. Guild able to tie it up with 2 seconds left.
There's the overtime. Edelweiss gonna be frustrated. I think they would have been more okay, to be honest, if it got equalized earlier, but it's always so irritating when it's under 10 seconds and that tying goal goes in. Now they gotta fight for one more. Mirror out of the orange corner, high touch for Justice. Nolly committing so early, Lewis goes right side. Scrubkilla able to dive across out of the corner and make the save. Almost a complete breakdown for Guild, but they get out one more time.
That wasn't the best strike from Lewis either. It was right back into the pit of players. He had the left side a bit more open. It was quite congested in front of the net, but it wasn't the best touch from him. I don't think he got the power that he wanted, and now Guild threatening again. You can see this defense very dicey on the side of Edelweiss, but here comes Justice with a second touch, and Scrub does make the save, though, has to bail him out, and Edelweiss threatening here as Lewis comes from the ceiling.
Big takeaway, double commit from Edelweiss out of the midfield. Gonna have to recover here fairly swiftly. Throw to Nolly, left side into the goal. Guild will bring it all the way back from 1-3 down and win in OT.
And you called it a cheese. They're going to have to recover quickly here. And again, coming from the sidewall or from the top of the net. And that's such a tough save to make, and a great touch by Nolly, to put it on target with that power. And Guild steal away game 2 to go up 2-0 in the series.
Frustration, I'm sure, in abundance for Edelweiss right now. They know they really should have had that one. Just tried to press a little too hard there at the end. Got beat on one challenge. And again, Nolly's executed. To be fair, I think Nolly's had a bit of a spotty day on the defensive side of things. I don't think he's had the greatest ball control. But on the other side of that, he has had phenomenal execution when he's got up onto that offensive part of the pitch. He's really turned in some nice goals.
And in this series alone, this Guild team has looked very different than the Guild teams that I've been watching through the last couple of regionals. And I think this is the shape and the play that I expected from a team like Guild. I like the passing that we're seeing, using your teammates as an asset, moving downfield. We're not seeing so many air dribbles into open space. We're not seeing a lot more, or so many solo plays that lead to really nothing. And most importantly is Guild are putting away their shots in this game. Yeah, they generated a lot in that last game. I don't remember exactly. It was well over 10. But for Guild, there were a lot more quality chances, and you have to give some credit to the defense of Edelweiss to block a lot of those shots that we saw. But I like the way Guild are playing. Even though it's close, I think they're really learning how to use each other to move downfield, and it is really paying off in some of these games.
Ooh, bit of a mishap here for Edelweiss at the start of game 3, trying to get a pass to Lewis, and it's well behind him. And it ends up just getting jammed here in the Edelweiss corner. Pass in the middle. Nolly top center. Lewis can't cover it. And Guild jump all over the mis-executed attempt to transition.
Yes, sir, Scrub. The backflip right to Nolly. Wonderfully executed by Guild, and that's so important as that third man is waiting for that ball to pop out, and no matter what way your teammate's facing, he can still get it to you. And such a great pass from Scrub, perfectly on the nose of Nolly, and a great strike from him. A 1-0 lead from Guild.
So, towards that backboard, Justice, some space to work with, trying to get the flip reset, couldn't get all the way back down to it. Scrub to Tho, to Nolly. Nolly pulls away from the play, doesn't want to stay with it, feels it's too risky, gets it right back though, and puts more pressure on the goal line of Edelweiss. Mirror up the sidewall, able to stop Tho's attempt to steal the play. Nolly towards Tho, back into the middle. Nolly will get there. And Corelli, what were you saying about using your teammates as an asset? Well, here it is.
It's a perfect example. Nolly over one, back down to Nolly, and that huge gap between Lewis and that first challenger from Edelweiss is really what lets Guild take advantage here. And that's the power of passing. You get to unlock that space behind that first defender and those gaps between players 1, 2, and 3 on the opposition. And Guild definitely showed it right here. Here's Lewis, though, trying to go up and over the bump, and Lewis gets one back.
Talk about working some wizardry. 43 boost in the tank. How do you beat Tho? Make it look like you're going to go for a big 180 flip into the top and then just go right for him and smash him out of the way. That is a fantastic dribble from Lewis to get him back within one. And on the ensuing kickoff, Lewis looking for a little help, can't find any, smashed off the backboard. Scrub comes up empty, Mirror needs to score this, and Tho is able to a big stop. Justice with a second chance, wants a double tap. Nolly comes off the ceiling, and since Justice went for the double tap, lets him go right by, and just like that, you're tied.
So hectic for the Guild defense. After such discipline on offense, you see a lot of players jumping at the ball, and that was a great first touch by Justice to beat that first man. He knew with that ball hanging in the box for so long, there was going to be some time for him to play around with it. And he picked the right way to do it as he went off the backboard and put it in. And that's a great way to tie things up if you're on Edelweiss.
3.5 minutes and a 2-2 score in a must-win game for Edelweiss. Nolly uncontested out of the midfield. He's had some success today already. Gets a strong block, but doesn't really have any continuation. Scrub killer. Considering Tho will just take it himself. Wants the double tap off the backboard, and Nolly trying to muscle it through Justice. Can't get the job done, and it's a good 30 seconds of offense here for Guild. Lewis continuing to go for those bump plays, trying to put a big wrench in anything that Guild want to try and do.
You could even see there, Justice landed, didn't have any chance at the ball, and just tried to go for that last player to buy his teammates time to push up the field and maybe pick up the ball for him. But you're seeing a lot more of this ball being thrown downfield from Edelweiss, and Guild are there to receive it and then back onto attack. And you're seeing these solo plays. You know, I don't really mind Guild going for them as much when they're given so much space by Edelweiss right now. There's a lot of space for Guild to work with.
Oh man, Lewis going for a very finesse touch. Unfortunately, couldn't get all the way behind it. Justice, aggressive push as the third man, pops it into the middle. Scrub Killer doesn't really have too much here. Still gets it through one defender, but will have to give the ball up. Though I think perhaps a little too aggressive, but thankfully Nolly far enough back to handle the rebound. Justice, pushed back by Nolly. Free ball for Scrub Killer again. How do you make it work? Oh, a poor liftoff from Scrub. Still got the bump and opens the door for Tho. Big play, straight down. How do you get rid of this? Justice is forced to dump it off to Nolly into the middle. Scrub with a bouncer. That's pushed away. Tho is a little too close, and Guild will have to back off.
Well, and there was a couple of failed attempts there from Guild to pick that ball up, and it's really what bailed out Edelweiss there, because boy, was that defense all over the place, up and down the walls there, as nobody was actually really on the goal line to make any shot save there. And Guild just never could generate a good shot on target. It was, that defense felt dead to rights there if they had gotten a good shot from the Guild side.
Scrub, quick dribble in front of his own goal. Tho with a big touch out of the corner of his own side of the field. Scrub Killer off the ceiling. Thinking about how to get this one closer to the blue net, and now we're just playing smash the ball as hard as you can away from your side. Scrub Killer tries to slow things down just a touch and takes an unfortunate skip off the back of his car all the way down to the orange end. Mirror towards the right side. Tho keeps it out. Don't even know if that was in, but a massive save, and Scrub with the follow-up clear.
Wow, what a shot from Mir. That was great, but still can't find the back of the net, and Guild now threatening as that ball's pinched away. That would have been huge for Edelweiss. Can they generate another chance like that? They've been far and few between at the moment.
Lewis needs a little help. Mir, rightly so, gets aggressive and throws it back into the orange corner. Bounce into the middle, uncontested. Is anyone there? It's just Tho, and Justice has gone so late to the ball. Tho trying to slow it down. Mir somehow gets a handle on it. Lewis diving. It's a scramble for Edelweiss on defense. Scrub Killer just trying to pick off the bad clears, dumps into the middle, and a welcome touch from Lewis, and they are looking for overtime. They will happily let that one touch the floor.
I've said it a couple times. Edelweiss's defense definitely shaky when things pick up the pace and there's a couple of misses or hard touches off the back wall. And even some of these air dribbles from Guild are beating those men to the back wall. And it's very tough to recover with a team like Guild with how fast all three of these players are on the team. They will be all over you. Here's the pass. Great save from Justice. But Ollie's there. Another huge save from Justice. Him alone to block the shots. Though another one and a save from Mir this time. The defense hanging strong for Edelweiss.
How in the world did he pull that ball out? They get the stuff, and Tho just in time to keep that one from rolling into the Guild net. Nolly able to slip things past them for just a moment. But Edelweiss now on the attack. Justice sizing up the touch out of the corner. Tho up early to try and take it away. There's the demo. It's going to fall down in front, and Lewis will knock it home. Edelweiss off the back of a massive defensive stand from Justice. Turn it around and win game 3.
And Justice getting that demo too. Nolly was there to make the save, but Lewis smashes it home. What a way to stay in the series if you're Edelweiss. My goodness. What a close game. The defense just barely hanging on. 9 saves from them. They had to deal with 12 shots, or 13 shots, excuse me, from Guild. My goodness, Edelweiss. That one gets your heart going just a little bit. That gets the blood pumping.
You're definitely going to be feeling real good after that. But you can't sit on that too long. You still got 10 more minutes to go if you want to win. And there were some great pushes from both teams here in this game. Some very creative approaches to goal scoring. And while we may be obviously rightfully hyping up Justin's double save right here, don't even know how he pulled that out. Tho also had a couple of real big stops, but at the end of the day, somehow Edelweiss scramble back in some tough spots, turn it into a win, and they put Guild on another match. So, Guild, this is fine. This is the time where you settle back down. You say, all right, it's just one. We've got 2 more. And that's what you were talking about before the series even began. You can't lose your head.
Yep, exactly that. And I think now you get one on the board here if you're Edelweiss, and I think you're happy about it as well. That was a well-earned win with those defensive stops. And, of course, a couple of great goals from Lewis and Justice. Mir didn't have a lot of options there, low boost. Let's see what they bring out here in this next game. Do they keep that same energy? Certainly the defense needs to be cleaned up from Edelweiss. You cannot have a couple games like that back-to-back where you're just hanging on by a thread. Guild will not let that happen.
Yeah, you will eventually get picked apart one way or the other. Off the top corner, Nolly and Tho both commit. Justice with a great takeaway. He just needs to avoid Scrub Killer. Unfortunately, Scrub's the one with the boost there on that transition back to the orange side, so he ends up with possession. And Tho will punt that ball away. Justice and Mir trying to size up what they want to do. Let that ball roll perhaps an uncomfortably long amount of time, but still able to make the play. Scrub out of the corner. Nasty hop. Nolly just able to get the hood of that car on it and tip it away to allow the opportunity to reset on defense for Guild. Pass down to Nolly. And a banger out of the midfield. Not sure how this one found its way into an open goal.
Well, unfortunately for Justice, nobody was there from Edelweiss, and Lewis and Mir get caught on the right side of the field, and I think Nolly knew it. And a great shot on target. That gap from the midfield all the way to the goal line is really what came back to bite him.
Lewis had 32 boost and thought he had time to go grab the corner boost on his own side. And it wasn't even there, unfortunately, so just pulled himself out of position for just a moment. And Guild jumped on it.
It felt like a conservative approach there from Edelweiss on offense. Justice was really the only one. He didn't have a lot of options to work with, and everyone kind of went back. So it felt like they weren't comfortable with that attack. But if you're going to go back, you've got to make sure you've covered the net, especially against a team like this. Guild, they'll take any shot from anywhere, really.
Because why not? Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe they take themselves out of position for just a moment. And Lewis trying to launch one in much the same way that Guild did. 2 demos, 1 for each team. And Scrub able to ping one off the post. And a free ball for Edelweiss. Mirror and Justice kind of running into each other, though. Nolly's up nice and early on defense to make sure that that one finds its way out of their own half. Mirror on front of the goal line. A dangerous situation, and they are fortunate that Guild was not there because that would have been free.
Didn't have any boost to work with either. And again, this defense very dicey. A lot of balls bouncing really in front of the goal line here. And here's Scrub with some space. I think he wanted that pass over to Though, but he wasn't ready for it.
Mirror will win a nice challenge at the midfield line. Lewis continues the follow-up. Here's Justice. Now they're all looking like they're on the same page, but Scrub Killer gets a massive steal from their own half. Gets it to punch all the way to the blue side of the field, and now just like that, it's Edelweiss once again trying to figure out how to stop Guild, and Guild is given a lot of ground here, but a hard press forward from Edelweiss, perhaps too hard, leaves Lewis in a bad spot. Nolly tries to fire again. Mirror can't quite do it. He jumped just a moment early.
Oh my goodness. And again, another ball clean off the back wall, bounces at the top of the box, and you know that's a dangerous situation. Mirror watched it go over his head all the way through and just jumped a bit too early. Thought that shot was coming a little bit harder, and in the end, just bounces right by him.
Unfortunate for Edelweiss. They went real hard at that approach in the midfield when Guild had backed off. They sent 2 players forward, and now they need to score 2 goals in a minute 30 or so. Pops out to Justice. If he can get this one, great steal from Though, coming her over his shoulder, right down the middle, and Scrub Killer's got no problem with that. And here's where Guild can really make you pay. Late in a match, they know they don't have to commit too hard to be successful, and there's 3 people forward. Though will tap this one in, and that's the dagger.
And I'm curious to know, Though was just stealing this back boost, and a big clear comes out and says, thank you very much. That goal is definitely wide open. I'll take the boost. I'll take the goal. We'll go back to kickoff.
What's funny is Though didn't even have to think about it. He stole that boost, had ball came on, sees 3 blue players in front of him. He doesn't even have to think about defenders. He's like, all right, just put it on target. This one's easy.
And to your point, it does feel like now Edelweiss really needs some magic. 2 players coming from the ceiling. Maybe that's the magic they need. I don't know. But still not generating any offense for them, as Guild are just happy to run out the clock at this point.
Absolutely. And you might even see Edelweiss commit even harder now. You see Mirror pushing forward early, trying to slip it in between that gap, and Though again just able to push one off this backboard. Down the side, Mirror had a gap, but not enough of one to actually put it on target. Feels like Guild, they're content to just drive away, stick 2 people on the goal line, and tell them score it if you can.
20 seconds left. I think that'll be it. Otherwise, they put up a good fight here in this series. It was close. It certainly was close, especially that last game. Obviously getting their win, but I mean, for Edelweiss, I think they learned a lot, especially going up against a team like Guild, a team that can expose you with those gaps in the defensive side of things. We saw that a couple times here, and I think there's a lot to learn here if you're a team like Edelweiss. Guild has taught them a few lessons.
Definitely a good match. And to be honest, really all Edelweiss had to do, like you said, I think the one sticking point that felt pretty consistent across the whole thing was sometimes that defense just got a little too divey. Never really felt like the offense was able to fully gel together. And that just shows you why Guild are just that 2-3 notches above them. Edelweiss wasn't massively outclassed. It's just they had the control, consistency, and always being on the same page with whatever they wanted to do. If Guild were going to be on offense, they were going to have people to pass to. If they were going to be on defense, they were going to try and make sure and not get in each other's way and just make sure they're ready to react to whatever happens next. And Edelweiss felt a little scrambly on defense, and sometimes that cohesion wasn't there when it really needs to be on the offensive front. But overall, a great series, and you're right. Definitely one you can learn from.
And I think for Guild, on their side of things, this was, in my opinion, a fantastic showing from Guild. I think that the play style that they presented was much better than what we've seen in a lot of these series. And maybe they changed it up just because maybe they didn't know as much about this team. But I do feel like Guild have a lot of good things going for them. Even with this 3-2 record going into stage 2, I'm very happy with the performance looking at Guild here today.
Absolutely. Well, that wraps up another series here on RLCS X, and when we return, we will have our final match of the day. It will be Ricks GG versus Nameseekers. Stick around, you're not going to want to miss it. Welcome back, everybody, to the RLCS X. Corelli and myself here to take you through the last match of the day. But before we get to that, we got to do a brief recap of the match that we just saw. And Corelli, it was a tight one between Edelweiss and Guild at a couple points.
It was. I don't think the scoreline does it justice here. I feel like, no pun intended there, but I do feel like that Edelweiss was a very good contender here for Guild. I think that experience did show throughout the series, though, to stay in it. And ultimately, Guild come out on top.
Indeed, and that means we now get to move on to our final match of the day. It is going to be Rix GG versus Nameseekers. And Corelli, there's a couple people that we want to talk about, and I'll let you do that while we get the game underway.
Well, yeah, I mean, on the Rix GG side, I mean, for me, all eyes are on apparently Jack after that last game. Obviously, the own goal coming out, that was the difference maker. So for me, when I go into a game like this, I'm looking at apparently Jack. How does he bounce back? How does this team bounce back after a tough loss like that?
And of course, Cash over on Nameseekers, a phenomenal player in his own right. And of course, Taz, you all remember him from the phenomenal defensive stand that they were able to put on at a DreamHack event in what feels like eternity ago.
Yeah, feels very long ago. But here we are, and they're happy to see it here at RLCS. And apparently Jack's shot's too high as they hit the framework in the first minute.
Kind of started off with a spicy one on that dribble. Unfortunately, like you said, frame doing him no favors. As Blurry putting up some stingy offensive pressure there out of the blue corner. Polar now, uncontested dribble. Cuts left through one. Nice ball out into the middle, but Taz able to stick right with it. Open goal. Apparently Jack couldn't get it all the way left. Cash had just enough space to make it back in time.
The defense for Nameseekers hanging on here. You feel like Rix should have had a goal early on with those first two attempts. And now Nameseekers, they get a chance here to put something on and see what they have on the offensive side of things.
Taz jumping quite early for that. Definitely going to have to give up. Cash keeping the pressure rolling with a touch off the backboard. Apparently Jack having to use a lot of boost to try and stay with this. Bounce into the middle. Taz, can he get a double tap? It's a real tight window. Shut quickly by apparently Jack. Cash out of his own corner. Comes up empty. Taz and Blurry both kind of get in the same spot. Going to have to spread themselves back out. Nice bump on the goal line, Dead Monster. Pick up the slack here. Polar and apparently Jack communicate with each other on the backboard, and Taz is also expecting Blurry to come get it. Hotly contested there as everyone comes up empty on the blue side of things. A demo comes out, pass across to Cash, but there's no way he's going to be able to get that. Was caught flipping. That means that Rix GG going to have to reset on defense. And Nameseekers float one towards the right side, and who else is there? Apparently Jack.
And that was probably their best look they got, and unfortunately they ran into each other there in the midfield, or at the top of the box rather, and apparently Jack's going to put one just wide. Feels very even here in the first half of the game, coming up at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. His Cash air dribbling towards the midfield. Rix still have had the best chances that they haven't been able to convert yet. There's Dead Monster with a bit of space. Backboard, Polar's there. Demo comes out.
Whoa. Dead Monster saves it on accident. Polar gets demoed. Apparently Jack, it's wide as well. And that is another disaster for Rix.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, it compounds. Oh. Oh, no.
I don't even know what to say.
How do you make a perfectly executed offensive play and then accidentally save the ball, rotate back on defense? Blurry doesn't even have that strong of a dribble. Gets the perfect dunk and goes right into the goal. Oh, man. Talk about just disaster.
My goodness. And now Rix down by one after all the chances they've had. 6 shots, and about 4 of them have been very clean looks at the net that just haven't been able to put away. That was a good idea from Polar, but Cash gets a great demo on apparently Jack, which slows down that offense. And Rix, boy, do they need some offense to finally convert here, but it's not going to happen.
Hard bounce off the backboard. Cash able to make the read, but Jack sticking with that play off the backboard. Blurry off the wall, and Polar quick across his own goal to get there to take a goal away from Cash. Hops up into the air dribble. Taz able to stay with it. I think they wanted a pinch, and Cash actually picked it up, and it's right down the middle into the goal. 2-0 for Nameseekers.
And it's just more insult to injury here. Taz and Blurry both go for this, but it comes straight out to Cash. Couches out the defense of Rix. That last man was up a bit too far. They didn't expect this to happen. And all of a sudden, you look at the scoreboard, and it's 2-0 for Nameseekers.
Long battle back for Rix GG. 2 goals in a minute. Tall order, but definitely possible considering some of the looks that they've found in this game already. Jack with a demo on the goal line. Wasn't able to steal away that corner boost, though, so plenty of resources to work with on defense for Nameseekers. Dead Monster, not the cleanest follow-up. Still got the dunk, and Polar is able to be in the right spot. Dead Monster making the most out of just about nothing.
And they're finally able to get one drop. Great dunk by Dead Monster. Polar on that back post, knowing that if that dunk went well, he could be there. And one back for Rix. Plenty of time, like we were talking about, Chiefs. 55 seconds to get one back here. And again, with the chances that we've seen from Rix, they're surely to get one more.
Apparently Jack hard off the sidewall. There's a demo. Dead Monster, tough catch, and he's really got to put the mind games on Cash. Didn't even bite. Cash knew that, saw that one coming a mile away. He's like, no, nothing for you. Some bumps on the goal line of Rix GG means they don't have the cleanest transition here.
Oh,
big stretch from Polar. Jack off the mark, too wide, couldn't get all the way behind the ball. And Blurry just trying to throw a wrench in the gears of the offense for Rix GG.
Polar just had a bit more boost there on that initial attempt. He could have maybe put that one on target. 10 seconds left now. See if Rix GG can get one more down the field. It's going to be up to apparently Jack to do it. And a great stop by Taz. And now Polar's just going to have to launch it downfield. Apparently Jack's there. And Blurry's going to have to clear it off his back wall. See if Dead Monster can keep it alive. He does, but only for a moment. Great demo by Blurry. And a 1-0 series lead for Nameseekers.
How unfortunate there for Dead Monster. I mean, you can't even really say it's his fault that they're not in overtime right now.
No.
he did everything right. Got the demo, went up the back of the goal to try and leave the goal line open. Just happened to be in the path of the ball when he came out.
Yeah.
And then he also goes to try and catch that ball at 0 seconds, does that well, and then gets demoed. And it's like, man, talk about being the villain when you didn't even do anything wrong.
I just saw it on the replay, and then Blurry just marches downfield as well. But a lot of chances here from Rix. And, you know, I think the positive thing you can take away is you are generating those very dangerous chances here in this game. I mean, early on, but throughout the game, there were dangerous chances for Rix, which is even more of a good thing to see. So if I'm Rix, again, you have to have that conversation of like, look, we probably should have won that game in all honesty. It got away from us. We had a few unlucky things happen. Let's go into game 2 and generate those same chances, see what we can do.
I agree. Wash, rinse, repeat. I don't think you need to change anything. They had a good approach.
Yeah.
And sometimes Rocket League says that that's not what you needed right then. Taz out into the middle. Cash trying to delay, but Jack not phased at all in the midfield. Blurry off the ceiling in front of his net. Doesn't really get good contact. Dead Monster over Taz. Can't reach the double tap. Jack needs to drill this in the top right. Cash got the pressure put on him by Dead Monster. And that actually means that Rix GG might be able to stay with this play, trying to toss one up for the man at the midfield, but it will be taken away by Nameseekers.
Great demo there from Dead Monster. He might take this one himself. Bit of space to work with, looking for the second touch off the back wall, and Blurry had him read all the way. Great pass from Polar as apparently Jack takes a strike. Polar, that one's going to just float, but a great save by Cash, and again, chances are there. Another one just goes wide. Polar, can he get the angle? Big save from Taz, and the defense holding strong for Nameseekers.
Well, you had to believe it. If Taz was on the team, there's going to be some kind of crazy defensive wizardry. As apparently Jack gets one popped over his head. Polar from his own back wall, trying to keep this ball away from Cash at the midfield line. Now Blurry on the challenge. Polar just lets it go and into the arms of Dead Monster. Still stuck in this orange corner. Taz trying to size up the defense, and there's a bump on the goal line, a much needed touch from Cash with that pressure coming through on the line for Rix GG. And they are doing an excellent job of buying themselves time to stay with this one. Taz, calm, cool, collected on the dribble out in front. Cash jumping perhaps a little too early, puts Blurry in a bad spot. Polar can't get the job done. Somehow Blurry able to stay with the play. And Dead Monster on the transition back to his own half, clearing the ball. And everyone, I think, is going to have to take a breath here.
And you know that Rix was doing something right when you saw all of those name seeker players jumping in the box, but again, just couldn't put it past them. And that's credit to the defensive name seekers doing a great job of staying with that play. Even though things got a little dicey for them, they're able to still clean it out. Keep a clean sheet so far here in this game as we're still tied.
Apparently Jack looking for Dead Monsters, somehow able to stay with that play despite Cash being in the position to cut it off. It's to Blurry, does not take a favorable skip, had the open net, but I don't think he was expecting to be able to shoot it. And unfortunately, chance gone by the wayside. Hard bounce into the middle. Cash is going to come up well short. Just didn't have the right read. Blurry over the top of Dead Monster, and now it's Jack from his own goal line. Smashed off the sidewall. Taz, the first one there. Turn it in for two, and that will be the left side. Taz with a nice double tap.
Oh, it's beautiful from Taz, and it was perfectly set up by apparently Jack. Obviously not on purpose, but it comes right out to Taz and uncontested. Taz could see everyone in front of him as well. He saw that that last defender was going to be late, so he could set himself up for it. Well done from Taz, perfectly executed as name seekers sit 1-0.
It's always the danger of hitting it off to that own side wall if you don't have someone ready to go immediately, because what just happened from Taz is what you can expect most of the time if that's allowed to occur. Pass to Blurry, off the back wall. Polar to clear out of his own side. Cash keeping the pressure up from the midfield line. A very wide setup from Rix GG right now, keeping well out of each other's way, just trying to cover as much of the pitch as possible, and they get a nice big clear. Dead Monster was not even thinking about playing the ball, was just trying to smash Cash out of the way. Dead Monster, floater, Polar, doesn't even have to touch it. Tie it up, 1-1.
Great little floater, like you said, from Dead Monster, and it takes a nice little bounce right out to him. It draws that last defender out as well. It was served up to him, and he'll take it. So we sit here 1-1.
Takes quick thinking from Dead Monster there to even realize that one's scoreable too. I mean, he was thinking about rotating in the midfield and just saw it take that nice skip off that lip in that corner and says, yeah, I can go get that. With a demo on the goal line, that leaves Taz in charge of the defense off the kickoff for name seekers.
Rick's still generating those dangerous chances, and it's something that I think if you're on the name seeker side, you've got to take notice to, is that the chances that they've been able to generate versus the chances that Ricks are getting are inferior right now. That's a good shot from Cash, but still the defense very easily able to save that one away. And you feel like if you're on the name seeker side that Ricks are just going to get another one just because of the chances that they're getting. You've got to clean up that defense and make it a bit more consistent, or how about you pile on if you're Blurry in the midfield up and over the last defenders, and name seeker back on top.
And a late go-ahead goal as well. Polar picking up that left corner boost, pushed real hard to go and challenge that ball as the player was coming off the ceiling. Even though he had two guys in front of him, I really think Polar's the one who made the big mistake there. Just be patient, and they pull that one out, no sweat, I think. But perhaps he just didn't want to allow an uncontested approach. Was worried of some type of wizardry happening. But at the end of the day, again, they find themselves down by one late in the game. Polar looking for a chance to try and make it up to the squad here, as now Dead Monster in charge out of his own corner. Hard pinch, Taz in position. 10 seconds left now for Rix GG. Cash off his own backboard, trying to waste time with the air dribble. Gets bumped off the play from Polar. Dead Monster up towards the backboard. Taz is up there waiting. Bounce down into the middle. Apparently Jack trying to size up the bumps, and Cash with that dominance just smashes one back to the other side of the field. Dead Monster, Hail Mary up the other way. Double tap down into the corner, and name seekers get 2-0 up.
and just barely hanging on for Name Seekers. And the difference is here, I mean, I've talked about the chances that you've seen from Rick's GG, but at the end of the day, they're not putting away those chances. They're not converting, and that really has been the difference. While Name Seekers certainly haven't had as many, here they are converting. It's what wins them a 1-goal game, 2-0 series lead now.
Brutal as well. Again, a lot of good looks, like you said. And to be honest, it was really just one defensive mishap. Taz able to pick off that hard bounce off the sidewall. They get it right back with a nice steal away of their own in the midfield. But then that play, it's just, I mean, you can see Polar coming out of that corner, had 2 players right in front of him. And yeah, neither of them are really in position to challenge that ball because it's well above them and they don't have the space to turn around. But at the same time, if you get beat, I mean, you're toast. You have to let that ball travel a little bit and challenge it a little closer to the ground. So just a brief lapse of what should be happening cost them the game, and now they got to fight all the way back. And the kickoff will be favoring currently no one, as it's hotly contested at the midfield line. Taz not able to put a real good touch either. A nice demo from Jack on Cash will mean that once again Rick's GG find themselves on offense. That's a nice touch from Polar, trying to score it himself. Got a little too far under the ball though and couldn't get up all the way back to it. Taz off the backboard for Cash with the pressure on the goal line. Make it 1-0 Name Seekers.
I like everyone getting involved here. Great flick from Blurry and a good challenge by Taz. And that's really what did this play in for Rick's GG, is that challenge sets up Cash so perfectly. And everyone was still on transition from Rick's. They were still racing back. It was a great pickup by Blurry, so clean to move down the field. That transition was so quick. And so here they are once again, Name Seeker up 1-0, but maybe not for long as Polar gets stopped by Taz.
Dead Monster in charge of buying time in the midfield. Nice bump from Jack, but Taz up in plenty of time to cover the play. Jack tries his best to keep it close. Caught that ball with a bit more force than I think he expected, but either way, it's Blurry, and he just didn't quite have the rotation on the car, ended up tipping it high. And they will give a chance over to Rick's GG on transition. Blurry quick to make up for it though, find a big dunk back into the blue side. Just past a minute of play here in a must-win game for Rick's GG. Taz into the middle.
Getting the better of them right now. The boost game is in the favor of the orange side. Rick's very much struggling to break out of their own end. The clears are just not as solid, not getting over that first man from the Name Seeker side. There you go from Polar. Is able to get downfield. Tried to get the bump on Taz, as apparently Jack wants to sneak one through. That was a great quick transition play from Rick's, but right back to defense they go as Name Seekers throw it to the other side.
And Jack was really trying to put that needle right through the thread, going for that perfect shot into the lower left-hand corner. Just didn't quite hit it hard enough. But now they've found themselves in the offensive side of the field. Cash doing his best to prevent that from being the case for very long. Demo on Cash in the midfield means more pressure from Rick's GG, assuming they can come back up with the ball. But they go for the demo in the corner, and no one's there to pick up the ball in the midfield, and now they have to fight for possession again. And that's what we were talking about last game, Corelli, when we're saying if you're on offense, you got to be on the same page as your teammates, because if you're going to go for a play like that, you need the follow-up.
Yep, you need the follow-up. You need the chance on net. Right now, it's just not happening, and you're seeing Name Seekers especially. They are very happy to play this kind of midfield game where it feels like Rick's just have one touch thrown to the midfield, and it's right back to Name Seekers, and then they pick it up. But Rick's never really breaks out of their midfield line very cleanly. See if they can get a little passing play going here. It's up to Dead Monster to cut it out. But again, Rick's very much struggling to keep possession as they break out from their defensive third.
Good cover up from Dead Monster. That play almost getting away from Rick's GG. Jack trying to keep the pressure going. Actually took a big bite out of Taz. But Blurry and Cash stuck on this corner. Polar committing a little too hard. Takes some extra time to get back behind the ball, and now it's Jack in charge of getting the ball into a scoreable spot. taking his sweet time. Cash was thinking about coming up. Jack had to be thinking maybe Cash doesn't have boost, so he tried to score it himself. Dead Monster sticking it to him. Left side off the mark. Blurry just bashes it off the wall. Doesn't want to think too hard about it. Polar comes up empty and a free clear for Nameseekers in a jam.
And it did feel like Ricks had Nameseekers there. But again, just those little touches inside the box and that convert, that final shot that they need never came. And now Cash, he's able to break out as we're less than a minute to go. Nameseekers have had one shot in this game and they're sitting up 1-0 while there's 5 in the name of Ricks and they still haven't been able to convert.
Dead Monster on the dribble through 1 in the midfield, not through 2. Taz with a nice support out of the backfield. Hard off the sidewall, it's Cash. Looks like it'll be a free approach. He'll leave it for Blurry. He's got the better look. Doesn't do too much with it though, but time's ticking and they're perfectly fine to throw that ball into the corner and, like you said, sit on this midfield line and just not make any mistakes. Cash will loft one towards the back wall. Dead Monster needs a boomer. Gets it into the middle. Blurry takes that one away. 10 seconds off the clock. Only 15 to work with now. They get one bump on Taz, but do they have the follow-up? It's Cash wisely taking that ball on a dribble. Only 10 seconds in the game now. Zis into the corner. Taz, again, doing a nice job keeping that ball close. Dead Monster towards the goal. They've got the bump. Polar needs to score. That's left side. And they get the ball into the net somehow. Dead Monster with 1 second delivers.
What? What is this from Dead Monster? Cash was being bullied in the net. Apparently, Jack just lifted him past, and Blurry, I think, actually put it in. It might have come off that post and out, but Blurry was the one to touch it in. And with 1 second to go, Rick stay alive.
How do they play this? Do they let it go to overtime? Apparently Jack wants to end it right here and move to the next game, but it will be a second kickoff here. And Rick's GG give themselves a chance. Do they execute? Currently off the kickoff, not too much pressure. Dead Monster really trying to stretch the boost in. Polar wants a double tap and Cash. None of that. We'll poke that out into the corner. Try and stick this ball in this blue half with that bump on Dead Monster. Taz towards the goal, turned aside by Polar.
And now after such control here in this game, Nameseekers really got to press the gas down a little bit more. They've been very conservative throughout this game. They've been happy to sit on their 1-goal lead, but now it's with all the pressure and time that you're given, can you put something together? Still only have generated 1 shot through almost 6 minutes of play.
Taz actually going to let Blurry try and take that one because he realized he misread it. Cash with a little space. Jack closing the gap real quick. Dead Monster now trying to take his time, and Taz on him now. Trying to steal away that boost. They got the bump. Cash can't get that one in the corner. Real tight angle, and you can't blame him for not being able to score that himself.
Tough one, but uncontested there as well. Ricks, we're going to have no shot if that was on target. Cash with the big bump.
It's going to roll in for Taz. And finally, Nameseekers get it with a 1-goal lead, the overtime goal. Taz just gets the touch towards net, and Cash pushes out Jack, and that's how it's done.
And how about Cash not even giving up on the play? I mean, he really didn't even have that good of a touch, to be honest, in that midfield. I think he was trying to pass it to Taz, and it was just so far behind him, but he didn't even think about that. He's like, all right, Taz will get that. I'm just going to go square the guy up on the goal line and hope Taz puts this one on target. And they delivered. So yes, Corelli, they can generate that 1 extra chance, albeit in a very roundabout way. But they come up with a big win, and Nameseekers will qualify for the second stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Great game here from Nameseekers, even with that control that we saw. And for Ricks, a bit of a heartbreaker, you know, even the series before this. Now they come into this one, and it was very tough for them to stay into this one, even with all the chances, even with all the shots and spectacular play that we saw from them. It just wasn't good enough here at the end of the day. And like you said, Nameseekers move on.
Well, tell you what, we've said our piece, so let's go ahead and have a short discussion with Gibbs, because we all know that he's going to be wrong about whatever it is he says, but that doesn't mean I don't want to hear it. So what do you think, Gibbs?
I'm so lonely. Normally we have these break rooms and we're sitting there talking. I'm talking with Leaf. He's not here anymore. But Taz, what a story for him. He was on that Monkeys roster. He gets benched, and then look what happens to that team. They look fantastic. But what does Taz do? Builds a brand new team with name seekers, some roster moves here and there. So they lost out on all their points. So now they need to make it to the bracket stage to have any hope at going to this major. And right now it's looking pretty good for them. Taz with that overtime winner. We see a double tap here as well. Great series here from name seekers. And this is what they've been wanting for so long. They've made some roster moves. Looks like everything is starting to click at the right time.
And the unfortunate thing, I think, for Ricks GG in that series as well was just the fact that those first 2 games felt perfectly winnable. And it's just sometimes you do everything right and the game doesn't go your way. And that's, I think, what happened to Ricks GG in game 1, definitely. You know, when they have that big demo on the net and then they just end up making the save and they end up losing the game. And it's just, that is the pinnacle of do it right, still don't be successful. And then they just never really battled back from that.
And poor this team now, because now they're going to look back at Regional 2 where they didn't even make it to the main stage, and they won't get enough points now to make the major for Ricks. So this is a bad sign for them because things were looking so good. Regional 1, the top 16 finish, obviously, but they'll have to battle back next split. Like, it seems like this team is relatively solid. Curly, do you expect any roster moves during that weird trade window we'll have coming up from these guys?
From Ricks?
Yeah, from Ricks.
I don't think so. I think the team's good enough to consistently make those top 16 runs that we saw in the first regional. You know, I was shocked to not see them in the second regional. I think there are some consistency issues when it comes to that final part of the field. You know, that final third of like, hey, we've done all the work. Now we just need to turn it in. And that's really what the difference maker here in this series. And I've seen it a couple times in series before where these guys are perfectly capable of putting shots away. It's just not happening when it comes to game time.
So it's been a long day. Let's look over what happened throughout today with our fancy Swiss graphic, and we'll go round by round here, and we'll look at who made it. Now, to explain it once again for Swiss, for people that are just joining us, that may be new, you know, maybe just picked up the game today, want to check out the esport. 3 wins and you're in, 3 losses and you're out. You see those green names right there. Those are the teams that have advanced. The red ones are out. Any big surprises achieved for you now that we finished the entire day?
As I said before, Last Resort, I think I was expecting them to make it through considering their performance in the previous regionals. Unfortunately, got bounced out.
Now, to me, I think the big surprise, maybe not a big surprise, but when you look at this leaderboard of all these teams, there was a bunch of teams that were in that had a chance to make this major, and all those teams are out. Every single one of them. The only team that is still alive that was like in that run-in was Name Seekers, who have to make it all the way to the bracket stage because they have 0 points. Train Hard Esports, they're in the final spot, and they just barely missed out with that 9th place finish. So right now, they're still in the major. But for fans of teams like Team Liquid and, of course, Oxygen, this is a good sign because a lot of these teams that were right around their point values didn't do what they needed to do. So now it opens up that door for tomorrow for that Group B. And Corelli, for those teams in Group B, we talked about this a little bit like in the pre-show. Who do you think is going to make that run and have a chance for one of those major spots?
Oh, it's a big question. It truly is. I feel like for me, I'm looking at teams like Team Singularity. I'm looking at teams like Fade Away again, even Libertas. I mean, that's another team. I would love to see, Liquids and Dignitases and Oxygens do well at the same time. But I mean, for maybe not as big. Oh, Triple Trouble is another team that I'm looking at.
Don't forget.
You can never count out Triple Trouble. Certainly on my list as well. So there's a lot of teams. This Group B is incredibly exciting.
It's chaotic. This whole group is chaotic. Like Oxygen, 21st in points in the RLCS X, but because of how good they do in the grid, they're seated 4th in this group. So that would be top 8 right now. So Oxygen, they get the beneficial seeding because of what they've done outside of this tournament. But at the end of the day, you got to show up. This group is going to be a bloodbath. There's so many teams here that are right on that bubble trying to fight for one of these major spots. It's going to be nuts, Chiefs.
Oh, it's going to be a nightmare, to be honest. I mean, there's going to be so many Reddit threads about so many teams are going to be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe X. And everyone's just going to be like, right? And everyone's going to be like, haha, you lost. And everyone will be like, haha, we won. It's going to be great.
And that's the worst and best part is people will be like, well, this team obviously choked. It's like, not really. They're playing all these really hard teams that also are fighting for literally their lives right now to make this major, try for those double points, which will be so beneficial when we get down the line. But guys, we've made it. Somehow I have survived today, hosted.
You did. You hosted two segments.
I know. And I never want to do it again. LeafX, you could have your job back, please. But any closing thoughts? I'm going to start with you, Corelli. You have anything for us to end the day?
I don't have anything groundbreaking, Gibbs, honestly. I look at this, I look at Group A and I say, I'm really not that shocked to see what happened here today. I am very excited to see what happens in Group B. There are a lot of good teams. There are only so many spots. It's going to be exciting.
And for you, Chiefs?
As my good friend Corelli says, GG's only for today. We'll see you next time, gamers.
I just want to say, Guild, man, you don't get paid by the hour. Seems like every single day you're going 3-2. It's not pay by hour, it's pay by placement. Don't want to see them pick it up so they don't have to play 8 hours every single day. But that's going to do it for us. We will be back tomorrow and all weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 10:30 a.m. Eastern time for the pre-show. Games start 30 minutes later. We start in round 2, so you guys can catch out those. But for your predictions for Group B, go to hashtag RLCS on Twitter and let us know who's going to make it, who's going to make the major, who's going to make it to day 3. It's going to be an exciting time. You don't want to miss it. This chaotic group is going to be nuts. So for us, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said